HarperCollins presents Assassin's Fate, Book 3 of Fitz and the Fool by Robin Hobb, read by Avita J. and David Thorpe.
Prologue. There are children holding hands in a circle. In the middle, a single child stands. The child wears a blindfold, but there are painted eyes on the blindfold. The eyes are black and staring, edged with red. The child in the middle turns in a circle, hands outstretched. All the other children dance in a wider circle around her. They sing a song. As long as the circle holds, the futures can be foretold. You must be hard of heart to tear the circle apart. It looks like a merry game. Each child in the outer circle shouts a sentence or a phrase. I cannot hear what they are saying, but the blinded child can. She begins to shout back at them, her words torn by a slowly rising wind. Burn it all! The dragons fall! The sea will rise! The jewel-strewn skies! One comes as two! The four shall rue! Two come as one! Your reign is done! Forfeit all lives! No one survives! At that last shout, a wind bursts from the child in the middle. Bits of her fly in all directions, and the wind picks up the screaming children and scatters them far and wide. All becomes black save for one circle of white. In the centre of the circle is the blindfold with its black eyes staring, staring. B. Farseer's Dream Journal. Chapter 1. Bee Stings.
The map room at Aslavjall displayed a territory that included much of the 6 duchies, part of the Mountain Kingdom, a large section of Calcid, and lands along both sides of the Rain-Wild River. I suspect that it defines for us the boundaries of the ancient Elderlings' territory at the time the maps were created. I have been unable to inspect the map room of the abandoned Elderling city now known as Kelsingra personally, but I believe it would be very similar. On the Aslavjall map were marked points that correspond to standing stones within the 6 duchies. I think it fair to assume that the identical markings in locations in the mountains, Rain-Wilds, and even Calcid indicate standing stones that are skill portals. The conditions of those foreign portals are largely unknown, and some skill users caution against attempting to employ them until we have physically journeyed there and witnessed that they are in excellent condition. For the skill portal stones within the 6 duchies and the Mountain Kingdom, it seems prudent not only to send skilled couriers to visit every site, but to require every duke to see that any such standing stones are maintained upright. The couriers who visit each stone should document the content and condition of the runes on each face of the stone as well. In a few instances we have found standing stones that do not correspond to a marking on the Aslavjall map. We do not know if they were raised after the map was created, or if they are stones that no longer function. We must continue to regard them with caution, as we do all use of Elderling magic. We cannot consider ourselves to be masters of it until we can duplicate their artifacts.
Skill Portals. Chade Falstar. I ran. I hiked up the heavy white fur coat I wore and ran. I was already too warm, and it dragged and snagged on every twig or trunk I passed. Behind me, Dwalia was shouting for someone to catch her! Catch her! I could hear the Chalcidian making mooing noises. He galloped wildly about, once passing so close to me that I had to dodge him. My thoughts raced faster than my feet. I remembered being dragged by my captors into a skill pillar. I even recalled how I had bitten the Chalcidian, hoping to make him release Shun. And he had. But he'd held on to me and followed us into the darkness of the skill pillar. No Shun had I seen, nor that servant who had been last in our chain of folk. Perhaps both she and Shun had been left behind. I hoped Shun would escape her, or perhaps had escaped her. I remembered the cold of a buck winter clutching at us when we fled. But now we were somewhere else, and instead of deep cold, I felt only chill. The snow had retreated into narrow fingers of dirty white in the deeper shade of the trees. The forest smelled of early spring, but no branches had yet leafed out. How did one leap from winter in one place to spring in another? Something was very wrong, but I had no time to consider it. I had a more pressing concern. How did one hide in a leafless forest? I knew I could not outrun them. I had to hide. I hated the coat fiercely. I could not pause to wriggle out the bottom of it, for my hands felt as clumsy as fish flippers, and I could not possibly hide from my pursuers in a huge white fur coat. So I fled, knowing I could not escape, but too frightened to let them reclaim me.
Choose a place to take a stand. Not where they can corner you, but not where they can surround you either. Find a weapon, a stick, a rock, anything. If you cannot escape, make them pay as dearly as you can for capturing you. Fight them all the way.
Yes, Wolf Father. I spoke his name in my mind to give me courage. I reminded myself that I was the child of a wolf, even if my teeth and claws were pathetic things. I would fight. But I was already so tired. How could I fight? I could not understand what the passage through the stone had done to me. Why was I so weak and so tired? I wanted to fall where I was and be still. I longed to let sleep claim me, but I dared not. I could hear them calling to one another, shouting and pointing at me. Time to stop running. Time to make my stand. I chose my spot. A cluster of 3 trees, their trunks so close together that I could dodge between them, but none of my pursuers could easily follow me. I could hear at least 3 people crashing through the bushes behind me. How many might there be? I tried to calm myself enough to think. Dwalia, their leader, the woman who had smiled so warmly as she stole me from my home. She had dragged me through the skill pillar. And Vindelier, the boy man who could make people forget what they had experienced. He had come through the stone. Kerf was the Chalcedean sellsword, but his mind was so scrambled from our skill journey that either he was no danger to anyone, or he might kill any of us. Who else? Alaria, who would unquestioningly do whatever Dwalia told her, as would Repin, who had so harshly crushed my hand as we came through the pillar. It was a much smaller force than she had started with, but they still outnumbered me 5 to 1. I crouched behind one of the trees, pulled my arms in from the sleeves of the heavy fur robe, and at last wriggled and lifted until I could slide out of it. I picked it up and threw it as far as I could, which was not far. Should I run on? I knew I could not. My stomach was doubling and twisting uneasily, and I had a stitch in my side. This was as far as I could go. A weapon. There was nothing. Only a fallen branch. The thick end was no bigger around than my wrist and diverged into 3 limbs at the end. A poor weapon, more rake than staff. I took it up. Then I pressed my back to one of the trees, hoping against hope that my pursuers would see the coat and pass me by, so I could double back and find a better hiding spot. They were coming. Dwalia shouted in gasps. "I know you are frightened, but don't run. You will starve and die without us. A bear will eat you. You need us to survive. Come back, Bee. No one will be angry at you. Then I heard the lie as she turned her fury on her followers. "Oh, where is she? Alaria, you fool, get up! None of us feel well, but without her, we cannot go home." Then, letting her anger win, "Bee, stop being foolish. Come here right now. Vindelia, hurry. If I can run, so can you. Find her. Fog her." As I stood behind the tree, trying to make my terrified breathing as quiet as I could, I felt Vindelia reaching for me. I pushed hard to make my thought walls strong, as my father had shown me. I gritted my teeth and bit hard on my lip to keep him out. He was making memories of sweet, warm foods and hot soup and fragrant, fresh bread at me. All those things I wanted so much, but if I let him make me think about them, he could find a way in. No. Raw meat. Meat frozen onto bones, gnawing it off with my back teeth. Mice with their fur on, and their little crunchy skulls. Wolf food. Wolf food. Strange how delicious it sounded. I gripped my stick with both hands and waited. Should I stay hidden and hope they would run past me, or step out and strike the first blow? I did not get a choice. I saw Alaria go stumbling past my hiding place several trees away. She halted, looked stupidly at the white fur on the ground, and then, as she turned to call back to the others, she saw me. "She's here! I found her!" She pointed at me with a shaking hand. I set my feet a shoulder's width apart, as if I were going to play at knife fighting with my father, and waited. She stared at me, and then sank down in a crumpled heap, her own white coat folding around her, and made no effort to rise. "I found her," she called in a weaker voice. She flapped a limp hand at me. I heard footsteps to my left. "Look out!" Alaria gasped, but she was too late. I swung my branch as hard as I could, connected with Dwalia's face, and then danced back to the right between the trees. I set my back to one trunk and took up my stance again, branch at the ready. Dwalia was shouting, but I refused to look and see if I'd hurt her. Perhaps I'd been lucky enough to put one of her eyes out. But Vindelia was lumbering toward me, his doltish smile beaming.
"Brother, there you are. You are safe. We found you."
"Stay back, or I'll hurt you," I threatened him. I found I didn't want to hurt him. He was a tool of my enemy, but left to himself, I doubted he had any malice. Not that a lack of malice would prevent him from hurting me.
"Brother,"
he said, drawing the word out sadly. It was a rebuke, but a gentle one. I realized he was radiating gentleness and fondness at me, friendship and comfort. No, he was not truly any of those things. "Stay back!" I commanded him. The Chalcidian lolloped past us, ululating as he went, and I could not tell if he deliberately or accidentally jostled against the little man. Vindelia tried to avoid him, but stumbled and fell flat with a mournful cry just as Dwalia rounded the tree trunks. Her hands were extended toward me like claws, her lips pulled back from her bloodied teeth as if she would seize me in her jaws. Two-handed, I swung my branch at her, willing it to knock her head from her shoulders. Instead, it broke, and the jagged end dragged across her reddened face, trailing a line of blood. She flung herself at me, and I felt her nails dig into my flesh right through my worn clothing. I literally tore myself free of her grip. She kept part of my sleeve as I squeezed between the tree trunks. Repin was waiting there. Her fish-grey eyes met mine. Hatred gave way to a mindless glee as she leapt toward me. I dodged sideways, leaving her to embrace the tree face first. She hit, but she was sprier than I thought. One of her feet hooked mine. I jumped high, cleared it, but stumbled on the uneven ground. Ilaria had regained her feet. She wailed wildly as she threw herself against me. Her weight carried me to the ground, and before I could wriggle out, I felt someone step hard on my ankle. I grunted, then cried out as the pressure increased. It felt as if my bones were bending, as if they would snap at any instant. I shoved Ilaria off me, but the moment she was clear, Repin kicked me in the side, hard, without getting off my ankle. Her foot slammed all the air out of me. Tears I hated swelled in my eyes. I thrashed for a moment, then wrapped myself around her legs and struggled to get her off my ankle, but she grabbed my hair and shook my head wildly. Hair ripped from my scalp, and I could not focus my vision. "Beat her!" I heard Dwalia's voice. It shook with some strong emotion. Anger? Pain? "With this!" I made the mistake of looking up. Repin's first blow with my broken stick caught my cheek, the hinge of my jaw, and my ear, mashing it into the side of my head. I heard a high ringing and my own shriek. I was shocked, outraged, offended, and in a disabling amount of pain. I scrabbled to get away, but she still had a thick handful of my hair. The stick fell again, across my shoulder blades as I struggled to break free. There was not enough meat on my bones, and my blouse was no protection. The pain of the blow was followed by the instant burn of broken skin. I cried out wildly and twisted, reaching up to grip her wrist and try to wrest her hand free of my hair. She put more weight on my ankle, and only the cushion of forest humus kept it from breaking. I shrieked and tried to push her off. The stick fell again, lower on my back, and I suddenly knew how my ribs joined my spine and the twin columns of muscle that ran alongside my spine, for all of it screeched with wrong. All of it happened so fast, and yet each individual blow was a single event in my life, one to be always remembered. I'd never been treated harshly by my father, and the very few times my mother had disciplined me, it had been little more than a cuff or a light slap. Always to warn me of danger, to caution me not to touch the fire screen, or to reach over my head for the kettle on the hob. I'd had a very few tussles with children at Withywood's. I'd been pelted with pine cones and small stones, and once I'd been in a serious fight that left me bloodied. But I had never been beaten by an adult. I'd never been held in a painful way while a grown-up tried to deliver as much pain as she could, regardless of how it might injure me. I suddenly knew that if she knocked out my teeth or struck an eye from its socket, no one would care except me.
Stop being afraid. Stop feeling the pain. Fight!
Wolffather was suddenly with me, his teeth bared and every hackle standing up. "I can't! Repin is going to kill me!"
Hurt her back. Bite her, scratch her, kick her. Make her pay for giving you pain. She is going to beat you anyway, so take what you can of her flesh. Try to kill her.
But...
Fight!
I stopped trying to wrest her grip from my hair. Instead, as my stick fell again on my back, I lunged toward her instead of away, caught the wrist of her stick hand and pulled it to my mouth. I opened my jaws as wide as I could and then closed them. I bit her, not to hurt her, not to leave tooth marks or make her shout with pain. I bit her to drive my teeth down to her bone, to gain a mouthful of flesh and sinew, and try to tear it free of her body. I set my teeth as she shrieked and flailed at me with the stick, And then I worried the meat of her wrist, shaking my head fiercely. She let go of my hair, dropped the stick, and danced about, yelling in pain and fear. But I kept my grip on her wrist, with both my hands and my teeth, and kicked at her shins and feet and knees as she dragged me about with her. I tried to make my molars meet as I clenched my jaws and hung my weight from her arm. Repin roared and thrashed. She dropped the stick and thought only to pry herself free. She was not a large person. She was slight of build, and I had a good chunk of the stringy meat and flabby muscle of her forearm in my teeth. I worked my jaw together. She was shrieking. "Get her off me! Get her off me!" She set the palm of her hand to my forehead and tried to push me away. I let her, and she screamed as she helped me tear meat from her bones. She slapped at me, but weakly. Jaws and hands, I gripped her tighter. She sank to the earth with me still locked to her arm. "Beware," Father Wolf warned me. "Spring away." But I was a cub, and I did not see the danger, only that my enemy had collapsed before me. Then Dwalia kicked me so hard that my mouth flew open. It knocked me free of Repin onto the damp earth. With no air in me, all I could do was roll feebly instead of getting to my feet and running away. She kicked me repeatedly. My belly, my back. I saw her booted foot coming toward my face. When I woke up, it was dark and cold. They had managed a fire, but its light barely touched me. I was lying on my side, facing away from the fire, bound hand and foot. My mouth was salty with blood, both thick and fresh. I had wet myself, and the fabric of my trousers was cold against me. I wondered if they had hurt me so bad that I peed, or if I had been that frightened. I could not remember. I woke up crying, or perhaps I realized I was crying after I woke up. Everything hurt. My face was swollen on one side from where Repin had hit me with the stick. My face might have bled, for dead leaves were stuck to my skin. My back hurt, and my ribs caged my painful breaths.
Can you move your fingers? Can you feel your toes?
I could.
Does your belly hurt like a bruise, or does it hurt like things are broken inside?
I don't know. I never hurt like this before. I drew in a deeper breath, and the pain forced it out as a sob.
Hush. Don't make a sound, or they will know you are awake. Can you get your hands to your mouth?
They had tied my feet together and bound my hands at the wrist in front of me. I brought them up to my face. They were tied together with strips torn from my shirt. That was part of why I felt so cold. Although spring had visited here during the day, winter reclaimed this forest at night.
Chew your hands free.
I can't. My lips were smashed and bloody. My teeth felt loose and sore in my gums.
You can, because you must. Chew your hands free and untie your feet, and we will go. I will show you where to go. There is someone kin to us not far from here. If I can wake him, he will protect you. If not, I will teach you to hunt. Once your father and I lived in these mountains. Perhaps the den he built for us is still tight. We will go there.
I didn't know we were in the mountains. You lived in the mountains with my father.
I did. I have been here before. Enough. Start chewing.
It hurt to bend my neck to reach the bindings on my hands. It hurt to press my teeth in hard enough to bite the fabric. It had been a nice shirt the morning I had put it on to go to my lessons with Scribe Lant. One of the maids, Caution, had helped me to dress. She'd chosen this pale yellow blouse, and over it she had tugged a green tunic. The colours of my house, I realised suddenly. She'd dressed me in Withywood colours, even if the tunic had been too big for me and hung on me like a dress, nearly to my knees. I'd worn leggings that day, not the padded trousers my captors had given me to wear. The wet trousers. Another sob rose in me. Before I could choke it back, I made a sound. "Awake?" someone asked by the fire. Alaria, I thought.
"Leave her as she is,"
Dwalia commanded harshly.
"But my brother is hurt. I can feel his pain."
This from Vindelia in a low and woeful voice.
"Your brother."
Dwalia's words dripped with venom.
"Trust a sexless lout like you to not be able to tell the unexpected son from some white's byblow. All the coin we spent, all the lyrics I wasted, and that girl is all we have to show for it. Stupid and ignorant, both of you. You think she's a boy, and she doesn't know what she is. She can't even write and pays no attention to her dreams."
A strange gloating filled her voice.
"But I know she's special."
Then the fleeting satisfaction was gone, replaced with a sneer.
"Doubt me. I don't care. But you'd best hope there's something special about her, for she's the only coin we have to buy our way back into the Four's good graces."
In a lower voice, she added,
"How Coltree will crow over my failure, and that old bitch Capra will use it as an excuse for anything she wants to do."
Alaria spoke very softly. "So if she is all we have, perhaps we should try to deliver her in good condition."
"Perhaps if you had caught her instead of falling to the ground and rolling about moaning, none of this would have happened."
"Do you hear that?" A desperate whisper from Repin. "Did you hear that? Someone just laughed. And now, do you hear those pipes playing?"
"Your mind is turned, and all because a little girl bit you. Keep your foolish words to yourself."
"I could see the bone. My arm is all swollen. The pain thuds through me like a drum." There was a pause, and I heard the fires crackling.
"Stay still,"
Wolffather warned me.
"Learn all you can by listening."
Then, with a touch of pride,
"See, even with your poor cow's teeth, you have taught her to fear you. You must teach all of them to fear you. Even the old bitch has learned some caution. But you must drive it deeper. These must be your only 3 thoughts. I will escape. I will make them fear me. And if I have the chance, I will kill them."
"They have already beaten me just for trying to escape. What will they do if I kill one?"
"They will beat you again, unless you escape. But you have heard you have value to them, so they probably will not kill you."
"Probably." Terror swept through me. "I want to live. Even if I live as their captive, I want to live."
"You think that is true, but I assure you it is not. Death is better than the sort of captivity they plan for you. I have been a captive, a toy for heartless men. I made them fear me. It is why they sought to sell me. It was why your father could buy my freedom."
"I do not know that tale."
"It is a dark and sad one.
Thought is fast. So much was conveyed between Wolffather and me in the pause of the pale folks' conversation. Suddenly, a shout came from the darkness. It terrified me, and I made myself chew faster on my bonds. Not that I seemed to be making progress with the task. The garbled words came again, and I recognized Chalcedean. It would be Kerf, the Chalcedean mercenary Vindelier had bespelled to Dwalia's service. I wondered if his mind was still scattered by his journey through the pillar. I wondered if his hand was swollen where I had bitten him. As silently as I could, I shifted my body until I could peer through the darkness. Kerf was pointing up at one of the ancient standing pillars at the edge of the clearing. I heard a shriek from Repin. "See! See! I'm not mad! Kerf sees her as well. A pale ghost crouches upon that pillar. You must see her. Is she not a white? But dressed so strangely, and she sings a mocking song."
"I see nothing,"
Dwalia shouted angrily. Vindelier spoke timidly.
"I do. There are echoes here of folk from long ago. They held a market here. But now, as evening closes in, a white singer makes merry for them."
"I hear something," Alaria confirmed reluctantly. And as I came through that stone, people spoke to me. They said awful things." She took a little gasping breath. "And when I fell asleep this afternoon, I had a dream, a vivid dream, one I must tell. We lost our dream journals when we fled the Chalcedeans. I cannot write it down, so I must tell it." Dwalia made a disgusted noise.
"As if your dreams were ever of any real worth. Tell away, then."
Repin spoke quickly, as if the words leapt from her. "I dreamed a nut in a wild river. I saw someone pull it from the water. The nut was set down and struck many times to try to break it, but it only got thicker and harder. Then someone crushed it. Flames and darkness and a foul stench and screams came out of it. The flames wrote words. 'Comes the destroyer that you have made.' And a great wind swept through Clerres and picked us up and scattered us."
"Comes the destroyer,"
the Chalcedean repeated in a happy shout from the darkness.
"Be silent!"
Dwalia snapped at him, and he laughed.
"And you, Repin, be silent as well. This is not a dream worth sharing. It is nothing but your fever boiling in your mind. You are such cowardly children. You make shadows and phantoms in your own minds. Alaria and Repin, go gather more wood. Make a good stack for the night, and then check on that little bitch. And say not one more word of this nonsense."
I heard Alaria and Repin tramp off into the woods. It seemed to me they went slowly, as if fearful of the darkness. But Kerf paid no attention to them. Hands uplifted, he shuffled in a clumsy dance all around the pillar. Mindful of Vindelier's power, I lowered my walls cautiously. The bee humming I'd been aware of became voices, and I saw elderlings in bright garments. Their eyes sparkled, and their hair gleamed like polished silver and golden rings, and all around the Chalcedean they danced to the chanting of the pale songster perched on the pillar. Dwalia stared at Kerf, annoyed at his enjoyment.
"Why can't you control him?"
she demanded of Vindelier. He gestured helplessly.
"He hears too many others here. Their voices are many and strong. They laugh and sing and celebrate. I hear nothing." Dwalia's voice was angry, but there was a thread of fear in it. "You are useless. You cannot control that bit of a girl, and now you cannot control a madman. I had such hopes for you when I chose you, when I gifted you with that potion. How wrong I was to waste it on you. The others were right. You have no dreams, and you see nothing. You are useless."
I felt a thin chill of Vindelia's awareness waft toward me. His misery lapped against me like a wave. I slammed my walls tight and tried not to care that he was hurt and yet still worried for me. His fear of Dwalia, I told myself fiercely, was too great for him to offer me any aid or comfort. Of what use is a friend who will take no risks for you?
"He is your enemy, just as much as the others are. If an opportunity arises, you must kill him, just as you would any of them. If any of them come to touch you, you must bite and kick and scratch as much as you are able."
I hurt all over. I have no strength. If I try to defend myself, they will beat me.
"Even if you do only a little damage, they will learn that touching you has a price. Some will not be willing to pay it."
I do not think I can bite or kill Vindelia. Dwalia I could kill, but the others?
They are her tools, her teeth and claws. In your situation, you cannot afford to be merciful. Keep chewing on your bonds. I will tell you of my days as a captive. Beaten and caged, forced to fight dogs or boars that were just as miserable as I was. Starved. Open your mind to my tale of how I was enslaved and how your father and I broke the bonds of our captivities. Then you will see why you must kill when you are given the chance.
He began, not a telling, but a remembering that I shared. It was like recalling things I had always known, but in scalding detail. He did not spare me his memories of his family killed, of beatings and starvation and a cramped, cold cage. He did not soften how much he hated his captors, or how he had first hated my father, even when my father freed him. Hate had been his habit then, and hate had fed him and kept him alive when there was nothing else. I was not even halfway through the twisted fabric that bound my wrists when Dwalia sent Ilaria to fetch me to the fire. I played dead until she was hunched over me. She put a hand on my shoulder. "Be?" I flipped, lunged and bit. I caught her hand in my teeth, but only for a moment. My mouth was too sore, and she ripped her hand free of me with a cry and sprang back. "She bit me!" she cried to the others. "The little wretch bit me!"
"Kick her!"
Dwalia commanded, and Ilaria made a feint at me with her foot, but Father Wolf was right. She feared to get too close to me. I rolled away from her and, despite the screams of my abused body, managed to sit up. I glared at her from my one good eye and lifted my smashed lips clear of my teeth. I did not know how much of that she could see in the firelight's dance, but she did not come near me. "She's awake," Ilaria informed them, as if I might have bitten her in my sleep.
"Drag her here."
"She'll bite me again." Dwalia stood. She moved stiffly. I held still, poised to avoid her kick or to attack with my teeth if I could. I was pleased to see that I had blacked her eyes and split the flesh on one of her cheeks.
"Listen, you little wretch," she snarled at me. "You can avoid a beating, but only if you obey me. Is that clear?" She bargains. That means she fears you.
I stared at her wordlessly, letting nothing show on my face. She leaned closer, reaching for the front of my shirt. I bared my teeth soundlessly, and she drew back. She spoke as if I'd agreed to obey her.
Alaria is going to cut your ankles free. We'll take you over by the fire. If you try to run, I swear I will cripple you.
She did not wait for a response.
Alaria, cut the bonds on her ankles.
I thrust my feet toward her. Alaria, I noted, had a very nice belt knife. I wondered if I could find a way to make it mine. She sawed and sawed at the fabric that bound me, and I was surprised at how much it hurt. When finally she cut through, I kicked my feet to free them, and then felt a very unpleasant hot tingling as they came back to life. Was Dwalia tempting me to try to escape, to have an excuse to beat me again?
Not yet. Gather more strength. Appear weaker than you are. Get up and walk,
Dwalia ordered me. She stalked away from me as if wanting to demonstrate to me how certain she was of my obedience. Let her be certain of my surrender. I'd find a way to get away from her. But the wolf was right. Not yet. I stood, but very slowly, taking my time to get my balance. I tried to stand straight, as if my belly were not full of hot knives. Her kicks had hurt something inside of me. I wondered how long it would take to heal. Vindelir had ventured closer to us.
Oh, my brother.
He mooed sadly at the sight of my broken face. I stared at him, and he looked away. I tried to appear defiant rather than hobbled by pain as I stalked toward the fire. It was my first chance to have a good look at my surroundings. The pillar had brought us to an open dell in the heart of a forest. There were dwindling fingers of snow between the trees, but it was inexplicably missing in the plaza and on the roads leading to it and away. Trees had grown large alongside those roads, and their branches arced over it and interlaced in some places. Yet the roads were largely clear of forest debris and snow. Did no one else recognize how peculiar that was? Evergreens with low, swooping branches surrounded the dell where Dwalia's folk had built their fire. No, not a dell. I scuffed my feet against some sort of paving stones. The open area was partially bounded by a low wall of worked stone, set with several pillars. I saw something on the ground. It looked like a glove, one that had spent part of the winter under snow. Farther on, I saw a scrap of leather, perhaps from a strap, and then a woolen hat. Despite my aching body, I slowly stooped to pick it up, feigning to take a moment to cradle my belly. Over by the fire, they pretended not to watch me, like cats hunched near a mouse hole. The hat was damp, but even damp wool is warm. I tried to shake the spruce needles from it, but my arms hurt too much. I wondered if anyone had brought my heavy fur coat back to the camp. Up and moving, the chill of the early spring night reminded me of every aching bruise. The cold reached in and fingered my skin where they had torn strips from my shirt.
Ignore that. Don't think of the cold. Use your other senses.
I could see little beyond the reach of the fire's dancing light. I drew breath through my nose. The rising moisture of the earth brought rich scents with it. I smelled dark earth and fallen spruce needles, and honeysuckle. Honeysuckle, at this time of year.
Breathe out through your mouth and slowly in through your nose,
Wolf-Father advised me. I did. I turned my head slowly on my stiff neck, following the scent. There, a pale, slender cylinder half covered by a scrap of torn canvas. I tried to stoop down, but my knees folded, and I nearly fell on my face. With my bound hands, I awkwardly picked up the candle. It was broken, held together at the break only by the wick, but I knew it. I lifted it to my face and smelled my mother's handiwork. "How can this be here?" I asked the night softly. I looked at the nondescript scrap of canvas. Nearby there was a lady's lace glove, sodden and mildewed. I did not know either of those things, but I knew this candle. Could I be mistaken? Could other hands have harvested the beeswax and scented it with honeysuckle blossoms? Could another hand have patiently dipped the long wicks over and over into the wax pot to form such an elegant taper? No. This was my mother's work. Possibly I had helped to make this candle. How did it come here?
Your father has been here.
Is that possible?
It is the least impossible answer that I can imagine.
The candle folded in two as I slid it into my shirt. I felt the wax chill against my skin. Mine. I could hear Vindelia shuffling toward me. From the corner of my eye, I saw Dwalia holding her hands out to the fire's warmth. I turned my good eye toward them. Repin had my big fur coat. She had folded it into a cushion and was sitting on it by the fire next to Ilaria. She saw me looking and sneered at me. I stared at her arm and then lifted my eyes to smile at her. Her exposed hand was a fat pad with sausage fingers. Blood was dark between her fingers and in the lines of her knuckles. Had she not had the sense to wash out the bite? I moved slowly to the biggest gap in their circle and sat down there. Dwalia rose and came to stand behind me. I refused to look back at her.
You'll get no food tonight. Don't think you can run away from us. You can't. Ilaria, you will take the first watch. Wake Repin to take the second. Don't let B escape, or you'll pay the price.
She stalked away to where they had piled the packs and supplies they'd brought with them. There wasn't much. They had fled Elik's attack with whatever they could hastily seize. Dwalia made herself a lumpy cushion from the packs and reclined on them with no thought for the comfort of the others. Repin looked around slyly, and then spread out my open coat before lying down on it and wrapping the excess around herself. Vindelia stared at them, and then simply flopped down like a dog. He pillowed his broad head on his arms and stared dolefully at the fire. Ilaria sat cross-legged, glaring at me. No one paid any attention to the Chalcedean. Hands over his head, he was dancing a sort of a jig in a circle, his mouth wide in mindless enjoyment of the ghost music. His brain might be dazed, but he was an excellent dancer. I wondered where my father was. Did he think of me? Had Shun gone back to Withywoods to tell him that I'd been taken into a stone? Or did she die in the forest? If she had, he would never know what had become of me or where to look. I was cold and very hungry and so lost.
If you can't eat, sleep. Rest is the only thing you can give yourself right now. Take it.
I looked at the hat I'd salvaged. Plain grey wool. Undyed, but well spun and knitted. I shook it to be sure there were no insects in it, and then, with my hands still tied, struggled to get it onto my head. The damp was chill, but slowly warmed from my skin. I manoeuvred myself into a reclining position on my less painful side, and faced away from the fire. The warmth of my body had wakened the candle's scent. I breathed honeysuckle. I curled slightly, as if I was seeking sleep, but brought my wrists up to my face and began again to chew at my bonds.
Chapter 2. The Silver Touch. There is a peculiar strength that comes to one who is facing the final battle. That battle is not limited to war, nor the strength to warriors. I've seen this strength in old women with the coughing sickness, and heard of it in families that are starving together. It drives one to go on, past hope or despair, past blood loss and gut wounds, past death itself, in a final surge to save something that is cherished. It is courage without hope. During the Red Ship Wars, I saw a man with blood gouting in spurts from where his left arm had once been, yet swinging a sword with his right as he stood protecting a fallen comrade. During one encounter with forged ones, I saw a mother stumbling over her own entrails as she shrieked and clutched at a forged man, trying to hold him away from her daughter. The Out Islanders have a word for that courage. Finbled, they call it, the last blood, and they believe that a special fortitude resides in the final blood that remains in a man or a woman before they fall. According to their tales, only then can one find and use that sort of courage. It is a terrible bravery, and at its strongest and worst, it goes on for months when one battles a final illness, or, I believe, when one moves toward a duty that will result in death but is completely unavoidable. That Finbled lights everything in one's life with a terrible radiance. All relationships are illuminated for what they are and for what they truly were in the past. All illusions melt away. The false is revealed as starkly as the true. FitzChivalry Farseer. As the taste of the herb spread in my mouth, the sounds of the turmoil around me grew louder. I lifted my head and tried to focus my stinging eyes. I hung in Lance arms, the familiar bitterness of elf bark suffusing my mouth. As the herb damped by magic, I became more aware of my surroundings. My left wrist ached with a bone-deep pain, as searing as frozen iron. While the skill had surged through me, healing and changing the children of Kelsingrar, my perception had shrunk, but now I was fully aware of the shouting of the crowd surrounding me as the sound bounced from the lofty walls of the elegant elderling chamber. I smelled fear sweat in the air. I was caught in the press of the mob, with some elderlings fighting to step away from me as others were shoving to get closer in the hope I might heal them. So many people. Hands reached toward me with cries of, "Please, please, just one more!" Others shouted, "Let me through!" as they pushed to get away from me. The skill current that had flowed so strongly around me and through me had abated, but it wasn't gone. Lance elfbark was the milder herb, 6 duchies grown and somewhat stale by the taste of it. Here in the elderling city, the skill flowed so strong and close, I did not think even Delvenbark could have closed me to it completely. But it was enough. I was aware of the skill, but no longer shackled to its service. Yet the exhaustion of letting it use me now slackened my muscles just when I had most need of them. General Rapskull had torn the fool from my grasp. The elderling gripped Amber's wrist and held her silvered hand aloft, shouting, "I told you so! I told you they were thieves! Look at her hand, coated in the dragon's silver! She has discovered the well! She has stolen from our dragons!" Spark clung to Amber's other arm, trying to drag her free of the general's grip. The girl's teeth were bared, her black curls wild around her face. The look of sheer terror on Amber's scarred face both paralysed and panicked me. The years of privation the fool had endured were betrayed in that stark grimace. They made her face a death mask of bones and red lips and rouged cheeks. I had to go to the fool's aid, and yet my knees kept folding of their own accord. Perseverance seized my arm. "Prince FitzChivalry, what must I do?" I could not find the breath to reply to him.
"Fitz! Stand up!"
Lant roared right next to my ear. It was as much plea as command. I found my feet and pressed my weight against them. I strained, shuddering, trying to keep my legs straight under me. We had arrived in Kelsingrad just the day before, and for a few hours I had been the hero of the day, the magical Six Duchies prince who had healed Ephron, the son of the king and queen of Kelsingrad. The skill had flowed through me, as intoxicating as Sansedge brandy. At the request of King Rain and Queen Malta, I had used my magic to set right 6 dragon-touched children. I had opened myself to the powerful skill current of the old elderling city. Awash in that heady power, I'd opened throats and steadied heartbeats, straightened bones and cleared scales from eyes. Some I'd made more human, though one girl had wished to embrace her dragon changes, and I'd helped her do that. But the skill flow had become too strong, too intoxicating. I'd lost control of the magic, become its tool instead of its master. After the children I'd agreed to heal had been claimed by their parents, others had pushed forward. Adult rain wilders with changes uncomfortable, ugly, or life-threatening had begged my aid, and I had dispensed it with a lavish hand, caught in the vast pleasure of that flow. I had felt my last shred of control give way, but when I'd surrendered to that glorious surge and its invitation to merge with the magic, Amber had stripped the glove from her hand. To save me, she had revealed the stolen dragon silver on her fingers. To save me, she had pressed 3 scalding fingertips to my bare wrist, burned her way into my mind, and called me back. To save me, she had betrayed herself as thief. The hot kiss of her finger's touch still pulsed like a fresh burn, sending a deep ache up the bones of my left arm to my shoulder, to my back and neck. What damage it was doing to me now I could not know, but at least I was again anchored to my body. I was anchored to it, and it was dragging me down. I'd lost track of how many elderlings I'd touched and changed, but my body had kept count. Each one had taken a toll from me, each shaping had torn strength from me, and now that debt had to be paid. Despite all my efforts, my head lolled, and I could scarcely keep my eyes open amidst the danger and noise all around me. I saw the room as through a mist.
"Rapscal! Stop being an imbecile!"
That was King Rain, adding his roar to the din. Lant abruptly tightened his hug around my chest, dragging me more upright.
"Let her go!" he bellowed. "Release our friend, or the prince will undo every cure he has worked. Let her go right now!"
I heard gasps, wailing, a man shouting, "No, he must not!" A woman screamed, "Let go of her, Rapscal! Let her go!" Malta's voice rang with command as she cried out, "This is not how we treat guests and ambassadors. Release her, Rapscal, this moment!" Her cheeks were flushed, and the crest of flesh above her brow bloomed with colour. "Let go of me!" Amber's voice rang with authority. From some deep well of courage, she had drawn the will to fight back on her own behalf. Her shout cut through the crowd's noise. "Release me, or I will touch you!" She made good her threat, surging toward Rapskull instead of trying to pull her hand free. The sudden reverse shocked him, and her silvered fingers came perilously close to his face. The general gave a shout of alarm and sprang back from her as he let go of her wrist. But she was not finished. "Back, all of you," she commanded. "Give us room, and let me see to the prince, or by Sa, I will touch you." Hers was the command of an angered queen, pitched to carry her threat. Her silvered forefinger pointed as she swung it in a slow arc around her, and people were suddenly stumbling over one another in their haste to be out of her reach. The mother of the girl with dragon feet spoke. "I do as she says," she warned. "If that is truly dragon silver on her fingers, one touch of it will mean slow death. It will seep down to your bones, right through your flesh. It will travel your bones, up your spine to your skull. Eventually, you will be grateful to die from it." As others were falling back from us, she began pushing her way through the crowd towards us. She was not a large person, but the other dragon keepers were giving way to her. She stopped a safe distance from us. Her dragon had patterned her in blue and black and silver. The wings that weighted her shoulders were folded snug to her back. The claws on her toes tapped the floor as she walked. Of all the elderlings present, she was the most heavily modified by her dragon's touch. Her warning, and Amber's threat, cleared a small space around us. Amber retreated to my side, gasping as she sought to calm her breath. Spark stood on her other side, and Perseverance took up a position in front of her. Amber's voice was low and calm as she said, "Spark, retrieve my glove, if you would." "Of course, my lady." The requested item had fallen to the floor. Spark stooped and cautiously picked it up in 2 fingers. "I will touch your wrist," she warned Amber, and tapped the back of her hand to guide her to her glove. Amber was still breathing unsteadily as she gloved her hand, but, weak as I was horribly glad to see that she had regained some of the fool's strength and presence of mind. She linked her unsilvered hand through my arm, and I was reassured by her touch. It seemed to draw off some of the skill current still coursing through me. I felt both connected to her and less battered by the skill. "I think I can stand," I muttered to Lant as he loosened his grip on me. I could not allow anyone to see how drained I was of strength. I rubbed my eyes and wiped elf bark powder from my face. My knees did not buckle, and I managed to hold my head steady. I straightened up. I badly wanted the knife in my boot, but if I stooped for it, I knew I would not stop until I sprawled on the floor. The woman who had warned the others stepped into the empty space that now surrounded us, but stayed beyond arm's reach. "Lady Amber, is it truly dragon silver on your hand?" she asked in quiet dread. "It is." General Rapskull had found his courage and took up a stance beside her. "And she has stolen it from the dragon's well. She must be punished. Keepers and folk of Kelsingra, we cannot be seduced by the healing of a few children. We do not even know if the magic will last, or if it is a cheat. But we have all seen the evidence of this intruder's theft, and we know that our first duty is and must always be to the dragons who have befriended us." "Speak for yourself, Rapskull." The woman gave him a cold stare. "My first duty is to my daughter, and she no longer totters when she stands." "Are you so easily bought, Thymara?" Rapskull demanded scathingly. The father of the child stepped into the circle to stand beside the woman called Thymara. The girl with the dragon feet rode on his shoulder and looked down on us. He spoke as if he scolded a willful child, rebuke tinged with familiarity. "Of all people, Rapskull,
You should know that Thymara cannot be bought. Answer me this. Who has it harmed that this lady has silvered her fingers? Only herself. She will die of it. So what worse can we do to her? Let her go. Let all of them go, and let them go with my thanks. She stole!
Rapskow's shout turned to a shriek, his dignity flung to the wind. Rain had managed to elbow his way through the crowd. Queen Malta was right behind him, her cheeks pink beneath her scaling and her eyes fiery with her anger. The dragon changes in her were amplified by her fury. There was a glitter in her eyes that was not human, and the crest of flesh in the parting of her hair seemed taller. It reminded me of a rooster's comb. She was the first to speak. "My apologies, Prince FitzChivalry, Lady Amber. Our people forgot themselves in their hopes of being healed, and General Rapskull is sometimes—"
"Don't speak for me,"
the general interrupted her.
"She stole silver. We saw the evidence, and no, it's not enough that she has poisoned herself. We cannot let her leave Kelsingra. None of them can leave, for now they know the secret of the dragon's well."
Amber spoke. She sounded calm, but she pushed her words so that all could hear. "There was silver on my fingers before you were born, I believe, General Rapskull. Before your dragons hatched, before Kelsingra was found and reclaimed, I bore what we of the 6 duchies call skill on my fingers, and your queen can attest to that."
"She is not our queen, and he is not our king."
General Rapskull's chest heaved with his emotion, and along his neck patches of his scales showed a bright scarlet.
"So they have said, over and over. They have said that we must rule ourselves, that they are but figureheads for the rest of the world. So, keepers, let us rule ourselves. Let us put our dragons first, as we are meant to."
He shook a finger at Lady Amber from a safe distance as he demanded of his fellows,
"Recall how difficult it was for us to find and renew the Well of Silver. Will you believe her ridiculous tale that she has carried it on her fingertips for scores of years and not died of it?"
Queen Malta's rueful voice cut through Rapskull's rant. "I am sorry to say that I cannot attest to such a thing, Lady Amber. I knew you only briefly during your time in Bingtown and met you seldom during the negotiations of your loans to many of the traders." She shook her head. "A trader's word is all she has to give, and I will not bend mine even to help a friend. The best I can say is that when I knew you in those days, you always went gloved. I never saw your hands."
"You heard her!"
Rapskull's shout was triumphant.
"There is no proof. There can be no—"
"If I may speak." For years, as King Shrewd's jester, the fool had had to make even his whispered comments heard across a large and sometimes crowded room. He had trained his voice to carry, and it now cut through not only Rapskull's shout, but the muttering of the crowd as well. A simmering silence filled the room. He did not move like a blind man as he stepped into the space his threat had cleared. He was a performer stepping onto his stage. It was in the sudden grace of his movements and his storyteller's voice and the sweep of his gloved hand. He was the fool to me, and the layer of amber but a part of his performance. "Recall a summer day, dear Queen Malta. You were but a girl, and all was in turmoil in your life. All your family's hopes for financial survival depended on the successful launch of the Paragon, a live ship so insane that thrice he had capsized and killed all his crew. But The mad ship was your only hope, and into his salvage and refitting the Vestric family had poured the last of their resources. He had them and me. I was as caught up in this tale as any of them. Your family hoped that the Paragon would be able to find and restore to you your father and your brother, both missing for so long, that somehow you could reclaim the Vivacia, your family's own live ship, for it was rumoured that she had been taken by pirates, and not any pirates, but the fabled Captain Kennet himself. You stood on the deck of the mad ship, putting on such a brave face in your made-over gown with last year's parasol. When all the others went below to tour the ship, you stayed on the deck, and I stayed near you to watch over you, as your Aunt Althea had requested. I remember that day, Malta said slowly. It was the first time we had really spoken to one another. I remember we talked of the future, of what it might hold for me. You told me that a small life would never satisfy me. You told me that I must earn my future. How did you put it? Lady Amber smiled, pleased that this queen remembered words spoken to her when she was a child. What I told you is as true today as it was then. Tomorrow owes you the sum of your yesterdays. No more than that, and no less. Malta's smile was like sunlight, and you warned me that sometimes people wished that tomorrow did not pay them off so completely. I did. The Queen stepped forward, unwittingly becoming part of the performance as she took her place on Amber's stage. Her brow furrowed, and she spoke like a woman in a dream. And then Paragon whispered to me, and I felt... Oh, I did not know it then. I felt the dragon Tintaglia seize my thoughts. I felt she would smother me as she forced me to share her confinement in her tomb. And I fainted. It was terrible. I felt I was trapped with the dragon and could never find my way back to my own body. I caught you, Amber said, and I touched you on the back of your neck with my skilled fingers. Silvered, you would say. And by that magic, I called you back to your own body. But it left a mark on you, and a tiny tendril of a link that we share to this very day. What? Malta was incredulous.
It's true!
The words burst from King Rain, along with a laugh born of both relief and joy.
On the back of your neck, my dear. I saw them there in the days when your hair was as black as a crow's wing, before Tintaglia turned it to gold. 3 greyish ovals, like silver fingerprints gone dusty with age.
Malta's mouth hung open in surprise. At his words, her hand had darted to the back of her neck, beneath the fall of glorious golden hair that was not blonde. There was always a tender place there, like a bruise that never healed. Abruptly, she lifted her cascading locks and held them on the top of her head. Come and look, any that wish, come and see if what my husband and Lady Amber says is true. I was one of those who did. I staggered forward, still leaning on Lant, to see the same marks I had once borne on my wrist. 3 greyish ovals, the mark of the fool's silvered hand. They were there. The woman called Thymara stared in consternation when it was her turn to see the nape of the Queen's neck. It's a wonder it did not kill you, she said in a hushed voice. I thought that would be an end of the matter, but when General Rapskull had taken 3 times as long to stare at the marks as any had, he turned away from the Queen and said, What does it matter if she had the silver then? What does it matter if she stole it a few nights ago or several decades ago?
Silver from the well belongs to the dragons. She must still be punished. I stiffened my back and tightened my belly. My voice must not shake. A deeper breath to make my words carry. I hoped I would not vomit. It didn't come from a well. It came from King Verity's own hands, that he covered in skill to work his great and final magic. He got it from where a river of skill ran within a river of water. Name it not dragon silver. It is skill from the skill river. And where might that be? Rapscal demanded, in a voice so hungry it alarmed me. I don't know, I replied honestly. I saw it but once in a skill dream. My king never allowed me to go there with him, lest I give way to the temptation to plunge myself into it. Temptation? Thymara was shocked. I, who am privileged to use silver to do works for the city, feel no temptation to plunge myself into it. Indeed, I fear it. That is because you were not born with it coursing in your blood, the fool said, as some Farseers are. As Prince FitzChivalry was, born with the skill as a magic within him, one that he can use to shape children as some might shape stone. That struck them dumb. Is it possible? This from the winged elderling, a genuine question. Amber lifted her voice again. The magic I bear on my hands is the same that was accidentally gifted to me by King Verity. It is rightfully mine, not stolen any more than the magic that courses through the prince's veins, the magic you joyfully allowed him to share with your children. Not stolen any more than the magic within you that changes you and marks your children. What do you call it? Marked by the rain wilds? Changed by the dragons? If this silver on my fingers is stolen, why then, any here who have been healed have shared in the prince's thievery. That does not excuse, Rapscal began. Enough of this, King Rain commanded. I saw Rapscal's eyes flash anger, but he did not speak as Rain added, We have abused and exhausted our guests. What the prince freely shared, we have demanded in too great a quantity from him. See how pale he is, and how he shakes? Please, my guests, return to your chambers. Let us bring you both refreshments and our sincere apologies. But, in the greatest quantity of all, let us offer you our thanks. He advanced, and with a gesture moved Perseverance aside. Behind him came Queen Malta, offering her arm fearlessly to Amber. Rain gripped my upper arm with surprising strength. I found myself a bit humiliated, but thankful for the help. I managed to look back once to see Queen Malta and Spark escorting Amber, while Pear came last of all, slowly, and with a backward glance, as if wary that danger followed us, but the doors closed behind us without incident. We walked through a corridor lined with curious folk who had been excluded from that audience. Then, behind us, I heard the doors open and a gust of conversation belled out to become a roar. The hall seemed interminable. The stairs, when we came to them, wavered in my vision. I could not imagine that I could climb them, but I knew I must. And I did, step by slow step, until we stood outside the doors of my guest chamber. Thank you, I managed to say. You thank me? Rain gave a snort of laughter. I would better deserve a curse from you after what we have put you through. Not you. I will leave you in peace. He excused himself and remained outside with his queen as my small party entered my room. When I heard Perseverance close the door behind me, relief swept through me, and my knees tried to fold.
Lant put his arm around me to help me to the table. I took his hand to steady myself. A mistake. He cried out suddenly and went to his knees. In the same moment, I felt the skill course through me as swift as a snake striking. Lant clutched at the scar from the sword wound the Chalcidian raiders had given him. It had been closed, apparently healed, but in that brief touch I had known there was more for his body to do, and known, too, of one rib healed crookedly, and a fracture in his jaw that was mildly infected and giving him pain still. All repaired and set right, if one can call such a harsh correction a repair. I collapsed merrily on top of him. Lant groaned under me. I tried to roll off him, but could not summon the strength. I heard Perseverance's gasp, "Oh, sir, let me help you." "Don't touch," I began, but he had already stooped and taken my hand. His outcry was sharper, a young man's voice taken back to a boy's shrill one. He fell onto his side and sobbed twice before he could master the pain. I managed to roll away from both of them. Lant didn't move. "What has happened?" Amber's question was close to a scream. "Are we attacked? Fitz, where are you?" "I'm here. There's no danger to you. The skill, I touched Lant and Per." Those were all the words I could manage. "What?" "He did. The skill did something to my wound. It's bleeding again. My shoulder," Perseverance said in a tight voice. I knew it would. It had to, but only briefly. It was hard to find the strength to speak. I lay on my back staring up at the high ceiling. It mimicked a sky. Artfully crafted fluffy clouds moved across a pale blue expanse. I lifted my head and summoned my voice. "It's not blood, Per. It's just wet." There was still a piece of fabric caught deep in the wound and slowly festering there. It had to come out, and the fluids of infection with it. So it did, and your wound closed behind it. It's healed now. Then I lay back on the floor and watched the elegant room swing around me. If I closed my eyes, it went faster. If I opened them, the forested walls wavered. I heard Lant roll over on his belly and then stagger upright. He crouched over Per and said gently, "Let's look at it." "Look at your injuries as well," I said dully. I shifted my eyes, saw Spark standing over me, and cried out, "No, don't touch me. I can't control it." "Let me help him," Lady Amber said quietly. 2 hesitant steps brought her to where I lay on the floor. I pulled my arms in tight, hiding my bare hands under my vest. "No! You, of all people, must not touch me." She had crouched gracefully beside me, but as he hunkered back on his heels, he was my fool and not Amber at all. There was immense sorrow in his voice as he said, "Did you think I would take from you the healing that you did not wish to give me, Fitz?" The room was spinning, and I was too exhausted to hold anything back from him. "If you touch me, I fear the skill will rip through me like a sword through flesh. If it can, it will give you back your sight, regardless of the cost to me. And I believe the cost of restoring your sight will be that I will lose mine." The change in his face was startling. Pale as he was, he went whiter until he might have been carved from ice. Emotion tautened the skin of his face, revealing the bones that framed his visage. Scars that had faded stood out like cracks in fine pottery. I tried to focus my gaze on him, but he seemed to move with the room. I felt so nauseous and so weak, and I hated the secret I had to share with him, but there was no hiding it any longer.
Fool, we are too close. For every hurt I removed from your flesh, my body assumed the wound. Not as virulently as the injuries you carried, but when I healed my knife stabs in your belly, I felt them in mine the next day. When I closed the sores in your back, they opened in mine.
I saw those wounds, Perseverance gasped. I thought you'd been attacked, stabbed in the back. I did not pause for his words.
When I healed the bones around your eye sockets, mine swelled and blackened the next day. If you touch me, fool—
I won't, he exclaimed. He shot to his feet and staggered blindly away from me.
Get out of here, all three of you. Leave now.
Fitz and I must speak privately.
No, Spark, I will be fine. I can tend myself. Please, go now.
They retreated, but not swiftly. They went in a bunch with many backward glances. Spark had taken Pear's hand, and when they looked back it was with the faces of woeful children. Lant went last, and his expression was set in a Farseer stare so like his father's that no one could have mistaken his bloodlines.
My chamber,
he said to them as he shut the door behind them, and I knew he would try to keep them safe. I hoped there was no real danger, but I also feared that General Rapskull was not finished with us.
Explain,
the fool said flatly. I gathered myself up from the floor. It was far harder than it should have been. I rolled to my belly, drew my knees up under me until I was on all fours, and then staggered upright. I caught myself on the table's edge and moved around it until I could reach a chair. My inadvertent healing of first Lant and then Per had extracted the last of my strength. Seated, I dragged in a breath. It was so difficult to keep my head upright.
I can't explain what I don't understand. It's never happened with any other skill healing I've witnessed, only between you and me. Whatever injury I take from you appears on me.
He stood, his arms crossed on his chest. He wore his own face, and Amber's painted lips and rouged cheeks looked peculiar now. His eyes seemed to bore into me. No. Explain why you hid this from me. Why you couldn't trust me with the simple truth. What did you imagine? That I would demand you blind yourself that I might see?
No.
I braced my elbows on the table and rested my head in my hands. I could not recall when I had felt more drained. A steady pulse of pounding pain in my temples kept pace with my heartbeat. I felt a desperate need to recover my strength, but even sitting still was demanding more than I had to give. I wanted to topple over onto the floor and surrender to sleep. I tried to order my thoughts. You were so desperate to regain your sight. I didn't want to take that hope from you. My plan was that once you were strong enough, the coterie could try to heal you if you would let them. My fear was that if I told you I couldn't heal you without losing my sight, you'd lose all hope. The last piece of the truth was angular and sharp-edged in my mouth, and I feared you would think me selfish that I did not heal you. I let my head lower onto my folded arms. The fool said something. I didn't hear that. You weren't meant to, he replied in a low voice. Then he admitted, I called you a clodpole. Oh, I could barely keep my eyes open. He asked a cautious question. After you'd taken on my hurts, did they heal?
Yes, mostly, but very slowly.
My back still bore the pinkish dimples in echo of the ulcers that had been on his back, or so it seemed to me. You know how my body has been since that runaway healing the coterie did on me years ago. I scarcely age, and injuries heal overnight, leaving me exhausted. But they healed, fool. Once I knew what was happening, I was more careful. When I worked on the bones around your eyes, I kept strict control. I halted. It was a terrifying offer to make. But in our sort of friendship, it had to be made. I could try to heal your eyes, give you sight, lose mine, and see if my body could restore mine. It would take time, and I am not sure this is the best place for us to make such an attempt. Perhaps in Bingtown, after we have sent the others home, we could take rooms somewhere and make the attempt. No, don't be stupid. His tone forbade any response. In his long silence, sleep crept up on me, seeping into every part of my body. It was that engulfing demand the body makes, one that knows no refusal. Fitz. Fitz? Look at me. What do you see? I prized my eyelids open and looked at him. I thought I knew what he needed to hear. I see my friend. My oldest, dearest friend, no matter what guise you wear. And you see me clearly? Something in his voice made me lift my head. I blinked blearily and stared at him. After a time, he swam into focus. Yes. He let out his pent breath. Good. Because when I touched you, I felt something happen. Something more than I expected. I reached for you, to call you back, for I feared you were vanishing into the skill current. But when I touched you, it wasn't as if I touched someone else. It was like folding my hands together, as if your blood suddenly ran through my veins. Fitz, I can see the shape of you, there in your chair. I fear I may have taken something from you. Oh, good. I'm glad. I closed my eyes, too weary for surprise, too exhausted for fear. I thought of that other day long ago when I had drawn him back from death and pushed him into his own body again. In that moment, as I had left the body I had repaired for him, as we had passed one another before resuming our own flesh again, I had felt the same. A sense of oneness, of completion. I recalled it, but was too weary to put it into words. I put my head down on the table and slept. I floated. I had been part of something immense, but now I was torn loose, broken away from the great purpose that had used me as a conduit. Useless again. Voices blowing in the distance. I used to have nightmares about him. Once I wet my bed. A boy gave a half laugh. Him? Why? Because of the first time I met him. I was just a child, really. A child given what seemed like a harmless task. To leave a gift for a baby. He cleared his throat. He caught me in B's room, cornered me like a rat. He must have known I was coming, though I can't guess how. He was suddenly there with a knife at my throat. Breathless silence. Then what? He forced me to strip down to my skin. I know now that he was intent on completely disarming me. He took everything I'd carried. Little knives, poisons, wax to copy keys. All the things I'd been so proud to have. All the little tools for what my father wanted me to become. He took them, and I stood naked and shivering while he stared at me, deciding what to do with me. You thought he'd kill you? Tom Badgerlock? I knew who he was. Rosemary had told me. And she had told me that he was far more dangerous than I could imagine in more ways. Witted. And that there had always been rumours that he had appetites. I don't understand. A pause. That he might desire boys as much as he liked women. A dead silence. Then a lad laughed. Him? Not him. There was only one for him. Lady Molly. It was always a joke among the servants at Withywood's. He laughed again and then gasped. Knock twice, the kitchen maids would giggle, and then wait and knock again. Never go in until one of them invites you. You never know where they will be going at one another. The men of the estate were proud of him. Oh, that old stud hasn't lost his fire, they'd say. In his study, in the gardens, out in the orchards. The orchard. A summer day. Her sons gone off to seek their fortunes. We had walked among the trees, looking at the swelling apples, speaking of the harvest to come. Molly, her hands sweet with the wild blossoms she had gathered. I had paused to tuck a sprig of baby's breath into her hair. She had turned her face up to me, smiling. The long kiss had turned into something more. When Lady Shum first came to Withywood's, one of the new housemaids said he'd gone off to find himself a willing woman. Cook Nutmeg told me of it. She told that housemaid, not him, it was only Lady Molly and never anyone else for him. He can't even see another woman. Then she told Revel what the housemaid had said. Revel called her into his study. He's not Lord Grabbenpinch, he's Holder Badgerlock, and we won't have gossip here. And then he told her to pack her things. So Cook Nutmeg told us. Molly had smelled like summer. Her flowers had scattered on the ground as I pulled her down to me. The deep orchard grass was a flimsy wall around us. Clothing pushed aside, a stubborn buckle on my belt, and then she was astride me, clutching my shoulders, leaning hard on her hands as she pinned me down. Leaning down, her breasts free of her blouse, putting her mouth on mine. The sun warmed her bared skin to my touch. Molly. Molly. And now? Do you still fear him? The boy asked. The man was slow to reply. He is to be feared. Make no mistake in that, pair. Fitz is a dangerous man, but I am not here because I have a rightful caution of him. I am here to do my father's bidding. He tasked me to watch over him, to keep him safe from himself, to bring him home when all is done, if I can. That won't be easy, the boy said reluctantly. I heard Foxglove talking to Riddle after that battle in the forest. She said he has a mind to hurt himself, to end himself, since his wife is dead and his child gone. It won't be easy. The man conceded with a sigh. It won't be easy. I dreamed. It was not a pleasant dream. I was not a fly, but I was caught in a web. It was a web of a peculiar sort, not of sticky threads, but of defined channels that I had to follow, as if they were deep footpaths cut through an impenetrable forest of fog-enshrouded trees. And so I moved, not willingly, but unable to do otherwise. I could not see where my trail led, but there was no other. Once I looked behind me, but the track I had followed had vanished. I could only go on. She spoke to me. You interfered with what is mine. I am surprised, human. Are you too stupid to fear provoking dragons? Dragons don't bother with introductions. The fog blew slowly away, and I was in a place where rounded grey stones, scabbed with lichen, humped out of a grassy sward. The wind was blowing as if it had never begun and would never stop. I was alone. I tried to be small and kept silent. Her thought still found me. The child was mine to shape. You had no right. Huddling small had not worked. I tried to keep my thoughts calm, but I fervently wished that Nettle were here with me in this dreamscape. She had withstood the full onslaught of the dragon Tintaglia when she was still new to the skill. I reached for my daughter, but the dragon boxed me as if I were a frog captured in a boy's calloused hands. I was in her control and alone. I hid my fear of her deep inside my chest. I did not know which dragon this was, and I knew better than to ask. A dragon guards its name lest others acquire power over it. It's only a dream scarcely applies to what a dragon can do to one's sleeping mind. I needed to wake up, but she pinned me as a hawk's talons would pin a struggling hare. I felt the cold and stony land beneath me, felt the icy wind ripping warmth from my body, and still I saw nothing of her. Perhaps logic might reach her. My intent was never to interfere, but only to make the small changes that would let the children live. The child was mine. Do you prefer a dead child to a live one? Mine is mine, not yours. The logic of a 3-year-old. The pressure on my chest increased, and a translucent shape coalesced above me. She shimmered blue and silver. I recognized which child she claimed by the marking she shared with the child's mother. The mother had been the woman who claimed to work with silver. Thymara, the winged and clawed elderling. This dragon claimed the girl child who had been fearless in choosing the changes she would have, a child that was only marginally human. She had not hesitated to choose dragon's feet over human ones so that she might leap higher and grip limbs better when she climbed. A brave and intelligent child. That she is. I sensed a grudging pride. I had not meant to share the thought, but perhaps flattering the child or the dragon might win me a reprieve. The pressure of the dragon's foot on my chest had gone past painful to the sensation of ribs flexed as far as they could bend. If she cracked my ribs into stabbing pieces that punctured my lungs, would I die or wake up? Being aware that I was dreaming did not lessen the pain or the sense of imminent disaster. Die in your dreams, wake up insane. Or so the old elderling saying went. Your connections to this world are strong, little human. There is something about you. Yet you are not dragon-touched by any dragon I know. How is that possible? I don't know. What is this thread I perceive in you, dragon and not dragon? Why have you come to Kelsingrar? What brought you to the Dragon City? Revenge! I gasped. I could feel my ribs beginning to give way. The pain was astonishing. Surely, if I were asleep, this pain would awaken me. So this was real. Somehow, this was real. And if it were real, I would have a knife at my belt. And if it were real, I wouldn't die like a pinned hare. My right arm was caught under the dragon's talon, but my left was free. I reached, groped, and found it, drew it, and stabbed with all my remaining strength, only to have it clash against the heavy scaling of the dragon's foot. My blade skated and turned aside as if I had tried to stab a stone. She did not even flinch. You seek revenge on dragons? For what? My arm fell lifelessly away. I did not even feel my fingers lose their grip on the knife. Pain and lack of air were emptying me of will. I did not utter the words, for I had no air left. I thought them at her. Not revenge on dragons, on the servants. I am going to Clarice to kill all the servants. They hurt my friend and destroyed my child. Clarice? Dread? A dragon could feel dread? Amazing. Even more surprising, it seemed to be dread of the unknown. A city of bones and white stones far south of here. On an island, a city of pale folk who believe they know all the futures and which one is best to choose. The servants. She began to fade from my dream. I remember something very bad. Suddenly, I was unimportant to her. As her attention left me, I could breathe again, and I floated in a dark grey world, either dead or alone in my sleep. No, I didn't want to sleep and be vulnerable to her. I struggled toward wakefulness, trying to recall where my body truly was. I opened my eyes to deep night and blinked sticky eyes. A mild wind was blowing across the hills. I could see the trees swaying in it. In the distance, I saw snow-topped mountains. The moon was big and round and the ivory of old bones. Game would be moving. Why had I been sleeping so soundly? My head felt as if it was stuffed full of wool. I lifted my face and snuffed the air. I felt no breeze and smelled no forest, only myself. Sweat, the smell of an occupied room. The bed was too soft. I tried to sit up. Nearby, clothing rustled, and someone set strong hands on my shoulders. Go slow. Let's start with water. The night sky was a cheat, and I'd never hunt like that again. Don't touch me skin to skin, I reminded Lant. His hands went away, and I struggled into a sitting position. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. The room spun 3 times and settled. All was dim and twilight around me. Take this, he said, and a cool container was pushed gently into my hands. I smelt it. Water. I drank until it was gone. He took it away and came back with more. I drained it again. That's enough for now, I think. What happened? He sat down beside me on the edge of the bed. I looked at him carefully and was grateful I could see him. What do you recall? He asked me after a long silence. I was healing elderling children. You touched children. One after another. Not that many. 6, I think. They all grew better, and with every healed child, the wonder of the Kelsingrar elderlings grew, and you became stranger. I have no skill, Fitz. Yet even I felt as if you were the eye of a storm of magic that flowed towards you and then blew all around us. And when there were no more children, other people began to push forward, not just the elderlings, but rain-wild folk. I'd never seen people so malformed. Some had scales, and some had dangling growths along their jaws. Some had claws or dragon nostrils, but not in a lovely way, not like the elderlings do. They were like diseased trees, and full of sudden hope. They began to push towards you, asking you to mend them. Your eyes were blank and you didn't answer. You just began to touch them, and they collapsed. Their bodies changed. But almost immediately, you went pale and began to shake. Yet still you wouldn't stop, and still they came on, pushing and begging. Lady Amber cried out to you and shook you, and still you stared, and still distorted people pushed towards you. Then Amber pulled off her glove and clutched your wrist and dragged you back from them. My recollection was like a tapestry unfurling. Lant was blessedly silent as I pieced my life back together. And since then, is all well? I recalled the pushing and the shouting crowd. Were any of you hurt? Where are the others? No one was hurt seriously. Scratches and bruises. He gave a disbelieving snort, and only Spark still bears those marks. When you touched me and Per, all our hurts were healed. I've not felt this healthy since before I was beaten that night in Buckkeep Town. I'm sorry. He stared at me. You're sorry for healing me? For doing it so abruptly, without warning. The skill, I could not control it. He stared past me. It felt peculiar, as if I'd been dunked in an ice-cold river and then fished out right away, as dry and warm as I'd been. His voice trailed away as he recalled it. Where are they now? Amber and Spark and Per. Was there danger? Had I slept while they were threatened? Probably sleeping still. I took this watch. Watch? How long have I been here? He gave a small sigh. This is the second night. Well, perhaps I should say the morning of the third day. It's nearly dawn. I think I fell asleep at the table? You did. We moved you to the bed. I feared for you, but Amber said to let you sleep and not to call in a healer. I think she worried what might happen if a healer touched your skin. She bade us all be very careful not to touch you. I answered his unspoken question. I think I have control of my skill again. I was still for a moment, investigating the flow of the magic. It was strong here in the old city, but I once more felt it as something outside myself rather than a current flowing through me. I considered my walls and found them stronger than I had expected. I gave you powdered elf bark, Lant reminded me. That, I recall. I turned to stare at him. I'm surprised you carry such a thing. He looked away from me. You recall my father's early hopes for me, the training I had. I brought many small things on this journey. For a time we were both silent. Then I asked him, What of General Rapskull? What is the current feeling toward us here in Kelsingra? Lant licked his lips. Great respect founded on fear, I think. Amber has counselled us to caution. We've been eating in our rooms and mingling little. None of us have seen General Rapskull. But there has been one note from him and 3 visits from one of his soldiers, an elderling named Case. He was respectful, but insistent that General Rapskull needed a private meeting with you. We've turned him away because you were still resting, but none of us feel it would be safe for you to meet with him alone. The General seems peculiar. I nodded silently, but quietly resolved that a private meeting might eventually be needed if I were to dispel whatever threat the General presented to Amber. After such a meeting, he just might fall deathly ill if he continued to pursue his vendetta. The elderlings have respected our wish for solitude, Lant continued. I suspect the King and Queen have sheltered us from curiosity and requests. Mostly we have encountered the serving folk, and they seem to feel kindly towards us. He added awkwardly, Some are touched by the rain wilds in unpleasant ways. I fear that some may seek healing from you, despite the King's order that you be left in peace. We did not want to leave you alone because we did not want the elderlings to find you unguarded. At first, then, we feared you might be dying. As if startled by his own words, He suddenly sat up straight and said, "I should let the others know you are awake. Do you want food?" "No. Yes." I didn't want it, but I knew I needed it. I had not been dying, but I had not been living either. My body felt like soiled clothing, stiff with dirt and smelly with sweat. I rubbed my face. Definitely a beard now. My eyes were gummy, my tongue and teeth coated. "I'll see to it then." He left. The room was lightening around me, mimicking dawn. The nightscape on the wall was fading. I dragged off the elderling robe I wore as I went to the pool. As soon as I knelt by the water spout, it began to release steaming water. I was soaking in hot water when Amber entered. Perseverance was with her, but she walked beside him, not relying on him to guide her as they came directly to the pool's edge. I answered the basic questions before they could be asked. "I am awake. Nothing hurts. I'm starting to get hungry. I have my skill under control, I think. Please avoid touching me until I'm sure." "How are you, truly?" Amber asked me. I liked that her eyes settled on me, even as I wondered if my vision were diminished at all. If the fool had gained a small amount of vision, had I lost some of mine? I had not noticed a difference, yet. "I'm awake. Still tired, but not sleepy." "You slept a long time. We feared for you." Amber sounded hurt, as if my being unconscious had bruised her feelings. The hot water had loosened my muscles. My body was starting to feel more familiar, as if I might belong in it. I ducked my head one more time and scrubbed my eyes clear. I waded out of the water. Still some aches. 60 was not 30, regardless of how I might appear. Perseverance left Amber's side to bring me a drying cloth and then a robe. I spoke as I wiped water from my legs. "What is the mood of the city? Did I harm anyone?" Amber spoke. "Apparently not. At least not in a permanent way. The children you touched all seem to be faring better now than before you touched them. The rain wilders you touched have sent you notes of thanks, and of course pleased that you help others. At least 3 have left notes under the door begging you to help them with their changes. Exposure to dragons, or even areas where dragons were long present, seem to trigger their afflictions, and those deliberately changed by dragons fare much better than those who simply are born with changes or acquire them as they grow. Those changes are often deadly to children, and life-shortening for all." 5 notes now," Perseverance said quietly. 2 more were outside the door when we came." I shook my head. I dare not try to help anyone. Even with the elf bark Lant gave me, I can feel the skill current sweeping past me like a riptide. I won't venture into that again. I poked my head out of the neck hole of the green elderling robe. The skin on my arms was still damp, but I wrestled my hands through the sleeves, shrugged my shoulders, and felt the garment settle itself around me. Elderling magic? Was there silver in the fabric of this robe, reminding it that it was a garment? The elderlings had mixed skill into their roads, so that they always recalled they were roads. Moss and grass never consumed them. Was there a difference between the skill and the magic the elderlings had used to create this marvellous city? How did the magics intersect? There was too much I didn't know, and I was glad that Lant had dosed me and rescued me from any further experiments. I want to leave here as soon as we can. I hadn't thought about saying the words. They just came out of my mouth. I walked as I spoke, and Per and Amber followed me through the bedroom and into the entry chamber. Lant was there. "I agree," he said instantly. "Unskilled as I am, still the whispering of the city reaches me stronger with every passing day. I need to be away from here. We should be gone before the goodwill of the elderlings fades. General Rapscal may be able to sway people against us, or folk may begin to resent that you refuse to heal them." "Indeed. I think that very wise, yet we cannot be too hasty. Even if there were a ship heading downriver, we would still have to be sure we bid farewell to Kelsingrar in a way that ruffles no feathers." Amber's voice was pensive. "We have a long journey through their territories, and the dragon traders have deep ties with the Rainwild traders. They, in turn, have deep family ties with the Bingtown and the Bingtown traders. We must travel by river from here to Trehorg in the Rainwilds. From there, our safest transport would be on one of the live ships that move on the river. We must journey at least as far as Bingtown, and there find a vessel that will take us through the Pirate Isles and to Jamalia. So the goodwill of the Dragon Keepers may bear us far, at least as far as Bingtown and perhaps beyond." He paused, then added, "For we must journey beyond Jamalia and beyond the Spice Isles." And then, "Off the edge of any proven chart I've ever seen," I said. "Strange waters to you will be home ports to others. We will find our way there. I found my way to Buck many years ago. I can find my way back to my homeland again." His words were little comfort to me. I was already tired just from standing. What had I done to myself? I sat down in one of the chairs, and it welcomed me. I had expected to travel alone and light, working my passage for some of it. I've made no plans for this type of journey, no provisions for taking anyone with me. Soft chimes sounded and the door opened. A manservant wheeled a small table into the room. Covered dishes, a stack of plates, clearly a meal for all of us. Spark slipped in through the open door. She was dressed and groomed, but her eyes told me she had only recently left sleep behind. Lant thanked the serving man. Our silence held until the door had closed behind him. Spark began to uncover the dishes on the tray, while Perseverance put out the plates. "There's a scroll tube here. A heavy one with a funny crest on it. A chicken wearing a crown." "The crowned rooster is the Cuprous family crest," Amber told us. A shiver went up my back. "That's different to a rooster crown?" "It is, though I have wondered if they have some ancient relationship." "What's a rooster crown?" Spark asked. "Open the letter and read it, please." Amber fended off her question. Perseverance passed it to Spark, who handed it to Lant. "It's addressed to the 6 duchies' emissaries, so I suppose that means all of us." Lant broke the wax seal and tugged out a page of excellent paper. His eyes skimmed down it. Rumours of your waking have dashed from the kitchen to the throne room. "We are invited to dine tonight with the Kelsingrar Dragon Keepers, if Prince FitzChivalry's health permits." He lifted his eyes to mine. "The Keepers, I have learned, are the original Rainwilders, who set out with the dragons to find Kelsingrar, or at least a habitable area for dragons. There were not many of them, less than 20, I believe. Others have come to live here, of course. Rainwilders seeking a better life, former slaves, and other folk. Some of the keepers have taken wives from among the new folk. Their ambassadors to King Dutiful presented themselves as coming from a populous and prosperous city, but what I've seen here and heard from the serving folk tells me a different story." He mused. They have had only moderate luck at building their population to a level that can sustain the city, even on a village level. The Rainwild folk find that they change faster when they live here, and seldom in good ways. As you have seen, the children born in Kelsingra are not many, and the changes that mark them are not always good ones.
An excellent report,
Spark said, in a fair imitation of Chade's voice. Perseverance snorted into his hands. Truly, Amber agreed, and the colour rose in Lant's cheeks. He trained you well, I said. Why do you think they convene and invite us to dine with them? To thank you. Perseverance seemed incredulous. I would not have thought of that. It will be the preliminary to bargaining with us. It's the trade away. Amber sighed. We know what we need from them. Fresh supplies and passage as far south as we can get. The question is what they will ask of us in return.
Chapter 3. In the Mountains. This was a very short dream. A chalk-faced man, dressed in robes of green trimmed with gold, walked on a beach. A grotesque creature hunched on a grassy outcrop above the beach and watched him, but the man paid it no mind. He was carrying fine chains, as if to be worn as jewellery, but much stronger. He carried them in loops on his arm. He came to a place where the sand was shaking and bulging. He watched it, smiling. Snakes began to come out of the earth. They were large snakes, as long as my arm. They were wet, and their skins were bright shades of blue and red and green and yellow. The man put a looped chain around the head of a blue one, and the chain became a noose. He lifted the snake clear of the ground. It thrashed, but it could not get away, even though it opened wide its mouth and showed white teeth, very pointed. The pale man caught another snake in his snare, a yellow one. Next, he tried to catch a red one, but it shook free of him and slithered away very fast toward the sea. "I will have you!" the man shouted, and he chased the snake and stepped on the end of its tail, trapping it near the wave's edge. He held the leashes of his 2 captive snakes in one hand, and in the other he shook out a fresh snare for the red snake. He thought she would turn and dart her head at him, and he would loop the chain around her neck. But it was a dragon who turned on him, for he was treading on a dragon's tail. "No," she said to him very loudly. "But I will have you." The picture I have painted for this dream is not very good, for my father's red ink does not gleam and glisten as the snake did. B. Farseer's Dream Journal. I slept cold and awoke to the toe of Dwalia's shoe nudging my sore belly. "What have you been doing?" she demanded of me, and then snarled over her shoulder. "Ilaria, you were supposed to be watching her. Look at this. She's been chewing at her bonds." Ilaria came at a stumbling trot, her fur coat slung around her shoulders, her pale hair a tangle around her bleary-eyed face. "I was up almost all night. I asked Repin to watch her." Dwalia spun away from me. I tried to sit up. My bound hands were cold and nearly numb. My whole body was stiff with various bruises and cuts. I fell over and tried to roll away from her, but I didn't get far. I heard a slap and then a wordless yelp. "No excuses," Dwalia snarled. I heard her stalk away. I tried to stagger to my feet, but Ilaria was swifter. She put a knee in my back to keep me down. I twisted toward her to bite. She put one hand on the back of my head and pushed my face down on the paving stone. "Give me a reason to slam your teeth into that," she invited me. I didn't. "Don't hurt my brother," Vindelia wailed. "Don't hurt my brother," Dwalia mocked him in a shrill whine. "Be silent." The last word she spoke with a grunt, and I heard Vindelia yelp. Ilaria pulled at my tunic hem, then sawed strips from it with her belt knife. She cursed in a guttural voice as she worked. I could feel her fury. Now was not a good time to challenge her. She rolled me over roughly, and I saw the print of Dwalia's hand on her face, livid red against her pale skin. "Bitch!" she snapped, and I did not know if she meant me or Dwalia. She seized my stiff hands and jerked them roughly toward her. She brutally sawed at the sodden rags with her dull knife. I pulled my wrists as far apart as I could, hoping she would not cut me. "This time I tie them behind your back," she promised through gritted teeth. I heard footsteps crunching through leaves and twigs, and Repin came to join Ilaria. "I'm sorry," she said quietly. "My hand hurts so much." "It's fine," Ilaria said in a tone that said it was not. "She's so unfair," Repin said. "So cruel to us. We are supposed to be her advisors, and she treats us like servants, and tells us nothing. Not a word of what she plans now that she has dragged us to this horrid place. This is not what Symph intended for us." Ilaria relented in her sulk. "There's a road over there. I think we should follow it. It makes no sense to stay here." "Perhaps it goes to a village," Repin offered hopefully. She added in a softer voice, "I need a healer. My whole arm throbs." "All of you, go fetch wood!" Dwalia shouted from her seat by the dwindling fire. Vindelia looked up with a woeful face. I saw Repin and Ilaria exchange rebellious glances. "I said, all of you!" Dwalia shrieked. Vindelia came to his feet and stood uncertainly. Dwalia stood up, a much-folded paper in her hand. She looked at it angrily, gripped it so tightly that I knew it was the source of her ire. "That liar," she growled. "I should have known. I should not have trusted a word that we wrung from Prilkop." Abruptly, she slapped Vindelia with her paper. "Go! Get wood! We will be here another night at least. Ilaria, Repin, take B with you. Watch her. We need firewood, lots of it. You, Chalcedean, go hunt for some food for us." Curf did not even turn his head. He was perched on a low stone wall and looking across the square at nothing. Nothing until I eased my walls down and saw tumblers, clad all in black and white, performing for a crowd of tall folk with oddly coloured hair. Sounds of a busy market day filled my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut, firmed my walls, and opened my eyes to the long deserted plaza. For that was what it was. Once, this open space in the forest had been a lively market square, a crossroads where traders met to exchange wares and elderlings gathered for amusement and shopping. "Come on!" Ilaria snapped at me. I got slowly to my feet. If I walked hunched over, my belly did not hurt so badly. Eyes on the ground, I followed them as they crossed the ancient paving stones. I saw a bear scat among the sparse forest debris, and then a glove. I slowed my pace. Another lady's glove. this one of soft yellow kid. Then some sodden canvas. Something red and knitted peeped out from beneath it. Slowly and carefully I stooped and tugged out a red woolen shawl. It was as damp and smelly as the hat I'd found, but just as welcome.
"What do you have there?"
Dwalia demanded, and I flinched. I hadn't heard her come up behind me. "Just a rag," I said, my words blurred by my swollen mouth. "There's a lot of rubbish over here," Repin observed. "Which shows that people use this road," Ilaria added. She looked toward Dwalia as she said, "If we followed it, we might soon come to a village, and a healer for Repin." "There's bear scat too," I contributed. "And it's fresher than the rubbish." That last part was true. The excrement was on top of some of the canvas and unmelted by rain. "Ew!" Ilaria had been tugging at a corner of some canvas. She dropped it and sprang back.
"What's that?"
Dwalia exclaimed and pushed her aside. She squatted down and peeled the canvas back from the wet stones to expose something white and cylindrical. A bone?
"Umph!"
she exclaimed in satisfaction. We all watched as she unscrewed a small plug from the end and coaxed out a coiled piece of parchment. "What is it?" Ilaria asked.
"Go get wood,"
Dwalia snapped, and took her treasure back to the fireside. "Move, Bee!" Ilaria commanded me. I hastily wrapped my shawl around my shoulders and followed them. For the rest of the morning, they broke sticks from storm-fallen branches and piled them in my arms for me to carry back to the campsite. Dwalia remained crouched by the fire, brow furrowed over the little scroll she'd found. "I am going to die here," Repin announced. She was huddled under her coat and mine, her bitten arm cradled in her lap.
"Don't be so dramatic,"
Dwalia snapped at her and went back to studying her papers, squinting as the light faded from the day. It had been 2 days since I'd bitten Repin, and here we still were. Dwalia had forbidden Ilaria from exploring any farther down the old roads, and had slapped Repin for asking what we would do next. Since she had found the bone cylinder and discovered the parchment inside it, all she had done was sit by the fire and compare it to her crumpled paper. She scowled and squinted as her gaze moved from one to the other. I stared at Repin across the fire. The sun was going down and the cold was creeping back. The small amount of warmth the stones of the old plaza had captured would soon flee. Repin probably felt colder because of her fever. I kept my mouth flat. She was right. She would die. Not quickly, but she would die. Wolffather had told me, and when I let him guide my senses, I could smell the infection in her sweat.
"Next time, for a faster kill, you must find and bite a place where the blood leaps forth in gushes. But for a first kill, you did well. Even if this is meat you cannot eat."
"I didn't know my bite could kill her."
"No regrets," Wolffather chided me. "There is no going back to do a thing or not to do a thing. There is only today. Today you must resolve to live. Each time you are given a choice, you must do the thing that will keep you alive and unhurt. Regrets are useless. If you had not made her fear you, she would have done you many more hurts, and the others would have joined in. They are a pack, and they will follow their leader. You made the bitch fear you, and the others know that. What she fears, they will fear."
So I kept my face set and showed no remorse, though I did suspect that the prescription against eating humans had not been made by someone as hungry as I was. In the 2 days that had passed since we'd arrived, I'd eaten twice. If a thin soup of some bird Ilaria had killed with a thrown stone and 2 handfuls of meal cooked in a full pot of water could be counted as food. The others had eaten better than I had. I had wanted to be too proud to eat the little they offered me, but Wolffather said that was a poor choice. "Eat to live," he had told me. "Be proud of staying alive." And so I tried. I ate what I was given, spoke little, and listened much. By day, they untied my hands and hobbled my ankles, so I could help with the endless task of scavenging for firewood. My new bonds had been made from strips torn from my tunic. I dared not chew them again, lest they tear away even more of my clothing. They watched me closely. If I strayed at all from Ilaria's side, Dwalia would hit me with a stick. Every night she bound my wrists to my tied ankles and tethered them to her wrist. If I shifted in my sleep, she kicked me. Hard. And with every kick, Father Wolf would snarl, "Kill her. As soon as possible." "You and I are the only ones left," Repin whispered that night to Ilaria after Dwalia slept.
"I am here," Vindalia reminded them.
"Of the true lyrics,"
Repin clarified disdainfully.
"You are no scholar of the dream scrolls. Stop spying on us." She lowered her voice as if to exclude Vindalia. "Remember when Simph herself said we were chosen as the best to help Dwalia discern the path? But from the beginning, she ignored our advice. We both know that girl has no value." She sighed. "I fear we have strayed very far from the way." Ilaria sounded uncertain as she said, "But Bee did have the fever, and the skin change. That must mean something." "Only that she has some white heritage, not that she can dream. Certainly not that she is this unexpected son that Dwalia claimed we would find." Repin dropped her voice to a whisper. "You know she is not. Even Dwalia no longer credits that. Ilaria, we must protect one another. No one else will." When Simph and Dwalia proposed this mission, Capra and Coltree both insisted that we had already endured the unexpected sun, that he was the one who freed Icefire and put an end to Illistor. So Beloved told us when he came back to Clares. He said that one of his catalysts, the noble assassin, was the unexpected sun. Among his people, they called Illistor the Pale Woman, and she was defeated by the unexpected sun. All know that. 3 of the 4 say that the dreams related to him are fulfilled, and those prophecies should be discarded now. Only Simph thought otherwise. And Dwalia. I held my breath. They were speaking of my father. I knew from poring through his papers that the fool had said he was the unexpected son. But I had never grasped that in some far-off land he had been the fulfillment of a prophecy. Furtively, I edged closer. Repin dropped her voice. Simph believed her only because Dwalia showered her with obscure references that said the unexpected son's victory would be absolute. And it was not, because Beloved came back to us and was recaptured. And remember that Dwalia served Illistor for years and was infatuated with her. Dwalia always bragged that when Illistor returned, she would raise her to power. She barely breathed the next words. I think Dwalia only wants vengeance. You recall how she was about Beloved? She holds him responsible for Ilistor's death. And you know whose home we stole Bee from. FitzChivalry's.
Ilaria sat up in her blankets.
No! Yes! FitzChivalry Farseer!
Repin reached up to tug her back down.
Think back! Recall the name Beloved shouted when his foot was being crushed. The name of his true catalyst. He'd held that back, saying he'd had many. An assassin, a 9-fingered slave boy, a ship's captain, a spoiled girl, a noble bastard. Not true. His one real catalyst was FitzChivalry Farseer. And when I followed Dwalia into that house in a room full of scrolls, she stopped still and stared and smiled. And there on a mantelpiece I saw a carving. One of the faces on it was Beloved's, as he looked before he was interrogated.
She nestled deeper into their bedding.
She wanted to take it. But just then, Elig's men came in and began to push over shelves and throw things around. They took a sword from there, so we left. But that's who Bee is, the daughter of a catalyst. They said the house belonged to Badgerlock, Tom Badgerlock. Bee said that was her father's name. So, you are surprised that the biting little bitch lies? But she is a white, too?
Ilaria's whisper was soft. I strained to hear Repin's reply.
Yes. And think now how a thing such as that could come to be.
Her words were triumphantly scandalized, as if my very existence were shameful.
Vindelia is listening,
Ilaria cautioned her. She shifted, pulling the coat more closely around them.
I don't care about such things. I just want to go home, back to Clara's. I want to sleep in a bed and have breakfast waiting for me when I awaken. I wish I'd never been chosen for this. My hand hurts so badly. I'd like to kill that brat. Don't talk like that, Vindelia warned them. You shouldn't talk at all. It's your fault, all of this.
Repin hissed at him.
Sneaking spy.
Ilaria rebuked him, and they all fell silent. It was not the only time they whispered at night, though most of what they said made little sense to me. Repin complained of her bite, and they discussed the politics of Clarez with names I did not know and fine points I could not understand. They promised to report all they had suffered when they returned home, and agreed that Dwalia would be punished. Twice they spoke of dreams about a destroyer, who Ilaria claimed would bring screaming and foul fumes and death. In one, an acorn brought into a house suddenly grew into a tree of flames and swords. I recalled my own dream of the puppet with the acorn head, and wondered if there was any connection. But I had also dreamed of a nut bobbing in a stream. I decided that my dreams were very confusing, almost as bad as Repin's, for she had dreamed just darkness and a voice that announced, "Comes the destroyer that you have made." I gleaned what facts I could from their whispering. Some important people had not agreed about allowing Dwalia to go forth on her mission. When she persisted, they had relented, but only because Beloved had escaped. From my father's writings, Beloved was also the Fool and Lord Golden.
The Four had warned Dwalia of what would befall her if she failed to produce results. She had promised to deliver them the unexpected son, and I was all she had. Vindalia was excluded from their discussions, but he so craved their attention that he had no pride. One night, as they whispered under their furs, he broke in excitedly to say, "I had a dream too." "You did not," Repin declared. "I did." He was as defiant as a child. "I dreamed that someone brought a small package into a room and no one wanted it. But then someone opened it, and flames and smoke and loud noises came out, and the room fell apart all around everyone." "You did not dream that," Repin exploded with disdain. "You are such a liar. You heard me talking about that dream and just repeated what you heard." "I did not hear you say such a dream." He was indignant. Alaria's voice was a low growl. "You'd better not claim that dream with Dwalia, because I already told it to her. She will know you for what a liar you are and beat you with a stick." "I did dream that," he whined. "Sometimes whites dream the same. You know that." "You are no white. You were born broken, you and your sister. You should have been drowned." I caught my breath at that and waited for Vindalia to explode with fury. Instead, he fell silent. The cold wind blew, and the only thing we truly shared was misery and dreams. Even as a small child, I'd had vivid dreams and instinctively known they were important and should be shared. At home, I'd recorded them in my journal. Since the servants had stolen me, my dreams had grown darker and more ominous. I had neither spoken of them nor written them down. The unuttered dreams were lodged inside me like a bone in my throat. With every additional dream, the driving compulsion to speak them aloud or write them down became stronger. The dream images were confusing. I held a torch and stood at a crossroads under a wasp nest. A scarred little girl held a baby, and Nettle smiled at her, although both Nettle and the girl were weeping. A man burned the porridge he was cooking, and wolves howled in anguish. An acorn was planted in gravel, and a tree of flames grew from it. The earth shook, and the black rain fell and fell and fell, making dragons choke and fall to the earth with torn wings. They were stupid dreams that made no sense, but the urgency I felt to share them was like the need to vomit. I put my finger on the cold stone and pretended to write and draw. The pressure eased. I tilted my head up and looked at distant stars. No clouds. It was going to be very cold tonight. I struggled to wrap my shawl more warmly around me, to no avail. A third day passed, and a fourth. Dwalia paced and muttered and studied her documents. My bruises began to fade, but I still ached all over. The swelling over my eye had gone down, but one of my back teeth still felt loose. The split flesh on my cheekbone was mostly closed over now. None of them cared. "Take me back through the stone," Repin demanded on the fourth evening. "Perhaps they could save me if we return to the 6 duchies. At least I could die in a bed instead of in the dirt."
"Failures die in the dirt," Dwalia said without emotion.
Repin made a stricken sound and lay down on her side. She drew her legs up, treasuring her infected arm close. My disgust with Dwalia equalled my hatred in that moment. Alaria spoke quietly into the gathering dimness. We can't stay here. Where will we go? Why can't we follow this old road? It must lead somewhere. Perhaps it goes to a town with warm shelter and food. Dwalia had been sitting by the fire, holding her hands out to the warmth. She suddenly folded her arms across her chest and glared at Ilaria. "Are you asking questions?" Ilaria looked down. "I was just wondering." She dared to lift her head. "Were not we lyrics meant to advise you? Were not we sent to help you find the true path and make correct decisions?" Her voice rose in pitch. "Coltree and Capra did not wish you to go. They only allowed this because Beloved had escaped. We were to hunt him down and kill him, and then perhaps capture the unexpected son, if Beloved had led you to him. But you let the Farseer take Beloved away, so we could ransack his home. All that killing! Now we are lost in a forest with the useless girl you stole. Does she dream? No. What good is she? I wonder why you have brought us all here to die. I wonder if the rumor was true, that Beloved did not escape, but was released by you and Symph." Dwalia shot to her feet and stood over Ilaria. "I am a Lingstra. You are a young and stupid lyric. If you want to wonder anything, wonder why the fire is dying. Go get more wood." Ilaria hesitated, as if she would argue. Then she rose stiffly and walked reluctantly into the gathering gloom under the great trees. Over the last few days, we had gathered all the close, dry wood. She would have to range deeper into the forest to find more. I wondered if she would come back. Twice Wolffather had noted a faint but foul smell on the air. "Bear," he had cautioned me. I had been frightened. "He does not want to approach so many humans near a fire. But if he changes his mind, let the others shriek and run. You cannot run fast or far, so lie very still and do not make a sound. It may be he will chase after the others." "But if he does not?" "Lie still and don't make a sound." I had not been reassured, and I hoped that Ilaria would return and bring an armful of firewood with her. "You," Dwalia said suddenly. "Go with her." "You already tied my feet for the night," I pointed out to her. "And my hands." I tried to sound sullen. If she cut me free to go for wood, I was almost certain I could slip away in the gloom. "Not you. I'm not having you run off in the dark to die in the forest. Repin, fetch wood." Repin looked incredulous. "I can barely move this arm. I can't fetch wood." Dwalia stared at her. I thought she might order her to her feet. Instead, she just pursed her mouth. "Useless," she said coldly, and then added, "Vindelier, fetch wood." Vindelier rose slowly. He kept his eyes cast down, but I could read his resentment in the set of his shoulders as he wandered off in the same direction that Ilaria had gone. Dwalia went back to doing what she did every evening, studying the little scroll and the tattered paper. Earlier, she had spent hours circling the pillars at the edge of the plaza, her eyes going from the parchment she'd found to the runes and back again. Some of those markings I had seen in my father's papers in his study. Would she attempt another passage through the skill pillars? She had also made brief forays on the road in both directions, and had returned shaking her head and irritable. I could not decide which I feared more, that she would drag us into the skill pillar or starve us here. Across the plaza, Kerf was engaged in a boot-stamping dance. If I allowed myself, I could hear the music and see the elderlings who danced all about him. Ilaria returned with some frozen branches broken green from trees. They might burn, but would give little warmth. Vindelia came behind her, carrying a broken piece of rotted log, more moss than wood. As they approached the fire, Kerf danced a foot-stamping jig around them. "Go away!" Ilaria shouted at him, but he only grinned as he spun away to rejoin the festivities of the spectral elderlings. I did not like camping in the open ground of the plaza, but Dwalia thought the forest floor was dirty. But dirt was much better than the smooth black stone of the plaza that gibbered and whispered to me constantly. Awake, I could keep my walls tight, though I was weary of the effort that took. But at night, when exhaustion finally claimed me, I was vulnerable to the voices stored in the stone. Their marketplace came alive with smoking meat over fragrant fires, and jugglers flipping sparkling gems, and one pale songster who seemed to see me. Be strong, go where you belong, she sang to me. But her words more frightened than comforted me. In her eyes I saw her belief that I would do a terrible and wonderful thing, a thing only I could do. The Chalcedean abruptly dropped into place beside me. I jumped. My walls were so tight I had not been aware of his approach. "Danger," Wolf-Father cautioned me. Kerf folded his legs and gave me a jaunty grin. "A fine night for the festival," he said to me. "Have you tried the smoked goat? Excellent!" He pointed across the plaza at the darkening forest. "From the vendor with the purple awning." Madness made him such a congenial fellow. His mention of food made my stomach clench. "Excellent," I said quietly, and looked aside, thinking that agreeing might be the swiftest way to end the conversation. He nodded gravely and walked his haunches a bit closer to the fire, holding his grimy hands toward the warmth. Even mad, he'd had more sense than Repin. A rag torn from his shirt bandaged the finger I'd bitten. He opened the sturdy leather pouch at his belt and rummaged in it. "Here," he said, and thrust a stick at me. I lifted my bound hands to fend it off, and he pushed it into my fingers. I suddenly smelled meat. Jerky. The rush of hunger and the flood of saliva in my mouth shocked me. My hands shook as I lifted it to my mouth. It was dry and so hard I could not bite off a piece. I chewed and sucked on it, and found myself breathing hard as I tried to gnaw off a piece I could swallow. "I know what you did." I clutched the stick of jerky harder, fearful he would take it from me. I said nothing. Dwalia had lifted her gaze from her papers and was scowling at us. I knew she would not try to take the jerky from me for fear of my teeth. He patted my shoulder. "You tried to save me. If I had let go when you bit me, I would have stayed there with beautiful Shan. I understand that now. You wanted me to stay behind, to protect her and win her." I kept chewing the jerky, to get as much of it as I could into my belly before anyone could take it from me. Belatedly, I nodded at him. Let him believe whatever he wished if it meant he would give me food. He sighed as he gazed at the night. "I think we are in the realm of death. It is very different to what I expected. I feel cold and pain, but I hear music and see beauty.
I do not know if I am punished or rewarded. I do not know why I'm still with these people instead of judged by my ancestors."
He gave Dwalia a gloomy look.
"These folks are darker than death. Perhaps that is why we are lodged here, halfway down death's throat."
I nodded again. I'd managed to tear a bit of the meat free and was chewing it to shreds. I had never so greatly anticipated swallowing anything. He twisted away from me and fumbled at his belt. When he turned back, a large gleaming knife was in his hand. I tried to scrabble back from him, but he caught my tied feet and pulled them to him. The knife was sharp. It slid through the twisted fabric, and suddenly my ankles were free. I kicked free of his grip. He reached toward me.
"Now your wrists,"
he said. Trust or not? That knife could take off a finger just as easily as cut my bonds. I stuffed the stick of meat into my mouth and gripped it with my teeth. I held out my wrists to him.
"This is tight. It hurts?"
"Don't answer." I met his gaze silently.
"Your wrists have swelled up around it."
He slid the blade carefully between my hands. It was cold.
"Stop that! What are you doing?"
Dwalia finally voiced her outrage. The Chalcedean barely spared her a glance. He took one of my hands to steady his task and began sawing through the rag that bound them. Dwalia surprised me. She had been in the act of adding a hefty stick of wood to the fire. Instead, she took 2 steps and clouted the Chalcedean on the back of his head. He went down, the knife still clutched in his hand. I tore my hands free of the last shred of rag and shot to my feet. I ran 2 steps on my buzzing feet before she seized me by the back of my collar, choking me. Her first 2 clouts with the stick were on my right shoulder and right ribs. I twisted in her grasp, ignoring how it tightened the chokehold she had on me, and kicked her as hard as I could, hitting her shin and then her knee. She shrieked with pain, but did not let me go. Instead, she struck the side of my head with her stick of firewood. My crushed ear rang, and I tasted blood, but the pain did not matter so much as the way my vision was shrinking. I spun away from her, but that allowed her to hit me on the other side of my head. Dimly, I knew she was shouting at the others to seize me. No one leapt to help her. Vindelia was moaning, "Don't! Don't! Don't!" His voice going higher each time he said the word. It angered me that he would moan, but do nothing. I pushed my pain at him. She hit me on the side of my head again, smashing my ear. My knees folded, and suddenly I was hanging by my collar. She was not strong enough to support my weight. She collapsed on top of me, and my shoulder exploded with pain. I felt a wave of emotion. It was like when Nettle and my father merged their minds, or when my father's mind was boiling with thoughts and he had forgotten to hold them in. "Don't hurt her! Don't hurt her!" Dwalia let go of my collar and made a strange sound as she rolled off me. I didn't try to move. I just breathed, pulling air back into my body. I'd lost the jerky. My mouth was full of blood. I turned my head and opened my lips to let it run out. "Don't die. Please don't die and leave me alone." Vindelia's thought whispered to me. Oh, that was it. When I'd pushed my pain at him, I'd opened a way for his thoughts to come in. Dangerous. With every bit of willpower I could muster, I blocked him from my mind. Tears stung my eyes, tears of fury. Dwalia's calf was within reach of my teeth. I wondered if I could bite a piece of meat off her leg.
Don't, cub. She still has the stick. Crawl away, quietly. This is one you don't attack until you are sure you can kill her.
I tried to wriggle away, but my arm wouldn't obey me. It flopped uselessly. I was broken. I blinked at the pain, and little black spots danced in front of my eyes. Dwalia got to her hands and knees, and then stood up with a grunt, and walked away without looking at me. When she reached the other side of the fire, she sat down on the pack again, and resumed looking at her much-folded paper and the little scroll she had taken from the bone. Slowly, she rotated the pieces of paper, then suddenly leaned closer to them. She set them side by side on her knees and looked from one to the other. The Chalcidian sat up slowly. He reached around to the back of his head, brought his hand before his eyes, and rubbed his wet fingertips together. He watched me sit up and shook his head at my flopping, useless arm. "It's broken," I whispered. I desperately wanted someone to care that I was hurt so badly.
"Darker than death,"
he said quietly. He reached over and put his fingers on the point of my shoulder and prodded it. I yelped and flinched away.
"Not broken," he observed. "But I don't know your word for it."
He made a fist and clasped it in his other hand. Then he pulled his fist out.
"Popped out,"
he told me. He reached toward me again, and I cowered away, but he only waved at my shoulder.
"Popped out."
My arm won't move. Panic was rising in me. I couldn't get a breath.
"Lie down, be still, be loose. Sometimes it goes back in."
He looked over at Dwalia.
"She's a wasp,"
he observed. I stared at him. He smiled sickly.
"A Chalcidian saying, if the bee stings, it dies. It pays a price to hurt you. A wasp can bite and bite and bite again. It pays nothing for the pain it brings."
He shrugged.
"So they bite. They know nothing else."
Dwalia suddenly shot to her feet. "I know where we are now." She looked back at the small scroll in her hands. "The runes match. It makes no sense, but it must be so." She stared into the distance. Then her eyes narrowed and her features changed as she realized something.
"He lied to us. He lied to me!"
Dwalia roared. I had thought she was frightening when she was angry, but outraged was far worse.
"He lied to me. A market square, Prilkop claimed, on a well-travelled road. He thought he was so clever. He tricked me into bringing us here. He tricked me!"
This last, she screamed, her face contorted into a stark mask.
"Prilkop!"
Spit flew out of her mouth.
"Always so condescending, so calmly superior, and beloved, so silent, and then babbling lies. Well, I made him scream. I tore the truth out of them both, didn't I?"
Apparently not. Ilaria breathed the words, looking at the space between her feet and the fire. I doubt anyone heard her besides me. But Repin's head twitched as if she had, and she tried to sit up straight. "You thought you did. You thought you ripped the truth out of his flesh. But he was stronger than you, wasn't he? Cleverer. Prilkrop tricked you into bringing us here, and here we are, in the middle of the wilderness, starving, dying. Her voice cracked. Dwalia stared at Repin, her eyes flat. Then she crushed the yellow map between her hands, stood up, and thrust it into the pack she'd been sitting on. The little scroll she had found, she rolled and slid back into the tube. She flourished it at Repin.
Not all of us, Repin. Not all of us will die here.
Her smile widened with pride.
I've deciphered it. Prilkop lied to me, but the true path is not to be defied.
She dug deeper into the pack and pulled out a small pouch, unwound the ties that secured it, and withdrew a delicate glove. Wolf-father growled within me. I stared, feeling ill and not knowing why. Dwalia worked the glove slowly and carefully onto her hand, settling each fingertip into place. She had used it before, when she had dragged us through the skill pillar. She stood up.
Bring the packs and the captive. Follow me.
The captive. My new title flowed over me like greasy water. Dwalia did not look back to see if they were obeying. She carried only her superiority as she strode to one of the pillars and studied the markings on it. "Where does it go?" Alaria asked timidly.
That's not for you to worry about.
The Chalcidian had followed Dwalia. He was the only one who did. I shifted away from the fire. My hands were free, my feet untied. They tingled with dwindling numbness in contrast to the roaring pain in my shoulder. Could I stand and run? I pushed with my good hand braced on the ground and moved my aching body a bit closer to the darkness. If I could slowly edge into the darkness, I might be able to crawl away. Repin had staggered to her feet and was trying one-handed to pick up my coat from the ground. "I don't know if I can carry a pack," she apologized. No one responded. Ignoring Dwalia's scowl, the Chalcidian stepped up beside her to regard the pillar. He reached out and traced the carved runes.
I know this one,
he said, and smiled oddly.
I knelt almost upon it and had nothing else to stare at. I was 6. We kept a vigil for my grandfather's body in the chamber of toppled doors in the Duke of Chalcid's stronghold. It was an honor for my grandfather's body to be exposed in such a place. The next day, they burned his body on a pyre near the harbour.
Dwalia snapped her stare back to him and smiled.
This was in Chalcid, wasn't it?
He nodded.
It was half a day's ride from my family's holding there. The Duke's stronghold is said to be built on the site of an ancient battle. There were 4 pillars such as this one, all dragged down to the earth, sunken to be flush with the floor of the chamber. It is said to be good luck if you can break a chip from one to carry as a token. I tried, but the stone was as hard as iron.
Her smile broadened.
As I thought. We are still on the true path, my lyrics. I am certain of it, when such good fortune smiles upon us.
She tapped the little scroll tube against her palm.
Fate has delivered a map into my hands. It's oddly drawn and the writing is foreign, but I have puzzled it out. I know where we are on this map, and now I know that this pillar can transport us to Chalcid. Curf will take us to his family's holding and introduce us as his friends. His family will give us supplies for our journey home."
She swung her stare to Vindelier.
"Won't he, Vindelier?"
Curf looked astounded. Vindelier, carrying one pack on his shoulders and dragging another, looked weary and uncertain. The firelight shifted on his features, making him first an adoring servant, and then a beaten dog.
"My family will do that?"
Curf asked in wonder.
"You will speak for us,"
Dwalier assured him. I scooted myself a little farther away from the fire. I could barely stand the pain of my popped shoulder when I moved. I cradled my useless arm with my good one, wondering how bad the pain would be if I staggered to my feet and tried to run. "I can't lift my coat," Repin told no one at all.
"No."
Curf shook his head.
"I cannot speak for you to my family. I cannot even speak for myself. They will want to know how I have survived and returned when so many of my comrades are missing. They will think I have fled battle and left my war brothers to die. They will despise me."
Dwalier fixed her smile in place, put her ungloved hand on his arm, and gave Vindelier a sideways glance.
"I am sure your family will welcome us when you speak for us. I am sure they will feel only pride in you."
I kept my eyes fixed on them as I edged into darkness. The pain from my shoulder made me want to vomit. I watched Vindelier's face slacken as his thoughts went elsewhere. I felt how desperately he pushed his thoughts onto Curf, as if I heard the echo of a distant scream. I watched the Chalcedean's scowl fade as he gazed at Dwalier. Repin had given up trying to pick up my coat from the ground. Empty-handed, she tottered over to where the others stood. There she made a knowing smile and nodded to herself as Vindelier worked his magic, but no one took any notice of her. I bent my knees and pushed myself deeper into darkness.
"My family will surely welcome you. All we own will be put at your disposal,"
Curf told Dwalier. His smile was warm with certainty.
"Laria, bring her."
Dwalier looked, not at me, but beyond me. I turned my head. The evil delight on Ilaria's face was chilling. All this time, as I'd kept watch on Dwalier and tried to move away from the firelight, she had been behind me. Now or never. I pushed hard with my good hand and managed to gain my feet, my useless arm clutched to my belly. I ran. I took 3 strides before Ilaria caught me. She grabbed my hair and kicked my leg, as if she had been waiting her whole life for that moment. I shrieked. She shook my head by my hair as a fox shakes a rabbit, and then flung me aside. I landed on my bad shoulder. Flashes of red and flashes of black. I could not find air to breathe. I could do nothing when she seized the back of my shirt and dragged me almost to my feet. "Walk!" she shouted at me. "Walk, or I'll kick you again!" It was hard to obey and impossible to defy her. She was bigger and stronger than me and hadn't been beaten recently. She kept her grip on my garments and held me too high. We were halfway to Dwalier, me struggling to balance on my toes when I realized that my shoulder was a dull red ache and I could move my arm again. So I had that. By the pillars, Dwalier was arranging her ducklings to her liking.
"I will go first,"
she announced, as if anyone else could have.
"I will grip Vindelier's hand. and he will hold cuffs." She smiled warmly at the nodding Chalcidian, and I understood. Those were the two most important to her own survival. She wished to be certain her magic man and the warrior with a home in Chalcid arrived with her. Then the brat. "Cuff, hold tight to her. Not her hand. Remember that she bites. Grab the back of her neck. That's right. Ilaria, you are last. Take her by her upper arm and hold tight." This Ilaria was pleased to do, and I could only be weakly glad that it was not my bad shoulder. Curf gripped the back of my neck, and any kindliness he previously had shown toward me was gone. He was Vindelia's puppet again.
"Wait! Am I last?" Repin demanded.
Dwalia looked at her coldly. "You are not last. You are unnecessary. You would not fetch the firewood. You chose to be useless. Ilaria, go fetch that coat. It may be worth money in Chalcid. And Repin's pack."
Repin's eyes were huge in her wan face as Ilaria released me and ran to obey. The Chalcidian's grip on me was sure. Ilaria moved swiftly. Did she wish to show how useful she was? In a moment she was back, Repin's pack slung over one shoulder and the heavy coat that once had been white and mine draped over her arm. She seized my upper arm in a pinching grip.
"You can't leave me here! I need my pack! Don't leave me!"
Repin's pale face was cadaverous in the light of the fire. Her bitten arm was curled to her chest. She pawed at Ilaria, trying to seize her free hand with her good one. Ilaria turned her face away from her and clutched my former coat to her chest, curling her hand out of Repin's reach. Her grip on my arm tightened. I wondered if she hardened her heart to leave Repin, or if it was a relief. Perhaps she was simply glad that she wasn't the one being abandoned. I saw now how Dwalia ruled. Cruelty to one of her followers meant the others could breathe more easily for a moment. There was no loyalty between Luriks, only fear of Dwalia and desire for what she might bestow on them.
"Please!"
Repin shrieked to the night. Vindelia made a small sound. For an instant, his concentration was broken, and Curf's grip on my neck loosened.
"She's useless," Dwalia growled. "She's dying, she's whining, and she's consuming resources that are already scarce. Don't question my decisions, Vindelia. Look what happened to all of us the last time you did not obey my commands. Look how many dead, and all your fault. Pay attention to me, and hold tight, or you too will be left behind."
Curf's grip on me tightened, and Ilaria's fingers ground the flesh of my arm against the bone. I suddenly grasped the danger.
"We should not do this. We should follow the road. It must go somewhere. The standing stones are dangerous. We may not come out, or we may emerge as mad as Curf."
My shouted warnings went unheeded. Dwalia pressed her gloved hand to the stone's carved face. It seemed to draw her in like a slice of ginger sinking into warm honey. The light from our abandoned campfire showed her sliding into the stone. Vindelia followed, panting with terror as his hand, his wrist, his elbow vanished into stone. He whined as he was drawn in.
"We swim with the dead ones,"
Curf shouted, grinning his madman's grimace.
"On to the fallen palace of a dead duke."
He seemed to enter the pillar more slowly than Vindelia had, as if the stone resisted him. I hung back, but his grip on my neck stayed tight, even when the rest of him had vanished into the stone. I looked up as I was dragged toward the pillar and lost my breath in horror at what I saw. The additional marking on the stone was not new. It was not scored as deeply into the stone as the original runes, but there was no mistaking its intent. Someone had deliberately marked a deep, straight scratch through the rune, as if to forbid or warn anyone who chose to use that face of the portal. "Da!" I cried out, a desperate call that no one could hear. "Da! Help me!" In the next moment, my cheek touched the cold surface, and I was pulled into tarry blackness. Chapter 4. Chalcid. Because of our studies of many old scrolls, including translations we have done, I am convinced that the legendary elderlings of our myths and legends were a very real people who occupied a large territory for many generations before their cities and culture eventually fell into decay, long before Buckkeep Castle was founded. Additional information gained from a library of what we call skill cubes has only convinced us that we are correct. Why did the elderlings, a people of wisdom and powerful magic, fail and disappear from our world? Can we tie that failing to the vanishing of the dragons, another event for which we have no explanation? And now that both dragons and perhaps elderlings have returned to the world, how does that affect the future of humankind? And what of our legends of an ancient alliance between Farseer and elderlings? The very alliance that King Verity sought to revive when he led his expedition to the Rain Wilds. Were they living elderlings he encountered, or the stored memories of what they had been? Questions that we may find the answers to if we continue to mine the memory cubes for information. The Vanishing Elderlings, Chade Fallstar. My mother used to do this to me when she wanted to move me. A dim recollection. A den, a mother who carried me by the scruff of my neck. Not my thought, but it was a thought, and the first one I had. Someone gripped hair, skin, and shirt collar. The collar was the part that was choking me. I was dragged up and out of a mire as someone protested, "There isn't room! Leave her! There isn't room!" The blackness was absolute. Air on my face. I blinked my eyes to see if they were truly open. They were. No stars, no distant firelight. Nothing. Just dark. And something thick trying to pull me back down. I was abruptly glad for the choking grip on my collar. In panic, I clutched one-handed at someone's shirt and crawled up and onto Kerf. He was prone on his side beneath me. I lifted my head, and it hit against something. Worse, someone had hold of my arm and was pulling on it as they crawled up to join me. The man beneath me shifted onto his back. I fell off him to lie wedged between him and a stone wall. It was a snug fit, and instinctively I pushed at him, trying to gain more room. But I could not move his bulk, and I heard Ilaria gasp and then utter small shriek after shriek as she scrabbled up to take my place on top of Kerf. The shrieks turned into gasped words. "Let go! Let go of me!" She was thrashing on top of Kerf. "You're kicking me!" Vindalia protested. "Let go!" Ilaria cried. "I'm not touching you! Stop kicking!" Dwalia ordered her. "Vindalia, get off me!" "I can't! I'm stuck!
There's no room!"
He was panting with terror. Where were we? What had happened to us? Dwalia tried for a tone of command and failed. She was breathless.
"Silence, all! I'm sick,"
I heard Vindelia gag.
"That was awful. They were all grabbing at me. I want to go home. I can't do this. I hate this. I need to go home."
He blubbered like a small child.
"Let go of me!"
Ilaria, her voice gone shrill.
"Help me! I'm sinking. Please make room. I can't climb past you."
I heard and smelled Repin. The infection in her arms stank. She had probably broken the wound open in her struggle.
"My arm! I can't climb out. Pull me up, someone. Don't leave me here. Don't leave me with them."
Where were we?
Be calm. Discover what has happened before you try to make a plan.
I felt Wolffather's steadiness suffuse me, my breathing that had become bellows in my chest, but his voice was so calm in my mind.
Listen. Touch. Smell. What can you discover?
It was hard to be calm with the slapping, panting struggle going on right beside me. Ilaria begged.
"Let go! There's no room! Don't pull me back! Ah!"
Repin did not shriek. She gave a long moan that was suddenly quenched in a sound like pulled heavy stone dropped in from muck. Only Ilaria's panting broke the silence.
"She was pulled back down into the stone."
More a statement than a question from Dwalia. And with it, I recalled that she had dragged us into a skill pillar.
I had to push her away. There's no more room. You said to leave her. It's not my fault."
Ilaria sounded more defensive than sorry.
"Be silent."
Dwalia's voice was still pinched with breathlessness.
"I speak. Vindelia, get off me." "I am sorry. I am stuck here. Curve pushed me onto you as he crawled up. I can't budge. A stone presses down on me."
He was on the edge of hysteria.
"I am so sick. I cannot see. Am I blind? Linkstra Dwalia, am I blind?" "No. It is dark, you oaf. Don't dare to vomit on me. You are crushing me. Give me room."
I heard a struggle of shifting bodies. Vindelia whimpered.
"There is no space for me to move. I am crushed too." "If you cannot be helpful, be still. Calcitian?"
She was gasping for air. Vindelia was not a small person, and she was trapped beneath him.
"Cuff?"
He giggled. It was a terrible sound coming from a man's deep chest in that darkness.
"Stop that! Dwalia, he's touching me!"
Ilaria was outraged and terrified. Curve giggled again, and I felt him tug his arm from under me. He lifted it, giving me a tiny bit more room, and I surmised that he embraced Ilaria against him.
"Nice,"
he said in a throaty voice, and I felt him lift his hips against her.
"Stop,"
she begged him, but his reply was a throaty growl followed by a low chuckle. The muscles of his upper arm were pressed against me, and I felt them tighten as he snugged Ilaria closer to him. His breathing deepened. Beside me, he began a rhythmic shifting that shoved me solidly against the wall. Ilaria began to weep.
Ignore him, Dwalia ordered her coldly.
He's trying to rape me, she squeaked.
He doesn't have enough room, so ignore him. He can't get his own trousers down, let alone yours. Pretend he's a little dog, infatuated with your leg.
Was there a cruel satisfaction in Dwalia's voice? Did she revel in Ilaria's humiliation?
We are trapped here, and you are squawking about a man touching you. Scarcely a real danger.
Ilaria responded with a frightening keening that kept pace with Kerf's thudding against her.
The girl, B. Did she come through? Is she alive?
Dwalia demanded. I kept my silence. I had wriggled my sore arm free, and although my injured shoulder protested, I was groping to discover the confines of our prison. Stone beneath me. To the left of me, Kerf's body. To my right, a wall of stone as far as I could grope. When I reached up, I could brush my fingertips against more stone. It was worked stone, smooth as a polished floor. I explored with my feet. More stone. Even if I'd been alone in this space, I could not have sat up. Where were we? The tempo of the Chalcidian's jerking was speeding up, and with it, his open-mouthed gasping.
Ilaria, feel around. Did the girl come through?
She must have. Oh! I dragged myself through by holding on to her. Ilaria's voice was going smaller and higher. The Chalcidian continued to heave himself about. It's disgusting, she wailed. He's mouthing my face. He stinks. Stop it! She shrieked, but the Chalcidian began to grunt under her.
Can you feel her? Is she alive?
Dwalia persisted. I lay still. Despite Kerf's passionate rocking, I felt her groping hand. I held my breath. She touched my face and then my chest. She's here. She's not moving, but her body is warm. Vindalia! Make him stop this! I can't. I'm sick. I'm so sick.
Vindalia, you'd best recall that I, and only I, give you your orders. Ilaria, be silent.
So many of them were in there, Vindalia groaned. They were all pulling at me. I'm so sick.
Be sick silently,
Dwalia snapped. Ilaria was gasping in horror. She did not speak again, but I heard the small weeping sounds she made, and the deep groan of the Chalcidian when he finally reached some sort of satisfaction. She tried to wriggle away from him, but I felt his arm muscles tighten, and knew he held her there. It was as well for me. I did not want her to roll off him and onto me.
Feel about as much as you can, Dwalia commanded. Can anyone feel an opening in this tomb?
It was a poor choice of words. Tomb, Vindalia repeated, and gave a trailing moan of despair.
Silence, she wheezed at him. Feel about over your head. Is there any opening?
I heard them moving in the darkness, heard the scraping brush of fingers against stone, the scuff of boots scraping more stone. I remained still.
Anything?
Dwalia demanded of the darkness. No, Ilaria responded sullenly. Only stone. Everywhere I touch. I can barely lift my head. Have you any room next to you? The Chalcedean's muscles had gone slack, and by his stentorian breathing I deduced he had fallen asleep. Madness was, perhaps, a mercy in some situations.
Would I allow Winderlier to lie on top of me if I could be anywhere else?
Dwalia demanded. A silence. Then Alarius suggested, "Perhaps you should take us back to where we were."
Unfortunately, as the Chalcedean emerged, he pushed me to one side and shoved Winderlier on top of me. He now lies on top of the portal stone. I cannot reach it from where I am.
"We are packed like pickled fish in a cask," Winderlier observed sadly. More softly, he added, "I suppose we will all die here." "What?" Alaria demanded in a half-shriek. "Die here? Starving to death in the dark?" "Well, we can't get out," Winderlier responded morosely.
"Be silent,"
Dwalia ordered them. But it was too late. Alaria broke. She began weeping in gasps, and after a few moments I heard Winderlier's muffled sobs. Die here? Who would die first? A scream started to swell inside my chest.
That is not a useful thought. Wolf-Father rebuked me. Breathe. Quietly.
I felt panic swell in me, and then be quashed under his sternness.
Think how to escape. Do you think you could enter the stone alone? Could you reach under the Chalcedean and open the passageway to return us to the forest?
I'm not sure.
Try.
I'm afraid to try. What if I get stuck in the stone? What if I come out alone somewhere?
What if you stay here and starve? After, of course, the others go mad and attack one another. Now try.
When I had slid off Kerf, I had landed on my back. I wriggled to one side. I had to roll onto my sore shoulder to do so. And it was that hand and arm that I had to try to wedge under Kerf and Alaria's combined weight. I tried to do it slowly, sliding my hand under the small of his back where it did not press so hard against the stone. I made a small sound of pain, and Alaria's sniffling stopped. "What's that?" she cried, and reached down to me. "She's moving! Bee's alive and awake!" "And I bite!" I reminded her, and she snatched her hand away. Now that they knew I was awake, there was no point in being secretive. I shoved my hand as far under Kerf as it would go. He shifted slightly, pinching my arm under him, then belched and went back to snoring. My shoulder burned as I worked my hand deeper under Kerf, scraping it over gritty stone. I heard my own fearful panting and closed my mouth to breathe through my nose. It was quieter, but I was still just as terrified. What if I touched the rune and was suddenly sucked in? Could it drag me in past Kerf? Would he and Alaria fall in with me, as if I had opened a door under us? The terror put pressure on my bladder. I blocked it. I blocked everything except the effort of pushing my hand across stone. The stone's surface under my fingers suddenly became a small indentation. I cautiously explored it with my fingertips. It was the rune.
Do you feel anything? Can you make anything happen?
I tried. I didn't want to, but I pushed my fingers into the rune and rubbed the tips against the graven lines of it. Nothing. Nothing happens, Wolf-Father.
Very well. We should think of something else, then.
His words were calm, but beneath them I felt his simmering fear. Dragging my arm out from under Kerf was more painful than pushing it beneath him had been. Once my arm was free, I knew a sudden surge of panic. Everything was touching me. Kerf's warm body, the unyielding stone below me, the stone alongside my body. I desperately needed to stand up, to stretch, to breathe cool air. "Don't struggle," Wolf-Father insisted. "Struggling only makes a snare go tighter. Be still and think. Think!" I tried, but everything was touching me. Ilaria was weeping again. Kerf was snoring. His ribs moved against me with every breath he took. My tunic had twisted around me, binding one of my arms. I was too warm. I was thirsty. I made a small noise in the back of my throat without intending to. Another sound rose in me, a scream that wanted to get out. "No, none of that. Close your eyes, cub. Be with me. We are in a forest. Remember the cool night smells of a forest. Lie very still. Be with me." Wolf-Father pulled me into his memories. I was in a forest. Dawn was coming, and we were snug in a den. "Time to sleep," he insisted. "Sleep." I must have slept. When I awoke, I held tight to the calm he had given me. I had nothing else to cling to. In the blackness, I measured the passage of time by the behaviour of my fellow prisoners. Kerf awoke when Ilaria became hysterical. He put his arms around her and crooned to her, perhaps a Chalcidian lullaby. She stilled after a time. Later, Dwalia burst into shrieking impotent fury when Vindalia pissed on her. "I held it as long as I could," he wailed, and the smell of urine made me want to piss as well. Dwalia whispered something to him, her voice as soft and deadly as a snake's hiss, and he began to sob. Then his sounds stopped, and I decided he slept. Ilaria was quiet. Kerf began to sing, not a lullaby, but some sort of marching song. He stopped abruptly in mid-verse. "Little girl? B? Are you alive?" "I am," I answered, because I was glad he had stopped singing. "I am very confused. When we walked through stone, I was certain we were dead. But if we are not dead, then this will not be a good way for you to die. I think I could reach your neck. Would you like me to strangle you? It will not be fast, but it is a faster death than starving." How thoughtful. "No, thank you. Not yet." "You should not wait too long. I will become weak, and it will be unpleasant in here soon. Piss, shit, people going mad." "No." I heard something. "Hush!" "I know my words are sad to hear, but I only seek to warn you. I may be strong enough to snap your neck. That might be faster." "No, not yet." Not yet. What was I saying? Then, from far away, a sound. "Listen! Do you hear that?" Ilaria stirred at my words. "Hear what?" she demanded. "Do you hear something?" Dwalia snapped at me. "Be silent!" I roared at them in my father's angry voice, and they obeyed. We all listened. The sounds were faint. Slow hooves clopping on cobblestones. A woman's voice lifted in a brief sing-song chant. Is it a prayer? Ilaria wondered.
It's an early peddler. She sings, bread, fresh baked this morning. Bread warm from the oven.
Curf sounded sentimental. Help us! Ilaria's desperate scream was so shrill, my ears rang with it. Help us! Oh, help us! We are trapped! When she finally stopped shrieking for lack of breath, my ears were ringing. I strove to hear the bread woman's song or the clopping hooves, but I heard nothing. She is gone, Vindelia said sadly.
We are in a city,
Curf declared.
Only cities have breadmongers at dawn, selling wares in the street.
He paused for a moment, and then said,
I thought we were dead. I thought that was why you wished to come to the fallen palace of the dead duke, to be dead here. Do breadmongers still sing when they are dead? I do not think so. What need have the dead of fresh bread?
Silence greeted his question. I did not know what the others were thinking, but I pondered his previous words. A fallen palace. How much stone was on top of our tomb?
So we are not dead,
he reasoned laboriously.
But we will be soon if we cannot escape. But perhaps as the city awakens we will hear other people, and perhaps they will hear us if we shout for help. So be silent for now,
Dwalia warned us.
Be silent and listen. I will tell you when to shout for help, and we will all shout together.
We waited in suffocating silence. From time to time we heard the muffled sounds of a city. A temple bell rang. An ox bellowed. Once we thought we heard a woman calling a child. At that, Dwalia bade us all shout for help with one voice. But it seemed to me that the sounds were never very close, and I wondered if we were on a hill above a city rather than in the city itself. After a time, Vindelia pissed again, and I think Ilaria did too. The smell was getting worse. Piss and sweat and fear. I tried to imagine I was in my bed at Withywood's. It was dark in the room. Soon my father would come to look in on me. He always thought I was asleep when he looked in my room late at night before going to his own bed. I stared up at blackness and imagined his step in the corridor. I was beginning to see dots of light from staring into the blackness so long. Then I blinked and realized that one of the dots was now a narrow stripe. I stared at it, not daring to hope. Slowly, I lifted my foot as far as it would go. It blocked part of the light. When I lowered my foot, the light reappeared, stronger. I can see light, I whispered.
Where?
Near my feet, I said. But by then, the light had started to slink in. I could see how uneven the blocks were that confined us. Worked stone, yes, but tumbled in a heap around us rather than something built.
I can't see it,
Dwalia said, as if I were lying.
Nor I,
Curf confirmed.
My woman is in my way.
I am not your woman! Ilaria was outraged.
You have slept on top of me. You've pissed on me. I claim you.
My lifted foot could barely reach the slot of light. I pointed my toe and pushed. I heard gravel fall outside our prison and the crack widened slightly. I rolled onto my side as much as I could and pushed against Kerf to slide myself closer to the light. I could press my whole foot against the stone below the light, and I did. More and larger rock shards fell, some rattling against my boot. The light grew stronger. I kicked at it savagely. The shaft of light enlarged to the size of my hand. I battered my feet against it, as if I were dancing in a hill of biting ants. No more gravel fell. I kicked at the stone that roofed that wall to no avail. I stopped when I had no strength left, and became aware that the others had been shouting questions and encouragement. I didn't care. I refused to let Wolffather's calmness reach me. I stared up at the dimly lit ceiling of my tomb and sobbed. The Chalcedean moved, shoving me aside to lift his arms past his head to brace them against the stone. He groaned and suddenly shifted hard against me. His hip pushed into my ribs, wedging me against the wall so I could scarcely breathe. Ilaria was squeaking and squealing as he pressed her against the ceiling. He drew up his knee, crushing me harder, and then, with an audible grunt, he kicked out suddenly and hard. Grit fell, and rock dust sifted into my eyes and up my nose and settled on my lips. Kerf was still pinning me, and I could not get my hand to my face to rub it away. It stuck to the tears on my cheeks and settled between my collar and neck. Then, as the dust was settling, and I could almost draw a clean breath, he did it again. A vertical line of light was suddenly added to the first one.
"It's a block of stone. Try again, little one. This time, push, not kick. I'll help you. Put your feet down low, at the bottom of it."
"What if it all falls on us?"
"A faster death,"
Kerf said. I wriggled and slid my body closer to the line of light. I bent my knees, set my feet low on the block. The Chalcedean shifted his big boot between and slightly above my feet.
"Push,"
he said, and I did. Stone grated grudgingly, but it moved. A rest, and then we pushed again. The crack was a hand's breadth wide. Another push, and the stone fetched up against something. We pushed 3 more times before the stone moved, and then it slewed to the left. Another push, and it was easier. I shifted my body to get more purchase. The afternoon sunlight that had found us was wading toward evening by the time the opening was large enough for me to wriggle out. I went feet first, squirming blindly out of a gap barely large enough for me to pass, scraping skin off my hip and tearing my tunic. I sat up, brushing dust and grit from my face. I heard the others shouting, demanding that I move more stone, that I tell them where we were. I ignored them. I didn't care where we were. I could breathe, and no one else was touching me. I drew deep breaths of cool air and wiped my sleeve across my gritty face and rolled my good shoulder. I was out.
"What can you see?"
Dwalia was furious with desperation.
"Where are we?"
I looked around me. Ruins, I supposed. I could now see what our tomb had been, and it was not at all what I had thought it was. Great blocks of stone had fallen, first one pillar to the floor, and then a great slab of stone had collapsed part way across the fallen pillar, and then other pieces of stones had tumbled around them. Only good fortune had kept them from smashing completely flat against the skill pillar embedded in the floor. I looked up at the evening sky, past the jagged remains of walls, and down at more etched runes. There was another skill pillar here, set into the floor. I stepped gingerly away from it. The others were shouting contradictory orders at me. To fetch help, to say what I saw. I didn't respond. I heard the temple bell ring again in the distance. I took 3 steps out of sight, squatted, and relieved myself. As I stood, I heard stone grating and saw the Chalcidian's legs emerging from the enlarged opening. I hastily pulled up my leggings and watched as he braced his feet and levered the stone away. Shrieks from inside of, "Be careful!" and "You'll bring it down on us!" went unheeded. I should run, I whispered to myself. Not yet, Wolf-Father whispered in my mind. Remain with the danger you know. The Chalcidian has mainly been kind to you. If we are in Chalcid, you do not speak the language or know their ways. Maybe luck will favor us, and the stones fall on all the others. Hide and watch. I moved back amongst the tumbled stones and crouched where I could see, but not be seen. Curve wriggled out on his back, kicking and scraping and grunting as he heaved himself along. He emerged powdered with grey dust and grit, looking like a statue called to life. His hips freed, he shifted onto his side, twisting like a snake to manoeuvre first one shoulder and then the other out, and sat up, blinking in the late afternoon light. His pale eyes were startling in his grey stone face. He licked dust from his lips, his red tongue another oddity, and looked about himself, then stepped up onto a block of stone and surveyed the scene. I crouched lower. "Is it safe?" Ilaria called, but she had already thrust her feet out of the opening. Smaller and lither than the Chalcidian, but just as dirty, she squirmed out without waiting for an answer, then sat up, groaning, and wiped rock dust from her face. "Where are we?" she demanded. Curve grinned. "Chalcid. I'm almost home. I know this place, although it has changed greatly. Here we once mourned my grandfather. The Duke's throne was at the end of a great hall. Over there, I think. This is what remains of the old Duke's palace after the dragons brought it tumbling down around his ears." He sneezed several times, wiped his face on his arm, and then nodded to himself. "Yes, the Duchess proclaimed it an evil place, and swore it would never be rebuilt." He frowned slightly, as if summoning the memory was difficult or painful. He spoke slowly, almost dreamily. "Duke Elic vowed it would be the first structure he raised again, and that he would rule from it." Ilaria struggled to her feet. "Chalcid," she whispered to herself. He spun to her and grinned. "Our home. My mother will be pleased to meet you. She has longed for me to bring home a woman to share the tasks of the household with her and my sisters, and to bear my children." "I am not your wife." "Not yet. But if you prove yourself a hard worker and a maker of strong children, then perhaps I shall wed you. Many prizes of war become wives, eventually." "I am not a prize of war," she declared. Curve shook his head and rolled his eyes, bemused by her ignorance. Ilaria looked as if she wanted to shriek, scratch him, or run away. She did none of those things, but turned her attention to the next pair of feet emerging from the stone tomb. Vindelia's feet were kicking and scuffing as he tried to emerge. "I'm stuck," he cried in a panic-stricken voice. "Get out of my way!" Dwalia's voice was muted. "I told you to let me go first." "There wasn't room." He was already tearful. "I had to go first, to get off you. You said, 'Get off me,' and this was the only way I could get off you." She cursed him, her obscenities muffled by stone. Vindelia did not seem to be making much progress. I took advantage of the noise to retreat farther from all of them, behind the round of a fallen column. From there, I could peer back to see what was happening, but not be seen. Vindelia was wedged. He drummed his heels helplessly on the ground, as if he were a child having a tantrum. Stuck. Good, I thought savagely. Let him be the plug that bottles up Dwalia forever. Despite any kindly feelings he had toward me, I knew he was the real danger to me. If I fled, Dwalia could never catch me. But if Vindelia set the Chalcedean on me, I was doomed. "Brother! My brother! Please move the stone and free me." I didn't make a sound as I crouched there, watching with one eye. Kerf stepped over to the stone. "Where the dust?" he called to Vindelia, and stooped to set his shoulder to the blocking stone. I heard it grate against the ancient floor, and saw smaller stones and grit vanish in a crack that opened in the top of the rock pile as he did so. Dwalia screamed, but the rocks that fell would do no more than bruise her. Kerf seized Vindelia's thick legs and dragged him out. Vindelia jammed for a moment and howled as Kerf grunted and pulled him out anyway. I saw him sit up, grey with dust and with a bleeding scrape on the side of his face. "I'm free!" he announced, as if no one else would know it. "Get out of my way!" Dwalia shouted. I did not wait to see her emerge. Ducking low, I crept away. I threaded my way through the maze of fallen stone, silent as a mouse. The slanting sunlight of a spring evening created shapes from the shadows. I came to a place where a fallen wall leaned against a collapsed column, like a stone tent, and crept into it.
Stay hidden. It is easier for them to see motion and hear your footsteps than to search this rubble.
I was alone, and hungry and thirsty, in a city far from home where I did not speak the language. But I was free. I'd escaped them.
Chapter 5. The Bargain. A snake is in a stone bowl. There is soup around it. It smells bad, and then I know it is not soup. It is very dirty water, full of snake piss and waste. A creature comes to the bowl, and suddenly I see how big the snake is and the bowl. The snake is many times longer than the creature is tall. The creature reaches through bars around the bowl to scoop up some of the dirty water. He slurps some of the filthy water and smiles with an ugly, wide mouth. I do not like to look at him. He is so wrong. The serpent coils in on itself and tries to bite him. He laughs and shuffles away. From B. Farseer's Dream Journal. As comfortable as the elderling robes might be, I did not feel decently clad for my meeting with the keepers until I was in my own clothes again. As I snugged my leather belt tight and buckled it, I noticed I had gained 2 notches of travel since I'd left Buckkeep. My leather waistcoat would function as light armour. Not that I expected anyone to knife me, but one never knew. The small items in my concealed pockets would expedite any deadly task of my own. I smiled to realise that someone had unloaded my secret pockets before my garments were laundered, and then restored all to their proper location. I said nothing to Spark as I tugged my waistcoat straight, and then patted the pocket that concealed a very fine garrote. She quirked her brows at me. It was enough. I vacated the room to allow Spark to attend to Lady Amber's dressing and coiffing. I found Lant ready and Perseverance keeping him company, and chased a foggy memory of a conversation between the two, and then let it go. Done was done. Lant no longer seemed to fear me, and as Chade's instructions to him to watch over me, well, that would demand a private conversation. "So, are we ready?" Lant asked, as he slid a small, flat-handled knife into a sheath concealed at his hip. It startled me. Who was this man? The answer came to me. This was the Lant that Riddle and Nettle had both admired and enjoyed. I understood suddenly why Chade had asked him to watch over me. It was not flattering, but it was oddly reassuring. Perseverance had a worried frown. "Am I to be seated with you at the dinner? It seems very strange." In the space of a few months, he had gone from being a stable boy on my estate to being my serving man. And companion, if I were truthful. "I don't know. If they send you and Spark to another table, be sure to stay close to her." He nodded grimly. "Sir, may I ask you something?" "What is it?" I asked guardedly. I was on edge for our meeting with the keepers. He shot Lant a sideways look, as if shy about asking his question. "About Mage Gary. Sometimes you call him fool, but he's being Lady Amber now." "He is?" I conceded and waited. Lant was silent, as intrigued by the fool's many guises as the lad was. "And Ash is Spark now?" I nodded. True also. "And Spark is a girl?" I nodded again. He folded his lips in, as if to imprison his question. Then he blurted, "Do you feel at all odd about it? Uncomfortable?" I laughed. "I have known him for many years in many guises. He was King Shrewd's jester when I was a boy, the fool, then Lord Golden, Mage Gary, and now Lady Amber, all different, yet always my friend." I reached for honesty. "But when I was your age, it would have bothered me a great deal. It doesn't now because I know who he is, and who I am, and who we are to each other. That doesn't change no matter what name he wears or what garb he dons. Whether I am Holder Tom Badgerlock or Prince FitzChivalry Farseer, I know he's my friend." He gave a sigh of relief. "Then it's all right that it doesn't matter to me about Spark. I saw it didn't bother you, and I decided it need not bother me." He shook his head, perplexed, and added, "When she's being Spark, she's pretty." "She is," Lant said quietly. I fought to keep from smiling. "So, that's who she really is? A girl named Spark?" That was a harder question. Spark is whoever she is. Sometimes that's Ash. It's like being a father and a son, and perhaps a husband, all different facets of the same person. He nodded. But it was easier to talk to Ash. We had better jokes. A tap at the door announced Lady Amber and Spark. Lady Amber had gone to every possible effort to be dazzling and had succeeded. The long skirt and lacy beribboned blouse with the embroidered waistcoat were dated by Buckkeep standards. Amber, or more likely Spark, had given special attention to the rouge that shaped her lip and the powder that concealed her scars. Her blind eyes were outlined in black, emphasizing their opacity. Spark was a pretty girl, but no more than that today. She had chosen to present herself in a way that would not invite too much attention. Her hair, released from Ash's warrior tail, hung in black waves to her shoulders. Her high-collared blouse was the colour of butterscotch, and the simple smock over it denied she had breasts or a waist. Amber wore an amused smile. Could she sense how Per and Lant were gazing at them, dumbfounded? "The clothes look much better on you than they did on Lady Time," I complimented her. "I hope they also smell better," was the fool's response. "Who is Lady Time?" Lant asked. For a moment the silence held, then both the fool and I burst into laughter. I had almost recovered when the fool gasped, "Your father!" and we were both lost again to merriment. Lant was torn between confusion and offence. "I don't understand what is funny," Spark queried. "We raided an old woman's wardrobe for these clothes." "It's a very long tale," was Amber's ladylike response. "A hint. Lady Time's chamber had a secret entry to Chade's workroom. When he chose to occasionally emerge from hiding in the old days, he moved as Lady Time." Lant's mouth hung slightly ajar. "Lady Time was one of your father's most inspired ploys. But it must be a tale for another time, for now we must descend." "Do not we wait until we are summoned?" I asked. "No, for Rainwild courtesies are founded on Bingtown ways rather than on Jamalian aristocracy. They are more egalitarian and pragmatic and direct. Here you are Prince FitzChivalry, and they will expect you to have the last word. But I know more of their ways than you do. Please, let me negotiate." "Negotiate what?" "Our passage through their territory, and possibly beyond." "We have nothing to offer them in exchange for our passage," I pointed out. Much of my coin and several other precious items had been lost in the bear attack. "I will think of something," she offered. "And it won't be offering healing to anyone. I can't." She raised her delicately outlined brows at me. "Who would know that better than me?" she replied, and held out a gloved hand. I stepped forward and hooked it onto my arm. I saw Lant grinning as Perseverance stepped forward and offered his crooked arm to Spark. She looked startled, but accepted it. I took a deep breath. "And off we go," I warned them. A serving girl waited at the foot of the stairs to guide us into a sumptuous and elegant chamber. There were no tapestries, no figured rugs, but the walls themselves and the floor underfoot did not need them. We seemed to be dining in an open field, surrounded by a vista of autumn hills in green and gold. We trod on a grassy sward with tiny wildflowers speckled among the verdant green. Only the sensation of stone underfoot and the still air spoiled the illusion. I heard Spark whisper a description to Amber, who smiled wistfully. 4 tables were arranged in an open square, with the guests' chairs directed inward. There was no head of the table, no seat of authority. Some of the keepers were already here, standing or seated in small groups. They were a striking reminder of the tapestry of elderlings that had graced my boyhood chamber. Tall and slender they were, with eyes of gold or copper or sparkling blue. All were scaled, some more heavily than others, and each was marked fantastically in patterns that were as precise as the feathers on a bird or the colours on a butterfly's wings. They were beautiful and alien, wondrous to behold. I thought of the children I had healed, and of the rain-wilders I had glimpsed in my days here. Their changes were random, as often grotesque as pretty. The differences were striking, and the fate of those randomly affected by contact with dragons was appalling. Our servant escort had vanished. We stood, smiling and uncertain. Should I dismiss Spark and Perseverance, or were they part of the 6 duchies' emissaries that the invitation had addressed? Spark was describing the room, the people and their garments to Amber in a low murmur. I did not interrupt. General Rapskull stood tall even among the tall elderlings, and was broader of shoulder than many. He wore a less martial air tonight, being clothed in a tunic of blue with yellow trousers and soft blue footwear. He carried no weapons that I could see. I knew that did not mean he was unarmed. With him were the 2 elderlings I had seen following his commands earlier. One of them, I surmised, was Case. Both were scaled in orange, and the eyes they turned toward us were copper, and both were heavily muscled. I'd wager they could brawl hard if provoked. The blue elderling woman wore her wings outside her long tunic tonight, folded smoothly to her back. Their feathery scales were a patterned display of blues and silvers, with touches of black and white. I wondered at the weight of them on her slender, once human frame. Her long black hair was confined in rows of braids that were interrupted with beads and small silver charms. The elderling man beside her had green scaling and dark hair. He looked directly at us, spoke to his mate, and then moved toward us purposefully. I tried not to stare at the odd pattern of scales on his cheek as he greeted me.
Prince FitzChivalry, I should like to introduce myself. I'm Tats. Thymara and I thank you for what you did for our daughter. Her feet and legs are still sore, but she finds it much easier to walk.
I am glad I was able to help her. He had not offered his hand, and so I kept mine at my side. Thymara spoke. I thank you. For the first time in many weeks, she can sleep without pain. She hesitated, and then added, She said that her chest feels different. She had not complained of it, but now she says that it is easier to breathe with her skin not so tight. Her inflection made the statement a question. I smiled and said only, I'm glad she is more comfortable. I had a vague recollection of a keel bone, such as a bird might have. Had their child been developing it? It did not seem tactful to admit that I could not clearly recall what the skill had done to her through me. Thymara's earnest gaze met my eyes and then travelled to Amber. Would that you could be rewarded as you deserve, she said softly. A mellifluous chime sounded. Thymara smiled at me again. Well, we are to be seated now. Thank you again, and always. They moved gracefully away from me, and I became aware that while we had spoken, other elderlings had arrived. Once, I had been an assassin, with an edge, constantly aware of my surroundings. I wasn't so tonight. And it was not just that my skill walls were so tight. I had lost the habit of extreme alertness. When had I last been the competent assassin that Chade had trained? Not for a long time. When I had lived at Withywood's with Molly, that would have pleased me. Here and now, It seemed a serious failure. I spoke low to Lant. "Stay alert. If you notice anything untoward, let me know immediately." He gave me an incredulous glance that threatened to become a smile before he gained control of his face. Together we moved in an unhurried way toward the tables. I saw no indication of any protocol related to seating. King Rain and Queen Malta had entered, but were engaged in deep conversation with a lanky, blue-scaled elderling. Fron, looking much livelier now, was with them. Their talk seemed to involve us, for twice he gestured toward us. Where were we expected to sit? Awkward, and potentially a social disaster. Thymara glanced over at us, spoke to her mate, and then hastened back to us. "You may sit wherever you please. Would you like to be together, or to mingle?" I longed to exchange a glance with Amber. Instead, I patted her hand on my arm fondly, and she immediately replied, "Together, if we may." "Of course." But I did not see 5 adjacent seats until Thymara matter-of-factly called out, "Alum, Sylv, Gerd, Harrikin, bump down and make some room." The elderlings, so addressed, laughed at her abrupt manner and promptly shifted their seating to free up a rank of 5 chairs. "There, please," Thymara invited, and we were seated. Thymara and her mate took seats as Malta and Rain joined us at the table. No royal procession into the room, no announcements of names, no titles for the keepers, no variance in rank was apparent, except for General Rapskull. Servants brought dishes of food and set them down to be passed for the elderlings to serve themselves. The meat was wild game, venison or bird. The bread was not plentiful, but there were 4 fish dishes and 3 kinds of root vegetables. The menu told me that Kelsingra could feed itself, but not with great variety. Perseverance and Spark conversed with an elderling named Harrikin. Seated beyond him was a girlish elderling. Sylv was pink and gold, with sparse hair but an intricate pattern of scalp scales. They were discussing fishing, and Sylv was unabashedly describing how difficult it had been to keep her dragon fed when they had journeyed from Trehorg to discover Kelsingra. Lant was smiling and nodding, but his gaze often roved the room watchfully. To my right, Amber was seated next to Nortle. He was explaining that it was his dragon, Tinder, we had first encountered near the fountains. He hoped he had not seemed too aggressive. The dragons were unaccustomed to being surprised. Amber nodded and managed her utensils and food almost as if sighted. We ate, we drank. We endeavoured to converse in that awkward way one does when attempting to speak loud enough to be heard over a dozen other conversations. Being in the thick of such an occasion was very different to spying on it from behind a wall. From a higher vantage point, I could have quickly deduced the alliances, rivalries, and enmities in the room. Trapped in the midst of it, I could only guess. I hoped that Lant, safely layered between me and our 2 servants, could politely avoid socialising and collect more information. The board was cleared, brandy and a sweet wine were offered, and I chose the brandy. It was not Sand's Edge, but it was palatable. The elderlings rose from their seats and wandered the room conversing, and we copied their behaviour. Queen Malta came to apologise yet again, and to hope that I was well recovered. Fron embarrassed me with the passion of his gratitude, and his anger with General Rapskull's behaviour. Twice I saw Rapskull angling toward me, only to be intercepted by one or other of the elderlings. We resumed our seats, and Harrikin rose. With his knuckles, he rapped on the table 3 times. Instantly, silence fell.
"Keepers, Please welcome Prince FitzChivalry, Lord Lant and Lady Amber of the Six Duchies. They come as emissaries from King Dutiful and Queen Eliania. Tonight, we offer them a well-deserved welcome and our deepest thanks.
Plain words, no flowery speech, no reminders of past favours, treaties and services. It took me aback, but Amber seemed to expect it. She rose in her place. Blind as she was, she still moved her unsighted gaze over her audience. Did she sense the body warmth emanating from their shadowy shapes? With unerring accuracy, she turned her face to Harrikin. Thank you for this welcoming meal, and for your hospitality, and for this opportunity to speak. I will be brief and to the point. She allowed herself a smile. I suspect that since we first arrived, gossip has flown swiftly. I believe that most of you know our tale. It is true that we come as emissaries from the Six Duchies, but equally true that Kelsingrar is not our destination. As Prince FitzChivalry has restored some of your children to health, you can imagine what pain it would be to have a child stolen. Farseer is no more. When we leave you, it is to embark on a journey of vengeance against the servants of the Whites. As Amber drew breath, Queen Malta interrupted in a low, soft voice. Lady Amber, if you would allow me to speak, please. There was no rebuke in her voice, only a simple request. Amber was startled, but gave a slow nod of agreement. The Queen took a deep breath and folded her hands on the tabletop. Yesterday, we, the keepers of Kelsingrar, met in our council. I shared your tale with them. The parents and some of the children spoke of what Prince FitzChivalry did. We remain overwhelmed with gratitude, and all agreed with what the prince said. The lives of our children are not bargaining points for us to haggle over. No amount of coin, no bartered favour from us could ever match what the prince did for us. We can only offer you undying thanks and our promise that we will always, forever remember. And we are a long-lived people now. Malta paused and looked around. But you have also gifted us with a vengeance we have long sought. We too have endured Chalcid's destructive attacks on our dragons and on our kin. Chalcid's spies and killers sought to butcher dragons for their body parts, for remedies to preserve the life of their old duke. Selden, brother to me, and beloved singer for our dragons, was brutalized there by both the Duke of Chalcid and Ellic. We knew that Ellic was instrumental in the attacks on our dragons. When the dragons took their vengeance on Chalcid, toppling the Duke's stronghold and killing him, Ellic fled. The present Duchess of Chalcid will undoubtedly be as pleased as we are to hear that you have made an end of him. In killing him, you have satisfied our family's desire for vengeance, and that is a debt we are more than willing to pay. Thus, Rain, born to the Corpus family of the Rain-Wild traders, and I, born to the Vestrit family of the Bingtown traders, well understand your desire to follow your vengeance to its final closure. We, as traders for the Corpus and Vestrit families, are pleased to offer you like for like, aid in your vengeance for how you achieved ours. We have taken it upon ourselves to arrange your transport from here to Jamalia. If you are willing, you will board the Tarman when he docks here. The Tarman will carry you to Trehorg, where the live ship Paragon will be waiting for you. He will carry you to Bingtown, and, if you wish, to Jamalia on his trading run. A bird has already been sent to secure your passage. On behalf of our families, we hope you will accept our hospitality aboard these live ships. Live ships? Perseverance breathed with a boy's awe. Are they truly real? Fron grinned at the lad. We will let you judge that for yourselves. I forgot my promise to Amber. I am speechless, I said. Malta smiled, and I glimpsed the girl she once had been. That's as well, for I have more to say. The keepers have other gifts they wish to bestow on you. She hesitated for a moment. These gifts are of elderling make. They are useful, but also saleable should your need be extreme. She took a breath. It ill behoves one to speak of the value of a gift, but I must make you aware that usually these items are only possessed by traders or sold through Bingtown for extremely large sums. She folded her lips for a moment. We break a long-standing tradition in gifting them to you. The traders of Rainwilds and of Bingtown would possibly be offended to know of this action. Amber nodded, and her smile grew slowly. We shall be very discreet in our possession of them, and they will not pass out of our custody save in direst need. The relief on Malta's face was evident, even through her strange elderling beauty. I am so grateful you understand. She nodded, and Harrikin went to the door and spoke to someone outside. He received a tidy wooden chest and set it on the table before us. He opened the hinged lid and removed a bracelet from a cloth bag. Delicate silver links supported green and red stones. He presented it to me with a smile that warned me to be dazzled by its value. It's beautiful, I said. You don't know what it is, he said in amusement. He slid it back into the bag and offered it to me. Look inside. When I peered into the open mouth of the bag, green and red light shone within. They are flame jewels, Malta informed us. They gleam with their own light. The gems in the bracelet are perfect, very rare. The other item he removed from the box looked like a porous grey brick. He showed us that it was painted red on one side. This block gives off warmth when you place it with the red side uppermost. Always take care to stow it with the grey side uppermost, for it becomes warm enough to start a fire. He met my gaze, and then restored both bracelet and brick to the wooden box. We hope you will accept these with our thanks. You honour us, I replied. Magical items worth a king's ransom in one small box. We accept them with thanks, and will always recall our visit here when we use them. You are welcome to return at any time, Queen Malta assured us. Amber set an appreciative hand on the box, her face set in determination. As generous as you have been with us, there is still a boon I would ask. Before I name it, I beg you to know that we mean no offence by requesting it. Puzzled glances were exchanged around the table. I had no idea what Amber sought. They had been generous with us beyond my wildest hopes. I wondered what more she could seek. Amber spoke in a soft, low voice. I ask for dragon silver. Not a great amount, only as much as would fill these 2 vials. From a pocket in her skirt, she produced 2 glass containers, each with tight-fitting stoppers.
No,
Rain responded firmly, without hesitation or apology. Amber spoke on as if she had not heard him. The skill, as we call the magic that Prince FitzChivalry used to heal your children, is based in silver. We do not know exactly how the 2 are related, but they are. The magic of Kelsingrar comes from the silver trapped in the stone. The memories of the people who lived here, the lights that gleam from the buildings, the pools that warm the water, all of it comes from—
No, we cannot.
King Rain spoke with finality.
The silver is not ours to give. It is the treasure of the dragons.
He shook his head.
Even if we were to say yes, the dragons would not allow you to take it. It would be disastrous for you and for us. We cannot give you silver.
I saw Rapscal shift as if he would speak. The angry glints in his eyes said that he was affronted by her request. I needed to distance us from it. I spoke hastily.
There is one other request I would make. One that might be easier for you to grant. One that could perhaps benefit Kelsingrar as well as the 6 duchies.
I paused. You may ask it, Queen Malta decided. It was difficult to read her fantastically scaled countenance, but I thought that she too strove to move past the awkwardness. I would like to send a message to King Dutiful of the 6 duchies, to tell him that we have arrived safely here and that you have offered to aid us on the next step of our journey. If I write out a letter for him, is there a way you can convey it for us?
Easily done,
Rain replied, visibly relieved at the simplicity of my request.
If you can write small, a bird can carry such a message to Bingtown. Bingtown has many merchants who exchange birds with Buckkeep Town. I will guarantee that it will reach your king. Eventually. The winds of spring can slow our birds sometimes, but they are hardy creatures.
I would greatly appreciate this, I responded. I hesitated and then plunged on. Chade would have forbidden it, but Kettricum would have required it. King Rain and Queen Malta, in my land, in my king's court, there are others who share my skill magic. Some are far more adept in the healing arts than I am. I looked around. There are folk here who asked that I help them. I dare not. The magic of the silver runs strongly in Kelsingrar, too strong for me to control. I would never have chosen to be so— I fumbled for a word. Violent? Unrestrained? Hasty in my healing of the children. A better healer than I could have been gentler. A full-skill coterie with better control of the magic could help not just elderling children, but any folk who were born— They were staring at me. Born— different, I said, my voice falling lower. They looked terrified, or stunned. Had I offended? The changes the dragon's presence had wrought in some of them were too obvious to ignore, but perhaps speaking of such was considered offensive. Thymara spoke. She was seated nearby, but she lifted her voice and her words carried clearly. Those born changed could be healed of it? Under the table, Amber gripped my leg in warning. I didn't need it. I would not promise what I was not certain was possible. Some could, I said. I think. Thymara lifted her hands. I thought she would cover her face, but her cupped hands halted where she could stare at her fingers. She had black claws instead of nails. She tapped them against one another pensively. The silence in the room shimmered with possibilities. Queen Malta spoke. "As soon as you can compose your letter." Her voice choked and tailed off. Harrikin spoke suddenly.
"Prince FitzChivalry has offered us something that has been unimaginable."
He looked around the table at his fellows.
"Perhaps we should be equally generous. We have always accepted that we were bound by the strictures of Bingtown and the Rainwilds, that we could only do trade in elderling goods in those markets. Perhaps it is time to discard that notion."
Malta looked shocked. Rain spoke slowly.
"You suggest a break with a tradition that dates to the very founding of the Rainwild settlements. Many of us feel we owe the Rainwild traders little loyalty, and the Bingtown traders even less. On magical goods we must confer. But for other trade, I see no reason we must be bound."
Slow nods met his words. King Rain turned back to us.
"Ancient maps in the city show that once roads connected Kelsingra to the Mountain Kingdom. Perhaps it is time for us to renew those thoroughfares and truly become the traders we name ourselves."
"The 6 duchies have many trade goods. Sheep and wool, grain we grow in plenty, cattle and leather, and iron also we have to trade." I smiled to cover my doubts. Would dutiful honour my impromptu negotiating?
"Grain in plenty. Now there is something we could all celebrate. Within the month, we will dispatch a trade delegation to Buckkeep. Shall we raise a toast to opening our borders?"
More than one toast was raised that evening. Perseverance's cheeks were flushed with wine when I saw Lant and Spark exchange a look. Spark put a hand to his shoulder and steered him out of the festivities with dignity, if not with the steadiest of gait. A short time later I pleaded fatigue, and Amber retreated with me, leaving Lant to represent the 6 duchies for the rest of that evening. As we made our slow ascent, she said quietly, "Within King Rain's own family, there are people severely changed by the Rainwilds in difficult ways. His sister—" I knew what she was asking. "Even for his sister, I do not dare—" "No, I was merely telling you of her. She is in Trehorg now, visiting her family. Even if you were willing to take the risk, you could not. But if there are 6 duchies healers who could help the Rainwilders, the 6 duchies could gain powerful allies." I sat up until dawn creating my letter to King Dutiful. I composed my words fully expecting that several people would read them before they reached him, if they ever did. I was circumspect, saying only that we had reached Kelsingra and secured passage to Jamalia. I asked him to arrange passage home for Lant, Pear and Spark, and told him that he might expect an ambassador from the dragon traders with a trade proposal. I added that it was imperative that skill mistress Nettle be present for all negotiations. I wanted to say more. I dared not. I rolled my missive tightly, dipped it in wax, and pushed it into the small cylinder that would attach to a pigeon's leg. I wished I could skill a warning to Nettle. These dragon keepers claimed to be elderlings and heirs to this city and all its wonders. How would they respond if they knew of Aslev Jarl and the battered treasures there? Would they attempt to claim them or offer to pool their knowledge of that magic with ours? Chade would have seen a rivalry. Kettrican, a natural alliance. Dutiful and Nettle? I did not know what they would see. I wondered if my use of the skill here had been the pebble that would trigger an avalanche of war or become the first tiny block in building a shared legacy of magic. It was agonizing to say so little, and to know that it might be days before I could even attempt to reach out with the skill. The exact day of the Tarman's arrival was uncertain, for the river ran higher and swifter with the melting of distant snows. We each dealt with that waiting in our own way. The need to keep my skill walls tight and be ever vigilant against the current of skill and memories in the city wearied me. I took my meals within our chambers and graciously declined as many visitors as I could. The skill-induced weariness that assailed me meant that I seldom ventured out into the city. I remembered Kelsingrar as the deserted city I had first encountered on my quest to find verity. It had been my first experience of travelling through a skill pillar and had happened by accident. The city had been dangerous to me then. Ironically, despite having studied skill magic, the skill-infused walls and streets of the city were more dangerous to me now. But the skill flow of the city was not the only danger to me. Thrice General Rapskull came rapping at the door of my chambers, and always he seemed to arrive when the others were away. The first time I feigned an even greater weakness than I felt. He insisted that he needed to talk to me, but I wavered where I stood, apologised, and then slowly but relentlessly closed the door. After that, I did not open the door when someone knocked. Lady Amber retained a healthy wariness for General Rapskull. She spent her days within the walls of the greeting hall. She visited Malta and passed on to me their gossip of old friends and recent news of Bingtown and Trehorg. Lant, Spark, and Perseverance were as entranced with Kelsingrar as a babe with a new bauble, and the keepers seemed both willing and pleased to share the wonders of their city. I warned them to be cautious and let them explore. Per, with Motley the Crow on his shoulder, had quickly become a favourite with the servants and unwittingly gave me a great deal of information on the inner workings of Kelsingrar when he shared gossip of an evening. In the evening, in our chambers, Amber and Spark did repairs on their bare-tossed wardrobe, while Amber told the tales of old Buckkeep, including the adventures of the notorious Lady Time. Per asked her once about her childhood. She spoke of a farming family, of an older sister thrilled to have a sibling at last. She told of gentle rolling hills that turned gold in summer, of tending docile brown cows. Then she stopped speaking, and I knew that the next part of her tale must be about Clarice. She told no more stories that night, and I dreaded that I must soon dredge those memories for every pertinent fact as to the layout of Clarice. She had locked those recollections away, and yet I must find a way to open them if our plans for vengeance were to succeed. The fool was the one who had first demanded that I go to Clarice and kill them all. He had desired his own vengeance even before they had kidnapped Bee. Even before Dwalia had taken her into the skill pillars and lost her there, he had been intent on their slaughter. With great care I had tidied away my life at Buckkeep and attempted to depart alone, to seek that far city and take my own vengeance. I'd had no concern for my own survival afterwards. But not only the fool, but Spark, Per, and Lant had followed me. 3 of them I could send back to Buck, but for the fool to survive, I must wring from him every detail he recalled of Clarice and the servants of the Whites. But how? How to pry that essential information from someone so adept at concealment and diversion? On a day that was more lingering winter than spring, most of us had opted to stay inside the warmth of our chambers, but Per had been restless. He had paced and stretched and sighed until I had surrendered and given him permission to explore on his own. Late in the afternoon, he burst into the chambers red-cheeked and tousle-haired to exclaim, "Motley has made a new friend!" We all turned toward him in surprise. "Motley met another crow? Remind me to blacken her white feathers, or that friendship will be short-lived," I replied. "No, not another crow!" He fairly shouted the words, then caught his breath and assumed a storytelling tone. "I was behaving very carefully, as you bid me, speaking only if spoken to, and saying little then. But few people were out in the cold today. Motley had found me and was riding on my shoulder. We were walking toward a plaza with a statue of a horse when a big gust of wind hit me, very cold, and Motley lifted off my shoulder. Then she cried out as if she were a minstrel, 'Oh, beauteous one, red as scarlet berries on a frost-kissed vine,' as if she were reciting a poem. The gust of wind was a red dragon landing right in front of me. Her claws clattered on the cobblestones and her tail lashed. She barely stopped short of trampling me. I scrambled backwards and fell, skinned my palms, catching myself," he added, and held up his reddened hands for our inspection. "Was the dragon threatening you?" Lant demanded breathlessly. "No, not at all. She was just landing there. Still, I was scared and decided to leave. I called Motley back to me, but she flew over to land right in front of the dragon. This time she said, 'Oh, beauteous one, scarlet queen, feeder of crows.' And the dragon stretched her head down, and I thought she would eat Motley, but instead Motley did a little dance." Per opened his arms, bobbed his head, and wove his body about like a courting bird. "Then what?" Spark demanded breathlessly. "The dragon's eyes were spinning like spring fair tops. She put her head flat to the ground, and Motley hopped over and began grooming her, twiddling her beak along the scales of the dragon's face, going around her eyes and nostrils. The dragon made this strange sound like a kettle boiling. And then?" Spark sounded envious at missing the spectacle. "I stood and waited for her. When my feet were numb with cold, I called to Motley to come with me, but she didn't even turn her head. The dragon's eyes were half closed like a big sleepy cat, so I left her and came back." His brow furrowed as he asked me, "Do you think she'll be safe?" "I think she will be safe. Motley is a very clever bird." I wondered if dragons and crows shared an ancient connection. Crows are notorious bone pickers of true predators. An alliance between crows and dragons seemed only natural. "A very clever bird," I repeated. And I knew she was a mystery that would only be solved when she chose to reveal herself to me. "She is," Per exclaimed proudly. "That she is." On a day of gentle sunshine, I awakened from an afternoon nap to find myself alone. I felt befogged and listless, and hoped a short walk around the city would enliven me. Wearing my fine Prince of the Six Duchies cloak, I ventured out. The distant trees on the hills behind Kelsingrar had a blush of moving sap in their white branches. Some, willows perhaps, were dotted with the green of swelling leaves, as if someone had threaded beads onto their slender branches. The mountains had shed their snow. How many years had it been since Night Eyes and I had subsisted on their forested flanks, hunting like wolves and sleeping sound? A lifetime ago? Perhaps two. The voices of elderling memories muttered to me from the skill-threaded stones of the building. At first it was distant, like the buzzing of mosquitoes, but it soon became urgent, like bees swarming. The press rasped at my walls, shaving away my defences. I turned back when I began to hear clear snatches of conversation and to see the shadowy forms of elderlings. The skill current swelled around me like an ocean wave that would slide my feet out from under me and carry me far from shore. I had been an idiot to venture out alone. I had turned back toward the greeting hall when I became aware that Rapskull was following me. My efforts to block the ancient elderling whispering had deadened my awareness of those around me. I slowed my pace and walked unsteadily. Let him think me weaker than I was. In truth, I judged myself too enervated to withstand the attack of a determined child, let alone this elderling soldier. He quickly fell in beside me.
Prince FitzChivalry, I am glad to see you are somewhat recovered from your magic.
You are kind to say so, General Rapskull. But even this brief stroll has wearied me. I shall seek my bed as soon as I return.
Ah, well, I am disappointed. I'd hoped to have words with you. Important words.
The last he added in a lower voice, as if someone might overhear us. Did he wish to deliver a private threat? But when I glanced at him, he met my gaze with a pleading look that was almost apologetic.
I've misjudged you. Hebe has told me I must change my mind.
His gravity increased.
She had a dream, or perhaps she remembered something. She has conveyed to me that your quest is a just one she supports.
He lowered his voice to a whisper.
She wishes me to aid you in any way I can to destroy the servants and their city. In any way.
He leaned close and put his hand on my arm, conspiratorial. His eyes glittered as human eyes should not. My wariness became alarm when he confided,
Your crow and Hebe have become very close friends.
Hebe? I queried, trying to smile in return. My crow?
My dragon. You know of Hebe, I trust. She is my scarlet darling.
For a moment, his smile became a grin, making him a lad.
She likes your crow, Motley, I think she is called. Motley praises her and tells her of her beauty. Before the crow came, I was the only one who had admired her as she deserved. Hebe has become quite fond of Motley. But that is not what I wish to discuss. Your mission to kill the servants of the Whites, Hebe approves of it.
I tried an interpretation of his words. Your dragon had a dream, or remembered that she would like us to kill the servants of the Whites. He grinned wider. White human teeth in a dragon-changed face. Yes, exactly. He was so pleased that I understood. I stopped walking. I put my hand on the stone facade of a building, thinking to lean there and rest. A mistake. The streets suddenly thronged with elderlings, blue and silver and green, tall, angular folk with fancifully scaled faces and artfully draped garments. There was to be a contest of musicians today in the Plaza of the Queen, and the Queen herself would give the award.
Hello? Wake up, Prince. I am taking you back to the greeting hall. The voices are not so loud there.
I was walking, and General Rapskull had my arm firmly hooked into his. The contest of musicians faded like a dream. Rapscal was guiding me. Perhaps he had been talking to me. "I'm not well," I heard myself say. "You are fine," he said comfortingly. "You simply weren't prepared. If you choose which voice you will hear and ready yourself to share the life of that elderling, you can learn a great deal. I certainly did. Before I welcomed the elderling memories of an ancient warrior into my mind, I was a bumbling, stupid boy, earnest and tolerated by the fellow keepers, but never respected. Never respected." He closed his mouth suddenly on his quavering voice. I revised my estimate of his age downward. He cleared his throat. "My dragon, Hebe, has suffered similarly. She has never spoken much to the other dragons or their keepers. When she first came to me, she was small and clumsy. The other dragons disdained her. She could not even recall her proper name. I had to give her one. Yet, of all of them, she was the first to fly and the first to make her own kills." His chest swelled with pride, as if she were his little child. He saw I was paying attention and gave an abrupt nod. We had stopped walking. "My chamber," I said quietly. "I need to rest." And my words were true. "Of course," he said. "I am happy to take you there." He patted my hand on his arm, and I sensed far more of him in that brief touch than I liked. We began to walk, more swiftly than I wished, but I gritted my teeth and kept pace. I hoped Lant would be in the rooms when we reached them. Then I wondered when I had begun to count on him to protect me. Suddenly I missed Riddle. "So," he concluded, and I wondered what I had missed while my thoughts were wandering. "That is why anything that Hebe remembers or dreams is so important." We had reached the greeting hall. It seemed dim inside after the brightness of the day. 2 elderlings turned and stared as he escorted me to the stairs. "Up we go," he said cheerily. He was stronger than he looked. "Thank you for your assistance," I said when we reached my chamber. I'd hoped he'd leave me at the door, but he followed me in. "Here, sit at the table. I'll request food." I had little choice but to sit. The struggle to keep the elderling voices out of my mind had sapped my physical energy. Under the guise of settling myself, I made sure of the little blade Riddle had given me, hidden along the waist of my trousers. If I needed to, I could draw it and possibly manage to cut soft butter with it. I tried to summon anger that might waken some strength in my wearied body, but I found only fear that made my knees even more uncertain of their function. Rapscal's outward friendliness did not calm my wariness of him. His temperament, I judged, was uneven, and yet he was astute. He alone had seemed to realize we were not being completely honest with the good people of Kelsingra. But was I dealing with a ruthless military leader who would do whatever was necessary to defend Kelsingra, or a melancholy youth concerned with his dragon's dreams? He joined me at the table, having pressed the flower ornament by the door. "How does that work?" I asked him, hoping to take his measure a bit more. "Pressing that flower?" "I've no idea. It just does. Down in the kitchens, a similar emblem glows and hums, one for each room." He dismissed my question with a shrug. "There is so much we don't know. It was only 6 months ago that we discovered those chambers were meant to be a kitchen. There is a basin there that fills with hot or cold water, but no ovens or hearth. So it's a peculiar kitchen. Not that my mother ever had an oven, or even a kitchen that I remember." For a moment, He fell morosely silent. Away from the skilled tumult of the streets, I wanted to hear more of his dragon's dream. But I also had to warn the others before they walked into the chamber. I did not trust this rapskull, not at all. Was his dragon dream a far-fetched ploy to get into our rooms? I waited 3 breaths and then said, "Your dragon had a dream about Clarice." He jolted back to awareness of me. "Clarice, yes. That was a name she recalled. So it was a true dream then, one based in her ancestral dragon memories." He sounded delighted. "I'm confused. Ancestral dragon memories?" He smiled and propped his chin on his fist. "It's not a secret any longer. When a serpent transforms into a dragon, it awakens with the memories of its dragon ancestors. It knows where to hunt, where to nest. It recalls names and events from its ancestral line, or so it should. Our dragons were sea serpents too long and spent too short a time in their cocoons. They emerged with fragmented memories. My Hebe recalls almost nothing of her ancestry. But sometimes, when she sleeps, memories come to her. I hope this means that as she grows, she may recall more of her ancestors' lives." His eyes went wide, and for a moment they gleamed. Tears from this ruthless man. He spoke softly in a wounded voice. "I love her as she is. I always have, and I always will. But to recall her ancestry would mean so much to her." His gaze met mine, and I saw a stricken parent. "Am I heartless that I long for this too? That I think she would be better? No, she is too wondrous as she is for anything to make her better. Why do I want this so? Am I faithless?" The worst that can happen to an assassin is to find common ground with his target. But I knew that question too well. How often had I lain awake beside Molly, wondering if I were a monster because I wished my daughter were as able as other children. For an instant, it was as if our hearts pumped the same blood. Then Chade's training whispered to me, "There it is, the chink in his armour." I had my own mission to think of, and the fool. I needed information, and perhaps this boy general had it. I spoke gently and leaned toward him, as if entranced with his tale. I warmed my voice with false kindness. How wondrous, then, that she dreamed of the servants and Clarice. I take it neither you nor she have visited that far place. Feed him some bits of my information to see what he might betray. Above all, maintain a calm demeanour. Pretend this was a social visit rather than a mutual assessment of strengths. My ploy worked. His face lit with joy. "Never. Those are real places, then. Real names. It must be a true memory she recalled, not a yearning dream." His chest rose and fell with excitement. His eyes that had been so guarded were suddenly wide and open. I felt something go out from him. It was neither the skill nor the wit, a peculiar blending of the two. Was that what bonded keeper and dragon? I knew then that he had kept his walls up while we spoke, but now he opened to Hebe and shared with her that her dreams were true recollections. Somewhere in Kelsingra, a dragon trumpeted in joy. The distant caw of a crow echoed it, or had I imagined that? I nudged him with words. Clarice is real, as are the servants. I have little other information to share with you, I fear. Our journey carries us toward the unknown. For vengeance, He queried me quietly. For vengeance, I confirmed. His brow creased, and for a moment he looked almost human.
Then perhaps we should join you. For what Hebe recalled of that place was dark and distressing. She hates and fears it in equal measure.
What does she recall? I asked gently. He scowled.
Little detail. There was treachery and betrayal, a trust violated. Dragons died, or were perhaps slaughtered.
He stared at the wall, as if seeing something at a great distance, and then snapped his eyes back to me.
It isn't clear to her, and so it is all the more disturbing.
Would the other dragons recall what she does not? He shook his head.
It is, as I have told you. All the dragons of Kelsingra emerged from their cocoons with incomplete memories.
Tintaglia and Icefire. I held my features still. Neither of those dragons had been members of the Kelsingra brood. Tintaglia had hatched years before the Kelsingra dragons and had believed herself the sole surviving dragon in the world. My personal experiences with her had been exceedingly unpleasant. She had tormented Nettle, invading her dreams and threatening her, and me, all in her pursuit to have us unearth Icefire for her. That truly ancient dragon had chosen to immerse herself in a glacier when he believed himself the last dragon in the world. The fool and I had broken him free of that ice and restored him to the world. His recall of what befell the other dragons should be intact, and, from what I knew of him, my chances of learning from him were very small. General Rapskull was still musing on his dragon.
My Hebe is different to the other dragons. Always smaller, stunted, some would say. And I do fear that she may never grow as large as the others. She seldom speaks, and when she does, it's almost exclusively to me. She shows no interest in making a mating flight. He paused and then said, She is younger than the others, both as a serpent and now as a dragon. We believe she was of the last surviving dragon generation before the final cataclysm took them all. Once, when dragons were many, dragon eggs hatched yearly into serpents. The serpents within them quickly made their way into the sea. There they would remain, swimming and eating, following the migrations of the fish until they were large enough to return to the rain-wild river and travel up it to the cocooning beach near Trehorg. So it was once. Many of the dragons have ancestral memories of helping serpents to form and enter their cocoons. And the following summer, the dragons would emerge from those cocoons, strong and fully formed, ready to take flight for their first hunts.
He shook his head sadly.
It was not so for our dragons. They got lost. They remained as serpents far too long, for some great disaster changed the coast and the river so greatly that they could no longer find their way to their cocooning beaches. Hebe and I believe that several generations of serpents were caught in that disaster, trapped in the sea for far longer than they should have been. I nodded. Speculations of my own had begun to boil within my mind, yet I knew it was essential to hear all he had to say. No need to tell him that I knew more of those two elder dragons than he did. Hebe suspects that not all dragonkind died when the elderling cities fell. Certainly, Icefire did not.
His voice went very dark.
I have given this some thought as well. It might seem that all the elderlings who live here in Kelsingra died, but they did not. I have walked in the memory of one elderling who lived through whatever event split and shattered this city. Through his eyes I watched the ground tremble and elderlings flee. But where? I think to other places marked on the map in the tower. He paused and looked at me. It taxed all my discipline to keep my face bemused as he said, "I do not know how the magic was done, but they fled through the standing stones, the same stones where I first encountered you." "They fled through stones?" I asked, as if uncertain of what I had heard. "Through the stones," he said. He watched me carefully. I kept my breathing slow and steady while regarding him with great interest. The quiet stretched long before he spoke. "I grew up an ignorant boy, Prince FitzChivalry, but not a stupid one. This city has a story to tell. While the others have feared to be lost in the memories stored in the stones, I have explored them. I have learned much. But some of what I have learned has only led to more questions. Does it not seem odd to you that in one disaster every elderling and every dragon in the world seems to have perished?" He was now speaking as much to himself as he was to me. I was content to let him talk. "Some elderling settlements were destroyed. We know that. Trehorg has long mined the remains of one buried elderling city. Perhaps others fell as well. But humanity did not die out, nor parrots, nor monkeys. So how is it that every elderling vanished from the world, and every dragon? Their population would surely have been greatly reduced, but to die out entirely, that is too strange. I saw many flee when the city died. So what became of them? What became of the dragons who were not here when the city fell?" He scratched his scaled chin. His nails were iridescent and made a metal-on-metal sound against his face. He lifted his eyes to mine. "Hebe recalls treachery and darkness. An earthquake is a disaster, but not a betrayal. I doubt that elderlings would be traitors to their dragons, so whose treachery does she recall?" I ventured a question. "What does ice fire say to your questions?" He gave a snort of disdain. "Ice fire? Nothing. He is a useless bully to dragons and elderlings alike. He never speaks to us. When Tintaglia had no other choice, she took him as her mate, but he proved himself unworthy of her. We seldom see him here in Kelsingrar, but I have heard a minstrel song of ice fires freeing from a glacier. An evil woman, pale of skin, attempted to kill him. A white prophet, some call her. And this is what I wonder. If someone had killed the dragons and elderlings, would they not wish to put an end to ice fire as well?" The tale of ice fire and the pale woman had reached as far as Kelsingrar. I had been known as Tom Badgerlock then, and few minstrels knew of my role in the downfall of the pale woman. But Rapskull was right. Icefire would certainly have a reason to hate the pale woman, and perhaps the servants as well. Was there any way to waken that hatred and persuade him to aid me in my vengeance? I rather doubted it. If he would not seek vengeance for his own wrongs, he would care little for wrongs done to a mere human. I led his thoughts away from Icefire. "I do not understand all you have told me. The dragons of Kelsingrar are different ages? But I thought all the Kelsingrar dragons had hatched from their cases at the same time." He smiled indulgently. "There is so much the outside world does not understand about our dragons. From a mating to the laying of an egg to the serpent entering its case, a generation or more of humanity may pass. And if sea serpents encounter years of poor feeding, or are swept away by storms or lost, then even more years may pass before they return to spin their cases. The serpents that finally were guided by Tintaglia to the cocooning grounds were all survivors of a terrible calamity, but some had been in the sea for scores of years longer than others. They had been serpents since dragons ended, and no one knows how long dragons had been gone from this world. Hebe and I believe that she was the youngest of the serpents to reach the banks of the Rainwild River. Her ancestral memories, poor as they are, retain the most recent history of the dragons before their near extinction. It was time to ask my most important question. Does Hebe remember anything of Clarice, or the servants that might aid me in my quest to destroy them? He shook his head sadly. She hates them, but she also fears them. And I can think of nothing else that she fears. She wavers from demanding that I should rally all our dragons to your cause, to warning me that we must never go near that place. If her dreams bring her a clear recollection, she may resolve to take her own vengeance. He shrugged, or if those memories are sufficiently terrifying, she may decide to avoid Clarice forever. He stood abruptly, prompting me to slide my own chair back and tighten all my muscles. He smiled ruefully at my wariness. I am not a short man, but even if I had been standing, he would have towered over me. Yet he spoke courteously. Even if my dragon cannot muster at present the will to avenge her kind on these servants, I would wish to kill them all myself, for her. He met my gaze squarely. I will not apologize for how I first behaved when you came to my city. My caution was warranted, and I am still dubious about much of your tale. No one saw you descend from the hills into Kelsingra. Your party arrived with more baggage than I believe you could comfortably carry. None of you had the weathered look common to folk who have made a long journey through the wilderness. I could not help but regard you with great caution. I had believed that only the elderlings of old could use the standing stones as portals. He stopped speaking. I met his gaze and said nothing. A spark of anger glittered in his metallic eyes. Very well. Keep your secrets. I sought you out not for myself, but for Hebe. It is at her bidding that I aid you. Therefore, despite my own reservations, at her urging, I offer you this. I am forced to trust that you will reveal this gift to no one, human, elderling, or dragon, until you are well away from Kelsingra. What use you might have for it, I cannot imagine. By touching dragon silver, Lady Amber has dipped her fingers into her own death, and printed death onto you with her touch. I do not envy either of you, but I do wish you success in achieving your mission before death takes you. As he spoke, he had reached into his waistcoat. My fingers found the haft of Riddle's knife, but what he drew forth was not a conventional weapon. I thought the fat tube was made of metal, until I saw the slow shifting of silver within it. Few of the containers the silver workers used survived. The glass is very heavy, and the glass stopper is threaded to ensure a tight fit. Nevertheless, I counsel you to handle it carefully. You're showing me a glass tube of skill? I would assume nothing. He set it on the table, and it rolled until he stopped it with a touch. The tube was as fat around as an oar handle and would fit solidly in a man's hand.
He reached into his waistcoat again and set a second tube beside the first. The glass chinked lightly as they touched, and the silver substance inside it whirled and coiled like melted fat on top of stirred soup.
Showing you? No, I'm giving it to you. After what Hebe has shared with me, I assume that your Lady Amber requested it to use against the servants. So here it is, your weapon, or your source of magic, or however you need to use it. It is from Hebe, given freely by a dragon, as only a dragon could grant you dragon silver.
There was a tap at the door. He picked up the silver and shoved it at me. "Conceal it," he told me harshly. Startled, I fumbled my hold on the tubes and then gripped them. They were warm and much heavier than I had expected them to be. With no other hiding place close by, I shoved them inside my shirt and folded my hands at the table's edge to conceal the bulge as he went to the door.
"Ah, your food,"
he announced, and admitted a serving man, who gave him a wide-eyed look before carrying a tray to the table and beginning to set out food before me. His brow was scaled, as were the tops of his cheeks. His lips were flat and taut, fish-like, and when he shifted his mouth, I glimpsed a flat grey tongue. His eyes, too, moved strangely when he turned his gaze to me. I looked away from his unvoiced plea. I wanted to apologize that I could not help him, but dared not open that discussion. I shamed myself by quietly thanking him. He nodded dumbly and backed out of the door, his eyes skimming over Rapskull. News of my visitor would swiftly reach the kitchens and spread as only gossip can. "Will you join me?" I asked the general. He shook his head.
"No. I expect that within minutes you will have one or two more of the household dashing through that door to be sure I have not harmed you. A pity. I should like to learn how you travel by those pillars, and why Hebe says you smell like you have a dragon companion, but not one she knows. I suspect there are things I know that would benefit you." He released a sigh. "So much is lost when there is no trust. Farewell, Prince FitzChivalry Farseer. I hope the trade and magic alliance you have proposed for our peoples prospers. I hope it does not end in war." Those chilling words were his farewell. The moment he closed the door behind him, I rose and took the glass tubes of skill to my pack. I hefted the vessels thoughtfully and watched the slow swirl when I tipped them. I studied each stopper. They appeared to be tight and felt slightly tacky, as if resin had been added to the seal. I tucked each into a heavy sock, doubling the ends over, and then put them into a thick wool hat before snugging it into the bottom of my pack. The glass of the tubes appeared heavy and strong, but I would take no chances. Indeed, I agreed with Rapskull. I would tell no one that I had this, least of all the fool. I had no idea why Amber had asked for dragon silver. Until she saw fit to divulge what she had planned, I had no intention of putting it at her disposal. It had alarmed me that she had silvered her fingertips, and I could still not sort out how I felt about the fingerprints that once more graced my wrist. I sighed. I knew my decision was sensible and wondered why I felt guilty about it. Worse than guilty, deceptive and sly. The others breezed in later that afternoon, full of tales of the city. In an ancient arboretum, the trees had long perished, but there remained statues that slowly changed their poses, and a fountain that chortled with the voices of happy children. Both Lant and Spark had seen the faint shapes of elderlings moving among the ghosts of green trees and climbing vines. Amber nodded to that account, but Perseverance looked forlorn. "Why do I hear and see nothing?"
he demanded. Even Amber hears their whispers. When the dragons fly over, the others say they hear them calling to each other, mostly insults and warnings about hunting territory. But all I hear is the bugling, not that different to the calls of elk in rut. The indignation in his voice bordered on anger. I wish you could hear and see what we do, Spark offered quietly. Why can't I? This he demanded of me. I can't say with certainty, but I suspect it's something you were born with or without. Some folk have an affinity for a magic, the skill or the wit. If they have the affinity, they can develop it. Rather like herd dogs are born with the concept of bunching sheep and hound pups that follow a scent, even before they are taught the fine points of it. But dogs can be taught to herd or hunt, even if they are not those breeds. Can't you teach me to see and hear what the others do? I'm afraid not. Per glanced sideways at Spark, and I sensed perhaps a rivalry or simply a wish to share. Lant spoke quietly. I don't see or hear as much as the others do. But I hear and see nothing at all! The words burst from the boy. That might be a gift rather than a lack. Perhaps you should think of it as an armour against magic. Your imperviousness was why you could resist the impulse to join the others in the carriage drive on the night Withywood's was raided. It was why you could help Bee to stay hidden as long as she did, and to help her try to escape. Your deafness to the skill and to the magic of Kelsingrar may be as much of a shield as a weakness. If I had thought to comfort him, it failed. A lot of good that did her, he said miserably. They still took Bee from me, and they still destroyed her. His words damped all our spirits. A morose silence fell. Whatever pleasure they had taken in the magic of the city was engulfed in the miasma of recalling why we had come here. General Rapskull came to see me today, I said, dropping the words like stones into a still pool. What did he want? Amber asked. Did he threaten you? Not at all. He said that he came to wish us success in our quest for vengeance, and that Hebe, his dragon, had a dream about the servants. And Clarice. I summarised for them my visit from Rapskull. A profound silence followed my words. Per was the first to speak. What does all that mean? Rapskull suspects that some great disaster befell the dragons. He believes that Hebe hates the servants of Clares because they somehow murdered the remaining dragons, or as many as they could kill. Lady Amber's face had slackened into the fool's features. In the fool's voice he whispered, That would explain so much. If the servants foresaw a disaster to the dragons and the elderlings, then they could plan to make it worse. If their goal was to eliminate all dragons from the world, and they succeeded, then they might foresee that we would try to restore them. And so they would create the Pale Woman and hold me captive at the school and send her out in my place, to be sure that the dragons had no chance of being restored. His gaze went distant as he recalled all we had done. The pieces fit, Fizz. Then a strange smile lit his face. But they failed, and we brought dragons back into the world. A shiver ran up my back and stood my hair on end. How far ahead had the servants planned their strategy? The fool had once hinted that they had used him to draw me away from Withywood's so that they might steal Bee. Did their dreams and omens warn them that we were coming? What other obstacles or distractions might they devise for us? I smothered those fears. We still don't know why they wanted to destroy the dragons. He shot me the fool's mocking glance. I said it explained much, not all. The servants play a very long game with the world and the lives of all those in it, and they play it only for their own good. I would speak with this Hebe and see what else she can recall. I don't think that's wise. I think all of us should avoid General Rapskull as much as we can. He does not seem stable. Today he was courteous, even kind. Nonetheless, I do not trust him. He told me plainly that he does not believe our story of how we came here, nor how you silvered your fingers. He strongly suspects that we came by the pillars. He glimpsed you near the Dragon's Well on the night you dipped your fingers, fool. For all our sakes, stay clear of him. For a long time he was silent. Then his features assumed the poise of Lady Amber. I suppose that is the wiser course. And you say that Hebe speaks only to him? Would any of the other dragons recall anything of the servants, do you think? I don't think so, but how could we possibly know? I pondered a bit. Icefire knows. He survived whatever befell the dragons, and of his own will entombed himself in ice. He should recall those times. He would know if the servants had anything to do with the extinction of the dragons. I suppose it's possible he shared that tale with Tintaglia. But he is not here. Many of the dragons went to the warm lands for the winter. Some went 2 or even 3 years ago. I gather that Icefire left and has not returned. A cold dread uncoiled in my belly. I tried to keep it from showing on my face. Fool, Lady Amber, what is the climate like on the White Island and in the nearby lands? She fixed her blind eyes on me. Warm, mild. I never knew winter until I travelled north to the 6 duchies. She smiled, her face falling into the fool's lines. It's beautiful, Fitz. Not just the White Island, not just Clarice. I meant the other islands and the mainland. It's a gentle land, a much kinder place than you have ever known. Oh, Buck is beautiful in its savage way. It's stark, a stern land, and it makes folk as stony as its bones. But my land, it has gentle rolling hills, wide river valleys, and herds of cattle and flocks of sheep, not the rangy creatures you call cattle in Buck and the duchies. Big brown cows with sweeping horns and black muzzles, their backs head high to a man. It's a rich and easy land, Fitz. Farther inland, there are golden-shored lakes that teem with fish, and there are steaming springs in the wooded hills. He sighed and seemed lost for a time, perhaps recalling the days of his childhood. Abruptly, Amber cocked her head at me. Do you think that is where dragons go when the winter freezes the land here, or went at some time? I imagined gentle rolling pasturelands, fat cattle stampeding in terror and swooping dragons. That would explain why the servants would wish to eliminate them. Dragons have not proven favourable for the 6 duchies. Perhaps the servants found them more than an inconvenience. Did the servants know how to kill dragons? Were there dragons that would never return to Kelsingrar? Let me ponder this, and recall what little I know of the dream prophecies that mention dragons. Amber scowled suddenly, and it was the fool who said, "And Why has it never occurred to me to wonder why there are so few dream prophecies that mention dragons? Are there no dream prophecies of the rise and fall of the dragons, or were they suppressed? Suppressed, I thought to myself, as the fool suppressed his memories of Clarice. I needed to unlock both those mysteries. A slow plan to do so began to unfold in my mind. Chapter 6. Revelations. I first dreamed the Destroyer when I was still on Aslavjarl Island. Beloved's catalyst had returned for a second time. I believe his presence triggered both my dreaming and the vision of the Destroyer. In that dream, the Destroyer was a fist gripping a flame. The hand opened and the flames flared tall, but instead of giving off light, they brought darkness, and everything I had ever known was destroyed. It had been so long since I had dreamed a dream that I told myself I had imagined that it was significant. Had not I just achieved all my goals, why would a dream so dark come to me amid my triumph? Nonetheless, I was moved to say to the White Prophet and his catalyst that the time had come for them to part. One of them at least accepted the truth of my words, but I saw that they both lacked the will to do what they must. I undertook to separate them. The Writings of Prilkop the Black. My recovery was slower than from any physical injury I had experienced in decades. Clearly, my old skill healing did not repair whatever the skill itself had drained from me. Focusing my thoughts was a challenge, and I tired easily. And my afternoon with General Rapskull had taxed me gravely. Even in this so-called quiet building, the skill current sang and surged around me. But that did not mean there was not work to do, information to gather, regardless of barriers, no matter how weary I was. That night I sent Perseverance down to the kitchens to beg brandy and a glass for me. He had returned with a large bottle of Sand's Edge. Carrot is from the Rain Wilds, and very hampered by thick scales on his face and hands, he had informed me as he set out the bottle and 2 glasses. He said you deserved only the best and asked me to remember him to you. I'd sighed. My steady refusals to attempt any more healings had not stopped the requests and courtship of those afflicted with dragon changes. With an understanding shrug, Per left me alone in my room and went off to bed. I was sitting on the bed, bottle beside me and glass in hand, when Amber came in after a late dinner with Malta. I greeted her after I drained the last drops of brandy from my glass. "Did you have a pleasant evening?" I asked her in a slow voice. "Pleasant enough. Little to show for it. Icefire has been gone for months now. Malta isn't sure when he left. All know that Hebe doesn't speak to anyone except Rapskull, and Malta had heard that Rapskull had called on you and was concerned for you." "I hope you told her I was fine, though truly I shouldn't have ventured out into Kelsingra. The skill current out there is like being tumbled down a river full of boulders. I don't know if it's because I've been trained to be aware of it and use it, or because there is so much silver here. Perhaps I made myself vulnerable to it somehow when I did those healings and let it course through me without restraint." I lifted the bottle. "Will you have some?" "Some what?" She sniffed the air. "Is that Sand's Edge brandy?" "It is. I've only 1 glass, but there are cups still on the table." "I will, then. It would be shameful to make you drink alone." I kicked my boots off, let them thud to the floor. I let the bottle's neck clink on the lip of my glass as I dribbled a bit more into it. Then I lay back on the bed, staring up at the dimmed ceiling. Stars gleamed against a deep blue sky. They were not the only illumination in the room. The walls had become a forestscape. White flowers gleamed on the swooping branches of trees. I spoke to the stars. So much skill coursing through this city, and I dare not use it at all. I did not watch as Amber discarded her skirts and wiped paint from her face. When I felt someone sit down on the edge of the bed, it was the fool in plain leggings and a simple shirt. He had brought a teacup from the table. And you still dare not venture to help any of the dragon-touched folk? Not even with the smallest complaint? Scales growing down over the eyes, for example? I sighed. I tapped the neck of the bottle light on the edge of his teacup to warn him, and then filled it well. I know the man you speak of. He has come twice to talk to me, once to beg, once with coin. Fool, I dare not. I am besieged by the skill. If I open my gates to it, I will fall. I moved over on the bed. He took 2 generous sips from his cup to lower the level of the brandy before taking a place beside me. I set the bottle on the bed between us. And you cannot reach out to Nettle or Dutiful at all. He leaned back on the pillows beside me and held the teacup in both hands on his chest. I dare not, I repeated. Think of it this way. If there is water sloshing in my boat, I don't drill a hole in the bottom to let it out, for then the ocean would surge in. He did not reply. I shifted in the bed and added, I wish you could see how beautiful this chamber is. It is night in here, with the stars illuminated on the ceiling, and the walls have become a shadowed forest. I hesitated, needing to ease into the topic. Do it. It makes me grieve for Aslevyal. The Pale Woman's soldiers destroyed so much beauty there. I wish I could have seen it as it was. The fool held a long silence. Then he said, Prilkop often spoke of the beauty that was lost when she invaded Aslevyal and made it hers. Then he was there before she was. Oh, long before. He's very old. Was very old. His voice went dark with dread. How old? He made a small, amused noise. Ancient Fitz. He was there before Icefire buried himself. It shocked him that the dragon would do so, but he dared not oppose him. Icefire was seized by the idea that he must burrow into the ice and die there. The glacier had claimed most of Aslevyal when Prilkop first arrived there. Some few elderlings still came and went, but not for long. How could anyone live that long? I demanded. He was a true white Fitz, of a much older and purer bloodline than existed when I was born. Whites are long-lived and terribly hard to kill. You have to work at it to kill a white or permanently disable one, as the Pale Woman did with me. He sipped noisily from his teacup and then tipped it to take a healthy drink from it. What they did to me in Clarice, it would have killed you, Fitz, or any other human. But they knew that, and were always careful not to go too far, no matter how much I hoped they would. He drank again. I had come to the topic I wanted to explore, but not by the path I'd hoped. I could already feel the tension in him. I looked around and asked, "Where is that bottle?" "It's here." He groped beside him on the bed, then passed it to me, and I tipped a bit into my glass. He held out his cup, and I sloppily refilled it. He scowled as he shook brandy from his fingertips, and then sipped it down to where it would not spill. For a time neither of us spoke. I counted his breaths and heard them slow and become deeper. Beside me, in the darkness, he lifted his gloved hand. He let the teacup balance on his chest by itself. Gingerly, he pulled at the fingertips of the glove with his other hand until his silvered hand was bared. He held it up and turned it first one way and then the other. "Can you see it?" I asked him, curiously. "Not as you do, but I can perceive it." "Does it hurt?" "Thymara said it would kill you, and Spark told me that Thymara is one of the few elderlings allowed to work with silver and knows more of it than anyone. Not that she has mastered the artful way of the old elderlings." "Really?" I had not heard that. "She attempts to learn from the memories stored in the city, but it is dangerous to listen too closely to them. Lant hears the city whisper. Spark hears it singing. I've warned them to avoid deliberate contact with places where memories are stored." I sighed. "But I am certain they have at least sampled some of what is there." "Oh, yes. Spark told me that some of the serving girls do nothing in their free time except seek out the erotic remembrances that a certain elderling left stored in a statue of herself. Malta and Rain disapprove, and with reason. Years ago, I heard a rumour about the Cuprous family that Rain's father spent too much time in a buried elderling city among such stones. He died of it, or rather, he became immersed in it, and then his body died from lack of care. They call it drowning in memories." He sipped from his cup. "And we call it drowning in the skill. August Farseer." I spoke aloud the name of a cousin long lost, and Verity, in a much more dramatic way. He did not drown in someone else's memories, but submerged himself in a dragon, taking all his memories with him. I was quiet for a time, thinking about his words. I lifted my glass to my lips and then paused to say, "A hedge witch once told me that all magic is related, like a circle, and people may have this arc of it or that. No one gets it all. I've got the skill and the wit, but I can't scry. Chade can, or could, I think. He never fully admitted it to me. Jinnah could make charms for people, but despised my wit as a dirty magic." I watched his silvered hand turning. "Fool, why did you silver your hand? And why did you ask for more silver?" He sighed. His free hand shook out his glove and held it open as his silvered hand crept into it. He took up his cup in both hands. "To have the magic, Fitz. To be able to use the pillars more easily. To be able to shape wood again as I once did. To touch someone or something and know it from the bones out as I once could." He drew in a deep breath and sighed it out. "When they tormented me. When they skinned my hand." He faltered. He took a slow sip of his brandy and said in a careless voice, "When I had no skill on my fingers, I missed it. I wanted it back." "Thymara said it would kill you." "It was slow death for Verity and Kettle. They knew it. They raced to create the dragon and enter it before the silver could kill them." "But you lived for years with silver on your fingertips. And you bore the marks of my fingers on your wrist for years. You didn't die of it, nor has Malta from my touch on her neck." "Why not?" He scowled at his teacup and drank to lower the level of brandy in it before he shifted onto his side to face me. "I don't know. Perhaps because I am not fully human, Perhaps because of the white heritage, perhaps because you were trained to master the skill, perhaps because for you, like Malta, it was the barest brush of silver on your skin, or for her, perhaps Tintaglia's dragon changes made her immune. He smiled. So, perhaps there is something of a dragon in you, elderling blood from long ago. I suspect it entered the bloodlines of the Farseers when the first holder came to the shores of what would be Buck. Perhaps the walls of Buck Keep are not as heavily infused with skills as the walls of Kelsingrar, but we both know there is some of it in the skill pillars and in the oldest stones of the castle. Perhaps you are immune to it because you grew up with it. Or perhaps you were born that way. He shook his head against the bed that had relaxed to cushion him. We don't know, but I think this— he held his gloved hand aloft and rubbed his fingertips together— will be very useful to me when we reach Clarice. And the vials of silver you asked for? Truthfully, I wished them for a friend, to improve his lot in life, and perhaps to win a favour of him. I trickled some brandy into my glass and refilled his teacup. We both drank. Do I know this friend? He laughed aloud. It was a sound that had become so rare that I smiled to hear it, even when I did not know the reason. No, you don't know him yet, but you will. He looked at me with his pale gold eyes, and I felt he could see me. And you may find you have much in common, he said, and laughed again, a bit loosely. I didn't ask. I knew better than to think he might answer a direct question. He surprised me when he asked, You have never considered it? Adding a bit of skill to your fingers? No. I thought of Verity, his hands and forearms coated with silver, unable to touch his lady or hold her. I thought of the times when something, a fern or a leaf, had brushed against the fool's old fingerprints on my wrist, and I had had a disconcerting moment of full awareness of it. No, I think I have enough problems with the skill without making myself even more vulnerable to it. Yet you wore my fingerprints for years, and became very upset with me when I removed them. True, because I missed that link with you. I took a sip of brandy. But how did you remove them from my skin? How did you recall the skill to your fingertips? I just did. Can you tell me how you reach out to nettle? Not in a way you would understand. Not unless you had the skill. Exactly. Silence fell between us for a time. I worked on my walls and felt the muttering of the city become a soft murmuring and then fade to blessed silence. Peace filled me for a moment. Then guilt welled up to fill the space the city's muttering had occupied. Peace. What right had I to peace when I had failed B so badly? Do you want me to take them back? What? My fingerprints on your wrist. Do you want me to take them back again? I thought briefly. Did I? I never wanted you to remove them when you did, and now I fear that if you put your hand to my wrist, we might both be swept away. Fool, I told you that I felt besieged by the magic. My latest encounter with the force of the skill has left me very wary. I think of Chade and how he crumbled in the last few months. What if that was suddenly me? Not remembering things, not keeping my thoughts organised. I can't let that happen. I have to keep my focus. I sipped from my glass. I have a task to complete. He made no response. I was staring at the ceiling, but from the corner of my eye I watched him drain his teacup. I offered him the bottle, and he poured more for himself. Now was as good a time as any. So, tell me about Clarice. The island, the town, the school. How will we get in? As for my getting in, that's not a problem. If I show myself in a guise they recognise, they will be very anxious to take me back in and finish what they began. He tried for laughter, but abruptly fell silent. I wondered if he had frightened himself. I sought for a distraction. You smell like her. What? You smell like amber. It's a bit unnerving. Like amber? He lifted his wrist to his nose and sniffed. There's barely a trace of attar of roses there. How can you smell that? I suppose there's still a bit of wolf in me. It's noticeable because you usually have no scent of your own. Oh, if you are filthy, I smell the dirt on your skin and clothes, but not you, yourself. Night Eyes sometimes called you the scentless one. He thought it very strange. I'd forgotten that. Night Eyes. To Night Eyes. To friends long gone, I said. I lifted my glass and drained it, as did he. I quickly refilled his cup and chinked the bottle against the lip of my glass. We were both quiet for a time, recalling my wolf, but it was a different kind of silence. Then the fool cleared his throat and spoke as if he were Fedren teaching the history of Buck. Far to the south and across the sea to the east is the land from which I came. I was born to a little farming family. Our soil was good, our streams seldom ran dry. We had geese and sheep. My mother spun the wool, my parents dyed it, my fathers wove with it. So long ago, those days, like an old tale. I was born to my mother late in her life, and I grew slowly, just as Bee did. But they kept me, and I stayed with them for many years. They were old when they took me to the servants at Clarice. Perhaps they thought themselves too old to care for me any longer. They told me I had to become what I was meant to be, and they feared they had kept me too long from that calling. For in that part of the world, all know of the white prophets, though not all give the legends credence. I was born on the mainland, on Messenia, but we journeyed from island to island until we reached Clarice. It's a very beautiful city, on a bay on a large island named Kells in the old tongue, or Clarice. Some call it the White Island. Along that coast, and on several of the islands, are beaches littered with immense bones. They are so old they have turned to stone. I myself have seen them. Some of those stony bones were incorporated into the stronghold at Clarice, for it is a stronghold from a time before the servants. Once, a long, narrow peninsula of land reached out to it. Whoever built the castle at Clarice cut away that peninsula, leaving only a narrow causeway that leads to it, a causeway that vanishes daily when the tide is in and reappears as the tide goes out. Each end of the causeway is stoutly gated and guarded. The servants regulate who comes and who goes. So they have enemies. He laughed again. Not that I have ever heard. They control the flow of commerce. Pilgrims and merchants and beggars. Clarice attracts all sorts of folk. So we should approach it from the sea in a small boat at night. He shook his head and sipped more brandy. No, the towers above are manned at all times with excellent archers. Toward the sea, there are tall pilings of stone, and nightly the lamps on them are lit. They burn bright. You cannot approach from the sea. Go on, I said with a sigh. As I told you, all manner of folk come there. Merchants from far ports, people anxious to know their futures, folk who wish to become servants of the whites, mercenaries to join the guard. We will hide among them. In the daily flood of people seeking Clarice, you will be unnoticed. You can blend with the fortune seekers who at every low tide cross the causeway to the castle. I would rather enter by stealth, preferably during darkness. There might be a way, he admitted. There is an ancient tunnel under the causeway. I don't know where one enters it or where the tunnel opens. I told you that some of the young whites carried me out in secrecy? He shook his head and took a healthy swallow of his brandy. I thought they were my friends, he said bitterly. Since then, I have had to wonder if they did not serve the four. I think they freed me as one uncages a messenger pigeon, knowing it will fly home. I fear they will expect me. That they will have foreseen my return and be ready for me. What we attempt to do, Fitz, will disrupt every future they have ever planned. There will have been many dreams about it. I rolled my head to look at him. He was smiling strangely. When first you brought me back from death, I told you I was living in a future that I had never foreseen. I had never dreamed of anything beyond my death. My death, I knew, was a certainty. And when I travelled with Prilcop back to Clarice, I had no dreams. I was certain that my time as a white prophet was over, had not we achieved all I had ever imagined. We did, I exclaimed and raised my glass. To us. We drank. As the years passed, my dreams came back to me, but fitfully. Then Ash gave me the dragon blood elixir, and my dreams returned as a flood. Powerful dreams, visions that warned of strong divergences in what may be, Fitz. Twice I have dreamed of a destroyer who comes to Clarice. That would be you, Fitz. But if I have dreamed such a thing, then will others have done so also? The servants may expect us. They may even have deliberately set in motion that I will come back to them and bring my catalyst with me. Then we must make sure they do not see you. I feigned an optimism I did not feel. Telling an assassin he is expected is the worst news that can be delivered. I ventured towards something I had long wondered about. Fool. When we were changing the world, putting it into a better track, as you used to say, how did you know what we should and should not do? I didn't exactly. He sighed heavily. I saw you in the futures I wanted, but not often. At first, your survival was very unlikely, so my first task was to find you and keep you alive as long as possible. To create a greater likelihood that you would exist in more possible futures. Do you see what I mean? I didn't, but I made an agreeable noise. So, to keep a bastard alive, find a powerful man. Win him to my side. I put into King Shrewd's head the thought that you might be useful in the future. That he should not let Regal destroy you, or he would not have you as a tool to possibly use later. I recalled Regal's words the first time he saw me. Don't do what you can't undo until you have considered well what you can't do once you've done it. Almost exactly right, he said, and hiccuped and then chuckled. Oh, King Shrewd, I never foresaw that I would come to care for him so much, Fitz, nor that he would be fond of me, or you. He yawned and added, But he did. So, what can we do to make it less likely they expect us? We could not go. Well, yes, there's that. We could delay going for 20 years or so. I'd likely be dead or very old. True. I don't want to take the others into this. Lant and the youngsters. I never meant for you to come along, let alone them.
I hope that in Bingtown we can put them on a ship home."
He shook his head, disapproving that plan. Then he asked, "Do you think that somehow you will manage to leave me behind as well?"
"I wish I could, but I fear that I must have you with me to help me find my way. So, be useful, fool. Tell me of this tunnel. Is it guarded as well?"
"I think not, Fitz. I can tell you so little. I was blinded and broken. I did not even know the names of those took me out of there. When I realised they were moving me, I thought they were taking me to the dung tank on the level of the lowest dungeons. It is a vile place, always stinking of filth and death. All the waste of the castle flows into a vat set into the floor. If you have displeased the Four, that is where they will dump your dismembered body. Twice a day, the tank floods with the incoming tide. A chute slants down and under the castle wall into the bay, and then the tide goes out. It carries with it the filth, the excrement, the little strangled babies they did not find worthy of life." His voice cracked as he said, "I thought that was why they had come. To cut me in pieces and throw me in with all the other waste. But they hushed me when I cried out and said they had come to save me, and they rolled me onto a blanket and carried me out. During the times when I was conscious, I heard the drip of water and smelt the sea. We went down some steps. They carried me a long way. I smelt their lantern. Then up some steps and out onto a hillside. I smelt sheep and wet grass. The jolting hurt me terribly. They carried me over rough ground for a painfully long time, and then out onto a dock where they gave me over to sailors on a ship. I stored in my mind the little he had given me. A tunnel under the causeway that ended in a sheep pasture. Not much of use. Who were they? Would they be willing to help us? I don't know. Even now, I can't recall it clearly. You must, I told him. I felt him flinch and feared I had pushed him too hard. I spoke more gently. Fool, you are all I have. And there is so much I need to know about this Four. I must know their weaknesses, their pleasures, their friends. I must know their habits, their vices, their routines and desires. I waited. He remained silent. I tried another question. If we can choose but one to kill, which one do you most wish dead? He was silent. After a time, I asked him quietly, "Are you awake?" "Awake? Yes." He sounded more sober than he had. "Fitz, was this how it was with Chade? Did you two take counsel with one another and plan each death?" Don't talk about this. Too private even to tell the fool. I had never spoken of it to Molly. The only one who had ever witnessed me engaged in my trade was B. I cleared my throat. "Let it go for tonight, fool. Tomorrow I will beg paper from the keepers, and we can begin to draw the stronghold, as much as you remember. For tonight, we need to sleep. I won't be able to." He sounded desperately unhappy. I was exhuming all he had buried. I handed him the bottle. He drank from the neck. I took it back and did the same. It was unlikely that I would sleep either. I hadn't intended to get drunk. It was supposed to be a ploy, a scheme to trick my friend. I drank more and took a breath. "Have you any allies there? Within the walls?" "Perhaps. Prilkop was alive the last time I saw him, but if he lives, he is likely a prisoner." A pause. I will try to order it all in my mind and tell it to you. But it is hard, Fitz. There are things I can't bear to recall. They only come back to me in nightmares. He fell silent. Digging information out of him felt as cruel as digging bits of bone from a wound. When we left Aslev Jarl to return to Clarice, he said suddenly, that was Prilkop's idea. I was still recovering from all that had happened. I did not feel competent to chart my own course. He had always wanted to return to Clarice, longed for it for so many years. His memories of that place were so different to mine. He had come from a time before the servants were corrupt, from a time when they truly served the White Prophet. When I told him of my time there, of how I had been treated, he was aghast, and more determined than ever that we must return to set things right. He shifted suddenly, wrapping his arms around himself and hunching his shoulders forward. I rolled toward him. In the faint light of the ceiling stars, he looked very old and small. I let him persuade me. He was, I hope he is, very large-hearted, Fitz, unable even after he had seen all Illistor did to believe that the servants now served only greed and hatred.
Illistor?
You knew her as the Pale Woman. I did not know she had another name. At that, a thin smile curved his mouth. You thought that when she was a babe she was called the Pale Woman? Well, no. I never really thought about it. You called her the Pale Woman? I did. It's an old tradition, or perhaps a superstition. Never call something by its true name if you wish to avoid calling its attention to you. Perhaps it goes back to the days when dragons and humans commonly coexisted in the world. Tintaglia disliked that humans knew her true name. Illistor, I said softly. She's gone. Even so, I avoid her name. She is gone. I thought of her as I had last seen her, her arms ending in blackened sticks of bone, her hair lank about her face, all pretence of beauty gone. I did not want to think of that. I was grateful when he began to speak again, his words soft at the edges. When I first returned to Clarice with Prilkop, the servants were astonished. I have told you how weak I was. Had I been myself, I would have been much more cautious, but Prilkop anticipated only peace and comfort and a wonderful homecoming. We crossed the causeway together, and all who saw his gleaming black skin knew what he must be, a prophet who had achieved his life's work. We entered, and he refused to wait. We walked straight into the audience chamber of the Four. I watched his face in the dim light. A smile tried to form, faded. They were speechless, frightened perhaps. He announced plainly that their false prophet had failed and that we had released Icefire into the world. He was fearless. He turned toward me. A woman screamed and ran from the room. I cannot be sure, but I think that was Dwalia. That was how she heard that the Pale Woman's hands had been eaten, and how she had died in the cold, starved and freezing. Illistor had always despised me, and that day I secured Dwalia's hatred as well. Yet, almost immediately, the Four gave us a veritable festival of welcome. Elaborate dinners with us seated at the high table with them. Entertainments were staged, and intoxicants and courtesans offered to us anything they imagined we might desire. We were hailed as returning heroes, rather than the two who had destroyed the future they had sought. Another silence, then he took a breath. They were clever. They requested a full accounting of all I had accomplished, as one might expect they would. They put scribes at my disposal, offered me the finest paper, beautiful inks and brushes, so that I might record all I had experienced out in the greater world. Prilkop was honoured as the eldest of all whites. He stopped speaking, and I thought he had drowsed off. I had not had near as much brandy as he had. My ploy had worked too well. I took the teacup from his lax hand and set it gently on the floor. "They gave us sumptuous chambers," he went on at last. "Healers tended me. I regained my strength. They were so humble, so apologetic for how they had doubted me, so willing to learn. They asked me so many questions. I realised one day that, despite all their questions and flattery, I had managed to minimise you, to tell my history as if you were several people rather than one. A stable boy, a bastard prince, an assassin. To keep you hidden from them, save as a nameless catalyst who served me. I allowed myself to admit that I did not trust them, that I had never forgotten or forgiven how they had mistreated and restrained me. And Prilkop, too, had misgivings. He had watched the pale woman for years, as she claimed, as Levial. He had seen how she courted her catalyst, Keeble Rawbread, with gifts, a silver throat-piece, earrings of gold set with rubies, gifts that meant that she had substantial wealth at her disposal. The wealth of Clarice had been made available to her that she might set the world on their so-called true path. She was no rogue prophet, but their emissary sent out to do their will. She was to destroy Icefire and put an end to the last hope to restore dragons to the world. Why, he asked me, would they welcome the two who had dashed their plans? So we conspired. We agreed that we must not give them any clues that led back to you. Prilkop theorised that they were looking for what he called junctions, places and people that had helped us shift the world into a better future. He speculated that they could use the same places and people to push the world back into the true path they had desired. Prilkop felt you were a very powerful junction, one to be protected. At that point, the four were still treating us as honoured guests. We had the best of everything, and freedom to roam the castle and the town. That was when we smuggled out our first two messengers. They were to seek you out and warn you. I rallied my bleary brain. No. The messenger said you wanted me to find the unexpected son. That came later, he said softly. Much later. You always said I was the unexpected son. So I thought then. And Prilkop too. You will recall how earnestly he advised us to part, lest we accidentally continue to work unpredictable change in the world, changes we could neither predict nor control. He laughed uneasily. And so we have done. Fool, I care nothing for anyone's vision of a better future for this world. The servants destroyed my child. I spoke into the darkness. I care only that they have no future at all. I shifted in the bed. When did you stop believing that I was the unexpected son? And if those prophecies do not pertain to me, what of all we did together? If we were guided by your dreams, and yet I was not the one your dreams foretold, I've wrestled with that. He sighed so heavily I felt his breath against my face. Prophetic dreams are riddling things, Fitz. Puzzles to be solved. Often enough you have accused me of interpreting them after the fact, bending them to fit what truly happened. But the prophecies of the unexpected son? There are many. I have never told you all of them. In some, you wore a buck's antlers. In others, you howled like a wolf. The dream said you had come from the north, from a pale mother and dark father. All those prophecies fitted. I cited all those dreams to prove that the bastard prince that I had aided was the unexpected son. You aided me? I thought I was your catalyst. You were. Don't interrupt. This is difficult enough without interruptions. He paused again to lift the bottle. As he lowered it, I caught it before it fell. I know you are the unexpected son. In my bones I knew it then, and I know it now. But they insisted you were not. They hurt me so badly that I could not believe what I knew. They twisted my thoughts, Fitz, just as much as they talked my bones. They said that some of their Clarice-bred whites were still having dreams of the unexpected son. They dreamed him as a figure of dark vengeance. They said that if I had fulfilled those prophecies, the dreams would not be continuing. But they were. Maybe they still mean me. I stoppered the bottle and lowered it carefully to the floor. I set my glass beside it. I rolled to face him. I had meant it as a jest. His sharp intake of breath told me it was anything but humorous to him. But, he objected, and then stopped speaking. He bowed his head forward suddenly, almost butting it into my chest. He whispered, as if he feared to speak the words aloud. Then they would know. They would certainly know. Oh, Fitz, they did come and find you. They took B, but they had found the unexpected son, as they had claimed the dreams predicted they would. He choked on those last words. I set my hand on his shoulder. He was shaking. I spoke quietly. So they found me, and we will make them very sorry they found me. Did not you tell me that you had dreamed me as destroyer? That is my prediction. I will destroy the people who destroyed my child. Where is the bottle? He sounded utterly discouraged, and I decided to take mercy on him. We drank it. We've talked enough. Go to sleep. I cannot. I fear to dream. I was drunk. The words tumbled from my mouth. Then dream of me killing the four. I laughed stupidly. How I would have loved to kill Dwalia. I took a deep breath. Now I understand why you were angry at me for walking away from the pale woman. I knew she would die, but I understand why you wished me to kill her. You were carrying me. I was dead, yes. We were both quiet for a time, thinking of that. I had not been this drunk in a long time. I started to let my awareness slide away. Fitz, after my parents left me at Clarice, I was still a child. Just when I needed someone to care for me, to protect me. I had no one. His voice, always controlled so carefully, was thickening with tears. My journey to Buckkeep, when I first fled Clarice to discover you, it was horrible. The things I had to do, the things that were done to me, all so that I could get to Buck and find you. He sobbed in a breath. Then King Shrewd. I came there, hoping only to manipulate him to get what I needed, you alive. I had become what the servants had taught me to be, ruthless and selfish, set only on levering people and events to my will.
I came to his court ragged and half-starved and gave him a letter with most of the ink washed away, saying that I had been sent as a gift to him."
He sniffed and then dragged his arm across his eyes. My eyes filled with tears for him.
"I tumbled and pranced and walked on my hands. I expected him to mock me. I was prepared to be used however he desired, if I could but win your life from him."
He sobbed aloud.
He ordered me to stop. Regal was beside his throne, full of horror that a creature such as I was admitted to the throne room. But shrewd, he told a guardsman, "Take that child to the kitchens and see him fed. Have the seamstresses find some clothes to fit him, and shoes. Put shoes on his feet." And all that he commanded was done for me. It made me so wary. Oh, I didn't trust him. Capra had taught me to fear initial kindness. I kept waiting for the blow, for the demand. When he told me I could sleep on the hearth in his bedchamber, I was certain he would. But that was all he meant. While Queen Desire was gone, I would be his companion in the evening, to amuse him, with tricks and tales and songs, and then sleep on his hearth and rise in the morning when he did. Fitz, he had no reason to be so kind to me. None at all.
He was weeping noisily now, his walls completely broken.
He protected me, Fitz. It took months for him to gain my trust, but after a time, whenever Queen Desire was travelling and I slept on the hearth, I felt safe. It was safe to sleep.
He rubbed his eyes again.
I miss that. I miss that so badly.
I did, I think, what anyone would have done for a friend, especially as drunk as we both were. I remembered Burrich, too, and how his strength had sheltered me when I was small. I put my arm around the fool and pulled him close. For an instant I felt that unbearable connection. I lifted my hand away and shifted so that his face rested on my shirt.
I felt that,
he said wearily. So did I.
You should be more careful.
I should.
I secured my walls against him. I wished I didn't have to.
Go to sleep, I told him. I made a promise I doubted I could keep. I will protect you. He sniffed a final time, wiped his wrist across his eyes, and gave a deep sigh. He groped with his gloved hand and clasped my hand, wrist to wrist, the warrior's greeting. After a time, I felt his body go slack against mine. His grip on my wrist loosened. I kept mine firm. Protect him. Could I even protect myself anymore? What right did I have to offer him such a vain promise? I hadn't protected B, had I? I took a deep breath and thought of her. Not in the shallow, wistful way one recalls a sweet time long past. I thought of her little hand clasping my fingers. I recalled how thickly she spread butter on bread, and how she held her teacup in both hands. I let the pain wash fresh against me, salt in fresh slashes. I recalled her weight on my shoulder, and how she gripped my head to steady herself. B, so small. Mine for so short a time, and gone now. Just gone. Into the skill stream, and lost forever. B. The fool made a small sound of pain. For an instant his hand tightened on my wrist, and then fell slack again. And for a time, as I stared up at the false night sky, I kept a drunken watch over him.
Chapter 7. Beggar. A dream so brief, but so brilliantly coloured that I cannot forget it. Is it significant? My father is talking to a person with two heads. They are so deep in conversation that no matter how loudly I interrupt them, they will not speak to me. In the dream, I say, "Find her! Find her! It's not too late!" In the dream, I am a wolf made of fog. I howl and howl, but they do not turn to me. B. Farseer's Dream Journal. I had never been so alone, so hungry. Even Wolf-Father was at a loss for what I should do. "Let us find a forest. There I can teach you to be a wolf like your father taught me." The ruins were a great tumble of blackened and melted stone. The squared edges of some blocks were slumped and sunken like ice melted by the sun. I had to climb up and over collapsed walls, and I feared to fall into the cracks between the fallen stones. I found a place where two immense blocks were tented together and crawled into the shadowy recess beneath them. Huddled in their shade, I tried to gather my thoughts and strength. I needed to stay hidden from Dwalia and the others. I had no food and no water. I had the clothes on my back and a candle in my jerkin. My mildewed shawl had been lost in my most recent beating, along with my wool hat. How could I win my way back to Buck, or even to the border of the 6 duchies? I reviewed what I knew of the geography of Calcid. Could I walk home? Calcid's terrain was harsh. It was a land where heat welled up from the earth. There was a desert, I seemed to recall, and a low range of mountains. I shook my head. It was useless. My mind could not work while my belly clamoured for food and my mouth told me how dry it was. All that afternoon, I remained hidden. I listened intently, but heard nothing of Dwalia and the others. Perhaps she had managed to exit the tumble of stone, and perhaps Vindalia had once more bent the Chalcidian's will to her purposes. What would they do? Perhaps go into the city, or to Curve's home. Would they search for me? So many questions, and no answers. As night approached, I picked my way through a dragon-blasted section of the city. Once fine houses gawked rooflessly, with empty holes for windows and doors. The streets had largely been cleared of rubble. Scavengers and salvagers had been at work among the ruins. Walls were missing blocks of stones. Tall weeds and scrawny bushes grew from the cracks. Beyond a gap in a tumbled garden wall, I found water collected in the mossy basin of a derelict fountain. I drank from my cupped hands and splashed my face. My raw wrists stung as I washed my hands. I pushed sprawling bushes aside as I sought shelter for the night. The scent of crushed mint rose to me as I trod through herbs. I ate some of it, simply to have something in my belly. My brushing fingertips recognized the umbrella shapes of nasturtium leaves. I ripped up handfuls and stuffed them in my mouth. Beyond a curtain of trailing vines on a leaning trellis, I found an abandoned dwelling. I clambered through a low window and looked up at a roofless view of the sky. Tonight would be clear and cold. I found a corner relatively free of rubble and partially sheltered by the collapsed roof, crept into the darkness and curled up like a stray dog there. I closed my eyes. Sleep came and went with intermittent dreams. I had toast and tea at Witherwood's. My father carried me on his shoulders. I woke up weeping. I huddled tighter in the dark and tried to imagine a plan that would get me home. The floor was hard beneath me. My shoulders still ached. My belly hurt, not just from hunger, but from the kicks I'd received. I touched my ear. Blood crusted my hair around it. I probably looked frightful, as awful as the beggar I'd tried to help back in Oaks Bywater. So tomorrow, I'd be a beggar girl. Anything to get food. I pushed my back against the wall and huddled smaller. I slept fitfully through a night that was not that cold, unless one was sleeping outside with no more cover than tattered clothing. When the sun rose, I discovered a blue sky full of scudding white clouds. I was stiff, hungry, thirsty, and alone. Free. A strange smell hung in the air, tinging the city smells of cooking fires and open drains and horse droppings.
Low tide,
Wolf-father whispered to me.
the smell of the sea when the waves retreat.
I clambered up what remained of the stone wall of the house to survey my surroundings. I was on a low hill in a great trough of a valley. I had glimpses of a river beyond the city below. Behind me, houses and buildings and roads coated the land like a crusty sore. Smoke rose from countless chimneys. Closer to the city, tendrils of brownish water surrounded the many ships at anchor. A harbour. I knew the word, but finally I saw all it meant. It was sheltered water, as if a finger and thumb of the land reached out to enclose it. Beyond, it was more water, all the way to the edge of the sky. I had so often heard of the deep blue sea that it was hard to grasp that the many shaded water of greens and blues, silver and greys and black were what minstrels sang about. The minstrels had sung too of the lure of the sea, but I felt nothing of that. It looked vast and empty and dangerous. I turned away from it. In the far distance beyond the city, there were low mounds of yellowish hills. "They have no forest," I whispered.
Ah, this explains much about the Chalcidians,
Wolf-father replied. Through my eyes, he surveyed a land scarred with buildings and cobbled streets.
This is a different and dangerous sort of wilderness. I fear I will be of small use to you here. Go carefully, cub. Go very carefully.
Chalcid was waking. There were damaged swathes of city below me, but the dragons had concentrated their fury on the area around the ruined palace. The Duke's palace, Curf had said. Memory stirred. I had heard of this destruction in a conversation between my mother and father. The dragons of Kelsingra had come to Chalcid and attacked the city. The old Duke had been destroyed, and his daughter had stepped up to become Duchess of Chalcid. No one could recall a time when a woman had reigned over Chalcid. My father had said,
I doubt there will be peace with Chalcid, but at least they'll be so busy fighting civil wars that they can't bother us as much.
But I saw no civil war. Brightly garbed folk moved in the peaceful lanes. Carts pulled by donkeys or peculiarly large goats began to fill the streets, and people in loose, billowing shirts and black trousers moved amongst them. I watched fish spilling silver from a boat pulled up on the shore, and saw a ship towed out to deep water, where its sails spread like the sudden wings of a bird before it moved silently away. I saw 2 markets, one near the docks, and another along a broad avenue. The latter had bright awnings over the stalls, while the one near the docks seemed drabber and poorer. The smells of fresh-baked bread and smoked meats reached me, and faint though they were, my mouth watered. I assessed my plan to be a mute beggar girl and beg for coins and food. But my ragged tunic and leggings and fur boots would betray that I was a foreigner in this land of bright and flowing garb. I had no choice. I could stay hidden in the ruins and starve, or take my chances in the streets. I tidied myself. I would be a beggar, but not a disgusting one. I hoped that my pale hair and blue eyes would make me appear Chalcidian, and I could mime that I had no voice. I touched my face, wincing as I explored bruises and scarcely healed cuts. Perhaps pity would aid my cause, but I could not rely on pity alone. I took off the fur boots. The spring day was already too warm for them. I dusted and smoothed them as best as I could. I peeled the rags of my stockings and stared at my pale and shriveled feet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd gone barefoot. I'd have to get used to it. I hugged my boots to my chest and began to walk toward the market. Where people sell things, there are people buying things. My feet were bruised by stones and dirty by the time I reached the market, but my hunger outshone those pains. It hurt to walk past the stalls selling early fruit and baked breads and meats. I ignored the odd looks people gave me and tried to appear calm and relaxed, rather than a stranger in this city. I found the stalls that sold fabric and garments, and then the carts that sold used clothing and rags. I offered the boots mutely to several booths before anyone showed any interest in them. The woman who took them from me turned them over and over. She frowned at them, scowled at me, looked at them again, and then held out 6 copper coins. I had no way to bargain. Good or bad, it was the only offer I'd get, and so I took the coins, bobbed a bow to her, and stepped back from her stall. I tried to fade into the passing folk, but I could feel her eyes following me. I silently offered 2 coins at a baker's stall. The vendor asked me a question, and I gestured at my closed mouth. The young man looked at the coins, looked at me, pursed his lips, and turned to a covered basket. He offered me a stiff roll of bread, probably several days old. I took it, my hands trembling with eagerness, and bobbed my head in thanks. A peculiar look crossed his face. He caught me by the wrist, and it was all I could do not to shriek. But then he chose from the fresh wares on the board in front of him the smallest of the sweet rolls and gave it to me. I think my look of utter gratitude embarrassed him, for he shooed me away as if I were a stray kitten. I stuffed my food into the front of my tunic with my battered candle and fled to find a safe place to eat it. At the end of the market row, I saw a public well. I'd never seen the like. Warm water bubbled up into a stone-lined pool. The overflow was guided away in a trough. I saw women filling buckets, and then saw a child stoop and drink from cupped hands. I copied her, kneeling by the water and scooping up a drink. The water smelled odd and had a strong flavour, but it was wet and not poisonous, and that was all I cared about. I drank my fill, then splashed a bit onto my face and scrubbed my hands together. Evidently that was rude, for a man made a noise of disgust and scowled at me. I scrambled to my feet and hurried away. Beyond the market was a street of merchants. These were not market stalls, but grand establishments built of stone and timbers. Their doors were open to the warming day. As I walked past, I smelled meat curing in smoke, and then heard the rasp of a carpenter smoothing wood. There were stacks of rough timbers in an open space beside and behind the carpenter's shop. I looked both ways and then slipped into their shade. The cross-layered planks hid me from the street. I sat on the ground and set my back to a stack of sweet-smelling wood. I took out my bread and made myself eat the older roll first. It was coarse stuff and stale and incredibly delicious. I trembled as I ate it. When it was gone, I sat still, breathing hard and feeling the last of the bread descend from my throat to my stomach. I could have eaten 10 more just like it. I held the small, sweet roll in my hand and smelled it. I told myself I would be wise to save it for tomorrow. Then I told myself that as I carried it, I might drop it, or break bits off it, and lose them. I was easily persuaded. I ate it. There was a thin thread of honey swirled on top of it that had baked into the bread, and there were bits of fruit and spices inside it. I ate it in tortuously slow nibbles, savouring every tingle of sweetness on my tongue. Too soon it was gone. My hunger was sated, but the memory of it plagued me. Another memory sifted into my brain. Another beggar, scarred and broken and cold, probably hungrier than I was now. I had tried to be kind to him, and my father had stabbed him over and over, and then abandoned me to carry him off to Buckkeep for healing. I tried to put those bits together with the pieces I had overheard, but they only joined together in impossible ways. Instead, I wondered why no one looked at me, small, hungry, and alone, and offered me an apple. My mouth watered at the thought of the apple I'd given that beggar. Oh, the chestnuts that day, hot to peel and sweet in my mouth. My stomach knotted, and I bent over it. I had 4 small coins left. If the bread man was as kind tomorrow as he had been today, I could eat for 2 days. Then I'd either go hungry or steal. How was I going to get home? The sun was getting warmer and the day brighter. I looked down at myself. My bare feet were scuffed with dirt and my toenails were long. My padded trousers were grubby. My once long Withywood's green jerkin was spotted and stained, and ended raggedly at my hips. My underblouse was grimy at the cuffs. A very convincing beggar. I should go down to the docks and see if any ships were bound to Buck, or indeed anywhere in the 6 duchies. I wondered how I could ask, and what I could do to earn passage on one. The sun was bright, and my clothing too warm for the mild day. I moved deeper into the shade and curled up with my back to a stack of wood. I did not mean to fall asleep, but I did. I woke in late afternoon. The shade had travelled away from me, but I had slept until the moving light of the sun on my closed eyes had wakened me. I sat up, feeling miserably sick, dizzy, and thirsty. I staggered to my feet and began to walk. My small store of courage was gone. I could not make myself go down to the docks or even explore more of the city. I retreated to the ruins where I had sheltered the night before. In a city full of strangeness, I took comfort from what little I knew. By daylight, the water in the old fountain in the ruined house's garden was greenish, and little black water creatures darted in its depths. But it was water, and I was thirsty. I drank and then bared my body to wash as best I could. I washed out my clothes and was surprised at how hard a task that was. Once again, I realised how easy a life I'd led at Withywood's. I thought of the servants who had supplied my every need. I had always been polite to them, but had I ever truly thanked them for all they did? Caution came to mind, and how she had loaned me her lace cuffs. Was she still alive? Did Caution think of me sometimes? I wanted to weep, but did not. Sternly, I made my plans as I dipped and scrubbed and wrung out my garments. Dwalia had thought me a boy. It was safer to present myself as a boy. Would a ship going towards the 6 duchies need a boy? I'd heard tales of ship's boys having wild and wonderful adventures. Some became pirates in the minstrel songs, or found treasures, or became captains. Tomorrow, I would take 2 of my coins and buy more bread and eat it. I very much liked that part of my plan. Then I must go down to the waterfront and see if any ships were going to the 6 duchies, and if they would give me passage for work. I pushed away the thought that I was small and looked childish, and was not very strong and spoke no Chalcidian. Somehow I would manage. I had to. I hung my clothing on a broken stone wall to dry, and stretched out naked on the sun-warmed stones of a deserted courtyard. My mother's candle was battered, the wax imprinted with lint, and broken in one place with only the wick holding it together. But it still smelled like her, like home and safety and gentle hands. I fell asleep there in the dappling shade of a half-fallen tree. When I awoke a second time, my clothing was mostly dry, and the sun was going down. I was hungry again, and dreaded the chill night. I had slept so much, but I still felt weary, and I wondered if my journey through the stone pillars had taken more from me than I knew. I crawled deeper under the leaning tree to where the leaves of several falls made a cushion against the stone. I refused to think of spiders and biting things. I curled up small and slept again. Sometime in the night, I lost my courage. My own crying woke me, and once awake, I could not stop the sobs. I stuffed my hand in my mouth to muffle the sounds, and wept. I wept for my lost home, for the horses killed in the fire, for Revel dead in his blood on the floor before me. Everything that had happened to me, all that I had seen and had not had time to react to, suddenly flooded my mind. My father had left me for the sake of a blind beggarman, and Perseverance was probably dead. I'd left Shun behind and hoped the best for her. Had she survived and reached Withywoods to tell them what had befallen us? Would anyone ever come after me? I remembered FitzVigilant, his blood red on the white snow. Suddenly, going home seemed impossible. Going home to what? Who would be there? Would they all hate me because the pale folk had come for me? And if I went home, would not Dwalia or others of her kind know where I would flee? Would they come after me again to burn and kill? I hunched low under my sheltering tree, rocking myself, knowing that there was no one who could protect me.
I'll protect you.
Wolf-Father's words were less than a whisper. He was only in my mind, only an idea. How could he protect me? What was he really? Something I imagined from the fragments of my father's writing.
I am real, and I am with you. Trust me, I can help you protect yourself.
I felt a sudden rush of anger. You didn't protect me before, when they took me. You didn't protect me when Dwalia beat me and dragged me through the pillar. You're a dream, something I imagined because I was so childish and scared. But you can't help me now. No one can help me now.
No one except yourself.
Be silent! I shouted the words, and then covered my mouth in horror. I needed to hide, not shout at imaginary beings in the night. I scuttled deeper under the tree until I felt a tumble of fallen wall and could go no farther. I made myself small and shut my eyes tight and walled my thoughts in and slept. I awoke the next day with my face crusty from my weeping. My head pounded with pain, and I felt nauseous with hunger. It was a long time before I could convince myself to crawl out from the tree's shade. I did not feel well enough to walk down to the markets, so I wandered the ruined area of the city. I caught sight of lizards and snakes basking on the tumbled stones. I thought of eating one, but at my approach, they whisked under the stones. Twice I saw other people who seemed to be living in the broken houses. I smelled their cook fires and saw ragged clothing hung to dry. I kept out of their sight. Hunger drove me at last back to the market. I could not find the bread stall I'd patronised the day before. I staggered and limped through the stalls looking for it, but finally my raging hunger forced me to approach another. A sour-faced woman was cooking pastries stuffed with some savoury filling on a griddle. A small metal pot held her cook fire. The pastries sizzled in a wide pan over the flames, and she deftly flipped them with a pronged tool to brown each side. I offered her 1 coin, and she shook her head. I wandered off behind a stall where I could extract another coin from my knotted shirt. For 2 coins, she put a pastry on a wide green leaf, folded the leaf around it, secured it with a sliver of wood, and handed it to me. I bowed my thanks, but she ignored that, already looking over my head for her next potential customer. I did not know if the leaf was meant to be eaten, or was a napkin. I took a cautious nibble of the edge. It was not unpleasant. I reasoned that a vendor would not wrap food in something poisonous. I found a quiet place behind an unoccupied market stall and sat down to eat. The pastry was not large, just filling my hand, and I wanted to eat it slowly. The filling was crumbly and tasted a bit like wet sheep smelled. I didn't care. But after my second bite, I became aware of a boy watching me from the gap between the walls of 2 stalls. I looked away from him, taking another bite, and when I glanced back, a smaller boy in a dirty striped shirt had joined him. Their hair and their feet and bare legs were dusty, their clothing unkempt. They had the eyes of small, hungry predators. I felt a moment of dizziness as I stared at them. It reminded me of when the beggar at Oaks Bywater had held my hand. I saw events swirling, possibilities. I could not sort them, could not tell good from bad. All I knew for certain was that I must avoid them. As a donkey cart passed between us, I scooted around the corner of the stall and stuffed the rest of my pastry in my mouth, overfilling it but freeing my hands. I rose and tried to blend in with the passing folk. My clothing made me stand out so that I drew curious glances. I kept my eyes down and tried not to engage anyone's attention. I glanced back several times but did not see the boys. Yet I was convinced they were following me. If they robbed me of my 2 remaining coins, I would have nothing. I fought down the panic that thought brought. Don't think like prey. A warning from Wolf-Father, or simply a thought of my own. I slowed my steps, found a place to crouch beside a refuse cart, and watched the ebb and flow of people. There were others like me in the market, and those young beggars were more skilled at this trade. 3 youngsters, 2 girls, and a boy lingered at a fruit vendor's stall, despite his efforts to shoo them away. Suddenly, all 3 darted in, each seizing a prize, and then scattered while the seller shouted and cursed and sent his son chasing after one of them. I saw, too, some sort of city guards. Their orange robes were cut short to their knees, and they wore canvas trousers, light leather tunics, and low boots. They carried short, knobbed staffs and wore sheathed swords as they strode past in groups of 4. Merchants offered them skewers of meat and rolls of bread and chunks of fish on flatbread as they passed. I wondered if gratitude or fear prompted such generosity, and slipped away from their view as quickly as I could. I made my way eventually to the docks. It was a noisy, busy place. Men were pushing handcarts, teams of horses pulled laden wagons, with some going to the ships and others coming from them. The smells were overwhelming. Tar and rotting seaweed predominated. I hung back, watching and wondering how to tell where a ship was going. I had no desire to be carried even farther from the 6 duchies. I watched wide-eyed as an apparatus I could not name lifted a net that held several large wooden crates and swung them from the dock to a ship's deck. I saw a young man receive 3 sharp cracks from a stick across his bared back, even as he was guiding such a swinging cargo down to a deck. I could not tell what he had done wrong, or why he had been struck, and shrank back, imagining such blows falling on me. I saw no one as small as me working on the docks, though I guessed that several of the boys I saw were my age. They worked shirtless, darting barefoot on the splintery docks, on apparently urgent missions that demanded they run. One boy had an oozing welt down his back. A cart driver shouted at me to get out of his way, and another man did not bother, shoving me aside, shoulders laden with 2 heavy coils of rope. Daunted, I fled through the market and then up the hill toward the ruins. As I left the market, a young man in a lovely robe decorated with rosettes of yellow called to me with a smile. He beckoned me closer, and when I halted at a safe distance, wondering what he wanted of me, he crouched down to my height. He cocked his head and said something softly, persuasive words that I did not understand. He looked kind. His hair was more yellow than mine, and cut so that it barely reached his jaw. His earrings were green jade. A man of a good family and wealth, I guessed. "I don't understand," I replied hesitantly in common. His blue eyes narrowed in surprise, and then his smile widened. In a heavy accent, he said, "Pretty new robe. Come, give you food." He eased a step closer to me, and I could smell his perfumed hair. He held out his hand, palm upturned, and waited for me to take it. "Run! Run now!" Wolffather's urgency brooked no hesitation. I gave the smiling man a final glance, a shake of my head, and I darted away. I heard him call after me, and I wondered why I ran, but run I did. He called after me again, but I did not look back. "Do not go straight to your den. Hide and look back," Wolffather cautioned me, and so I did, but saw no one. Later that night, curled under my sheltering tree, I wondered why I had fled. "Eyes of a predator," Wolffather told me. "What should I do tomorrow?" I asked him. "I don't know," was his woeful response. I dreamed of home that night, of toasted bread and hot tea in the kitchen. In my dream, I was too small to reach the top of the table, and I could not right the overturned bench. I called to Caution to help me, but when I turned to look for her, she was lying on the floor with blood all over her. I ran from the kitchen screaming, but everywhere folk were dead on the floor. I opened doors to try to hide, but behind each door were the 2 beggar boys, and beyond them, Dwalia stood, laughing. I awoke sobbing in the middle of the night. To my terror, I heard voices, one calling questioningly. I muffled my sobs and tried to breathe silently. I saw a dim light and a lantern passed by in the street outside my broken garden. 2 people spoke to one another in Chaldean. I stayed hidden and wakeful until morning. The morning was half gone before I found the courage to return to the market. I found the bread stall I'd visited the first day, but the young man had been replaced by a woman, and when I showed her my 2 coins, she gestured me away in disgust. I held them both up again, thinking she had seen only the one, but she hissed a rebuke at me and slapped her hands together threateningly. I retreated, resolved to find food elsewhere. But in that instant, I was knocked down by one of the two boys I'd seen the day before. In a flash, the other boy snatched my coins, and they both darted away into the market throng. I sat up in the dust, the wind knocked out of me. Then, to my shame, sobs shook me, and I sat in the dirt and covered my eyes and wept. No one cared. The flow of the market went around me as if I were a stone in the current. For a time after my sobbing left me, I sat forlorn. I was so terribly hungry. My shoulder ached, the relentless sun shone on my aching head, and I had no plans left. How could I imagine getting home when I could not think how to get through the day? A man guiding a donkey cart through the market tapped me with his quirt. It was a warning, not a strike, and I quickly scrabbled out of his way. I watched him pass, and smeared dust and tears from my face onto my sleeve, and looked around the market. The hunger that assailed me now seemed the product of weeks rather than just a day. While I'd had the prospect each day of something to eat, however small, I'd been able to master it. But now it commanded me. I squared my shoulders, wiped my eyes once more, and then walked deliberately away from the bread stall. I moved slowly through the market, studying each stall and vendor. My moral dilemma lasted as long as it took for me to swallow the saliva the smells of the foods triggered. Yesterday, I'd seen how it was done. I had no one to create a diversion for me, and if anyone decided to pursue me, I would be the only rabbit to be run down. My hunger seemed to speed my thought processes. I'd have to choose a stall and a target and an escape route. Then I'd have to wait and hope that something would distract the merchant. I was small and I was fast. I could do this. I had to do this. Hunger such as I felt now could not be borne. I prowled the market, intent on my theft. Nothing small. I did not want to take this chance for a bit of fruit. I needed meat or a loaf of bread or a side of smoked fish. I tried to look without appearing to look, but a small boy lifted a switch threateningly at me when I stared too long at his mother's slabs of red salted fish. I finally found what I sought, a baker's stall, bigger and grander than any other I'd seen. Loaves of rich brown and golden yellow were mounded in baskets on the ground in front of his stall. On the plank before him were the more expensive wares, bread twisted with spices and honey, rich cakes studded with nuts. I'd settle for one of the golden yellow pillows. The stall next to him sold scarves that billowed in the breeze off the sea. Several women were clustered there, their bargaining focused and intense. Across the milling market street, a tinker sold knives. His partner sharpened blades of all sorts on a spinning whetstone, powered by a sweating apprentice. The grinding made a shrill sound, and sometimes it spat sparks. I found a backwater of the customer stream and pretended a great fascination with the spinning stone. I let my mouth hang a trifle ajar, as if I did not have all my mind. I was sure that with such an expression and my ragged clothes, folk would pay little attention to me. But all the while, I waited for anything in the market that might make the bread vendor look away from his wares and give me a chance to steal my target. As if in answer to my thoughts, I heard distant horns. All glanced in that direction and then went back to their business. The next blast of the horn was closer. People turned again, nudging one another, and finally we saw 4 white horses, decked out in fine harness of black and orange. The guards who rode the horses were just as richly attired, their helms as plumed as their horses' headstalls. They rode towards us, and the clusters of buyers pushed against the stands to get out of their way. As the riders again lifted their horns to their mouths, I saw my chance. All were watching them as I darted in, seized a round golden loaf, and then darted back the way the horsemen had come. So intent had I been on my theft that I had not perceived that behind the horsemen the market street had remained empty, and that the folk who lined the street had dropped to their knees. I ran, skittering out into the empty street as the bread merchant shouted. When I tried to dart back into the kneeling crowd to loose myself among them, people grabbed at me, shouting. Another set of guards was coming on foot, marching in a row of 6 with 2 more rows behind them, and behind them came a woman on a black horse with harness of gold. The kneeling folk were packed as solidly as a wall. I tried to push into them. A man grabbed me with hard hands and pushed me down in the dirt. He growled at me, a command I did not understand. I struggled to rise, and he slapped me sharply on the back of my head. I saw stars and went slack. An instant later, I realized that everyone around me was frozen into stillness. Had he bid me be still? I lay as he had pushed me. The loaf I had stolen was clutched to my chest and chin. The smell of it was dizzying. I did not think. I tucked my head and opened my mouth and bit into it. I lay on my belly in the dusty street and gnawed at the loaf like a mouse, as first the ranks of guards, and then the woman on her black horse, and then another 4 ranks of guards passed. No one moved until a second rank of horsemen came. At intervals, they halted and rang brass chimes. Only after they had passed did the nearby merchants and buyers rise to their feet and resume their lives. I waited, chewing busily into my bread, and the moment the chimes rang, I bucked to my feet and tried to run. But the man who had held me down snatched the back of my jerkin and gripped my hair. He shook me and shouted something. The bread merchant came dashing over, snatched the bread out of my hand, and cried out to find it dirty and chewed. I cringed, thinking he would hit me, but instead he began to shout, one word, over and over. He threw the bread down in anger, and how I longed to snatch it up again, but my captor held me fast. The city guard. That was who he was shouting for, and 2 came on the run. One smirked and looked at me almost kindly, as if he could not believe he had been summoned for such a small thief. But the other was a businesslike fellow, who seized me by the back of my tunic and all but lifted me off my feet. He began to ask me questions, and the bread man began to shout his side of the story. I shook my head and then gestured at my mouth, trying to convey that I could not speak. I think it was going well, until the kind guardsman leaned close to his fellow, and then suddenly gave me such a pinch that I squeaked. Then it was all over. I was shaken, and when the guardsman who held me lifted his hand to slap me, I burst out in common. "I was hungry, so I stole! What else was I to do? I am so hungry!" Then, shaming myself, I burst into tears and pointed at the bread and strained toward it. The man who had caught me first stooped and picked it up and put it into my hands. The bread man attempted to slap it away from me, but the guardsman who still held me swung me out of his reach. Then, to complete my humiliation, he picked me up and perched me on his hip as if I were a much younger child, and strode off through the market. I gripped the bread in both hands. I could not control my tears or my sobs, But that did not stop me from eating the bread as fast as I could get it down. I had no idea what might happen to me next, but decided that one thing I would be sure of. I would fill my belly with the bread that had got me into so much trouble. I was still clutching the last of the crust when my carrier strode up 3 steps to the door of an unremarkable stone building. He pushed open the door, carried me inside, and then swung me to the floor as his partner followed. An older man in a fancier livery looked up from a table as we came in. His noon meal was spread out before him, and he looked rather annoyed to be interrupted. They spoke about me over my head as I looked around the room. There was a bench down one plain wall. A woman sat on it. Her feet were chained together. At the other end of the bench, a man sat hunched with his face in his hands. He glanced up at me, and his mouth was all blood, and one eye was swollen shut. He put his face back in his hands. The guard who had carried me seized me by the shoulder and shook me. I looked up at him. He spoke to me. I shook my head. The man behind the desk spoke to me. I shook my head again. Then, in common, he asked me,
"Who are you? Are you lost, child?"
At the simple question, I burst into tears again. He looked mildly alarmed. He made shooing motions at the 2 guards, and they left. As the one went out the door, he looked back at me, almost as if he were concerned for me. But the man at the table was talking again.
"Tell me your name. Your parents could pay for what you took and take you home."
Was that even possible? I drew a breath. "My name is Farseer. I'm from the 6 duchies. I was stolen from there, and I need to go home." I took a breath and made a wild promise. "My father will pay money to get me back."
"I've no doubt that he will."
The man leaned one elbow on his desk, right next to a little round cheese. I stared at it. He cleared his throat.
"How did you come to be running about on the streets of Calcid, Farseer?"
He made my name one word. I didn't correct him. It didn't matter. If he would listen to me and send word to my father, I knew he would pay money to get me back. Or Nettle would. Surely she would. And so I told him my story, doing my best to leave out the unbelievable parts. I told him of Chalcidians raiding my home, and how I'd been carried off. I didn't explain how I'd come to Calcid, only that I'd slipped away from Curf and his companions because they had been cruel to me. And now I was here, and I only wanted to go home, and if he would send word to my father, I was sure someone would come and bring money and take me home. He looked a bit puzzled by my stew of a story, but nodded gravely at the end.
"Well, I understand now, perhaps better than you do."
He rang a bell on the corner of his desk. A door opened, and a sleepy-looking guardsman came in. He was very young and looked bored.
"Runaway slave, property of someone named Curf. Take her to the end cell. If no one claims her in 3 days, take her to the auction. Price of a loaf of pollen bread is owed to Sechin the baker. Make a note that this Curf must either pay for it, or the price come out of whatever she fetches at auction."
"I'm not a slave," I protested. "Curf does not own me. He helped steal me from my home." The desk man looked at me tolerantly.
"Spoil of war, prize of battle. You are his, whatever he chooses to call you. He can keep you as slave or ransom you back. That will be up to this curf, if he comes to claim you."
He settled himself back in his chair with a sigh and took a deep drink from his cup. My tears started again, despite how useless they were. The bored guard looked down on me.
"Follow me,"
he said in clear common. And when I turned and bolted for the door, he stepped forward, tripped me, and laughed. He picked me up by the back of my jerkin as if I were a sack, and carried me through the same door he'd entered from, not caring at all how he thudded me against the frame. He kicked it shut behind us, tossed me to the floor and said,
"You can follow me, or I can kick you all the way down this hallway. It's all one to me."
It was not all one to me. I stood, gave him a stiff nod, and then followed him. We went around a corner and down some stone steps. It was cooler down there, and dimmer. The only light came from some small windows at intervals in the wall. I followed him past several doors. He opened the last one and said,
"Get in there."
I hesitated, and he gave me a shove and shut the door behind me. I heard it latch. The room was small, but not terrible. Light came from a very small window. It was so small that even if I could reach it, I couldn't have wriggled out. There was a woven straw mat in one corner. In the opposite corner, there was a hole in the floor. Stains and the smell told me what it was for. Next to the mat was a newer. It had water in it. I sniffed it to be sure it was water. I dipped the hem of my shirt into it and wiped the stupid tears from my face. Then I went and sat down on the straw mat. I sat for a long time. Then I lay down. I might have slept a bit. I heard the latch work and stood up. A man opened the door carefully, looking all around and then down at me. He seemed surprised at how small I was.
"Food,"
he said, and handed me a crockery bowl. I was so surprised I just stood there clutching it as he left, closing the door behind him. When he was gone, I looked down in the bowl. It was grainy mush with a few pieces of an orange vegetable on top of it. I carried it back to my mat and ate it carefully with my fingers. Someone had put enough food for an adult in the bowl. It was the most food I'd had in a very long time. I tried to eat it very slowly and to think what I should do next. When the food was gone, I drank some water and then wiped my fingers clean on my shirt hem. The light coming into my little room was getting dimmer. I wondered if anything else would happen, but it didn't. When my cell was dark, I lay down on my mat and closed my eyes. I thought of my father. I imagined what he would have done to the guards. Or Dwalia. I imagined him throttling her and clenched my own fists and panted at how satisfying that would be. He would teach them. He would kill them all, for me. But my father was not here. He could not know where I was. No one was coming to save me. I cried for a time, and then slept, clutching my mother's candle. When I woke, there was a small square of light on the floor of my little room. I used the hole in the floor and drank some more water. I waited. Nothing happened. After what seemed like a long time, I shouted and pounded on the door. Nothing happened. When I couldn't shout or pound any more, I sat on my mat. I reached for Wolffather and could not find him. It was a very bad moment. I decided he had always been something I pretended, and now I was too old and the world was too real for me to pretend anything any more. When I need you, you are gone, just like everyone else.
When you block me out, I cannot make you hear me.
I blocked you out.
When you close your thoughts. So here we are, in a cage again. At least your captors are kind. For now.
For now.
You will be sold.
I know. What should I do?
For now, eat, sleep, let your body heal. When they take you out of here to sell, be very aware of me. We may yet escape.
His words gave me very little hope, but before I'd had no hope at all. I cried until I slept that night. When I woke the next morning, I felt better than I had in many days. I inspected the bruises on my legs and arms. They were yellow and pale green, fading from black and deep blue. My belly hurt less, and I could move my arm in a full circle. I combed my growing hair with my fingers, and then chewed my fingernails shorter. Another guard brought me a bowl of food and filled my water ewer. He took the empty bowl away. He didn't speak to me. It was another big bowl of food. This time, the mush had some stringy strands of greens cooked into it, and there was a lump of yellow vegetable on top of it. I ate it all, then watched the square of light move across my floor and up the wall until it was gone. Night again. I cried again and slept again. I dreamed that my father was angry because I had not put my inks away. I woke up while it was still dark, knowing that something like that had never happened, but wishing it could. I fell back to sleep and dreamed an important dream about a swimming dragon who captured my father. I woke to the square of light and wished I could write the dream down, but there was nothing I could write on, and no ink or pen. I spent the afternoon devising a way to tie my folded candle into the hem of my underblouse so it would not be lost. That day passed. Another bowl of food. Would they auction me soon? How did they count the 3 days? Did they start the day they caught me, or the day after? I wondered who would buy me and what sort of work I'd have to do. Would I be able to convince them to send word to my father? Perhaps I'd be sold as a house slave and could convince the buyers to ransom me. I'd heard of slaves, but had no idea how they were treated. Would they beat me? Keep me in a kennel? I was still wondering those things when I heard the latch to my door rattle. A guard opened it, and then stepped back.
"This one?"
he asked someone, and Kerf stuck his head around the door. He stared at me dully. I almost felt glad to see him. Then I heard Dwalia's voice.
"That's the little wretch. What a trouble she has been." "She?"
The guard was surprised.
"We thought it was a boy."
"So did we." Vindelier.
"He is my brother."
He poked his head past the doorframe and smiled at me. His cheeks were not as plump as they had been, and his sparse hair was dull, but the light of friendship was still in his eyes. I hated him. They never would have found me if he had not mastered Kerf for Dwalia. He'd betrayed me. The guard stared at him.
"Your brother? I see the resemblance,"
he said, but no one laughed. I felt sick. "I don't know those people," I said. They're lying to you. The guard shrugged.
I don't really care, as long as someone settles your fine.
He swung his gaze back to Kerf.
She got caught stealing a loaf of pollen bread. You'll have to pay for it.
Kerf nodded dully. I knew that Vindelier was controlling him, but not too well. Kerf seemed very dim, as if he had to think carefully before he could speak. Alec had always seemed very sure of himself. Was Vindelier losing his magic, or was something going wrong with Kerf? Perhaps the 2 trips through the stone had done it.
I will pay,
he said at last.
Pay first, then you can take her. You owe for 4 days of her keep here, too.
They shut my door and walked away. I felt a twinge of gladness that they would cheat him for extra days, and then worried that perhaps I had been here 4 days and had lost track of time. I waited for them to come back, dreading that I'd be with them again, but almost relieved that someone else would be in charge of me. It seemed to take a long time, but eventually I heard the latch lift.
Come along,
Dwalia snapped at me.
You are far more trouble than you are worth.
Her eyes promised me a beating later, but Vindelier was smiling fatuously at me. I wished I knew why he liked me. He was my worst enemy, but also my only ally. Kerf had seemed to like me, but if Vindelier held his reins, I had no hope of help from him. Perhaps I should try to build my friendship with Vindelier. Perhaps if I had been wiser, I would have done that from the very start. Dwalia had a long coil of light cord. Before I could protest, she looped it around my neck. "No!" I cried, but she jerked it tight. When I reached for it, Kerf took one of my hands, and she seized my right hand and turned it up behind my back. I felt a loop of the cord coil around my wrist. She was very quick at doing it. Doubtless she had done this before. My hand was uncomfortably high, and I could not lower it without tightening the loop around my neck. She held the end of the line in her hand. She gave it an experimental tug, and I had to jerk my head back.
There we are,
she said with great satisfaction.
No more little tricks from you. Off we go.
After the cool dimness of my cell, the bright day was painful, and soon too warm for me. Kerf and Dwalia walked in front of me, my leash barely slack. I had to hurry to keep up with them. Vindelier trotted beside me. It struck me how oddly he was made, with his bean-shaped body and short legs. I recalled how Dwalia had called him sexless. I wondered if she had castrated him like the men did our goats when they wanted to raise them for meat. Or had he been born that way? "Where is Ilaria?" I asked him quietly. He gave me a miserable look.
"Sold to a slaver, for money for food and passage on a boat."
Kerf gave a twitch.
"She was mine. I wanted to take her to my mother. She would have been a good serving wench. Why did I do that?"
"Vindelier!" Dwalia snapped. This time I opened my senses, and I felt what he did to Kerf. I tried to understand it. I knew how to put up my walls to keep out my father's thoughts. I'd had to do that since I was small, just to have peace in my own mind. But it felt as if Vindelier pushed a wall into Kerf's mind, one that kept out Kerf's thoughts and made him share what Vindelier thought. I pushed against Vindelier's wall. It was not that strong, but I was not sure how to breach it. Still, I heard a whisper of what he told Kerf.
Don't worry. Go with Dwalia. Do what she wants. Don't wonder about anything. It will all be fine. Don't touch his mind. Don't break his wall.
The warning came from Wolffather.
Listen, but don't let him feel you there.
Why?
If you make a way into his thoughts, it's also a way for him to come into yours. Be very careful of touching his mind.
Where are we going? I asked aloud.
Shut up,
Dwalia said, just as Vindalia said.
To the boat for our journey.
I went quiet, but not because of Dwalia's order. For just a moment I had sensed that it was hard for Vindalia to talk, trot at Dwalia's heels, and control Kerf. He was hungry, his back hurt, and he needed to relieve himself. But he knew better than to ask Dwalia to pause. As I kept my silence, I felt his focus on Kerf grow tighter and stronger. So, a distraction might weaken his control. That was a small but useful thing to know. Wolffather's voice was a bare whisper in my mind.
Sharp claws and teeth. You learn, cub. We will live.
Are you real? He did not answer, but Vindalia cocked his head and stared at me strangely. Walls up. Keep him out of my mind. I would always have to be on guard now. I tightened my guard on myself and knew that when I shut out Vindalia, I shut out Wolffather as well.
Chapter 8. Tintaglia. This dream was like a painting that moved. The light was dim, as if pale grey or blue paint had been washed over all. Beautiful streamers in brilliant colours moved in a slow breeze that came and went, so that the streamers rose and fell. They were shimmering pennants of gold and silver, scarlet, azure and viridian. Bright patterns like diamonds or eyes and twining spirals ran the length of each pennant. In my dream, I moved closer, flowing effortlessly toward them. There was no sound and no feel of wind on my face. Then my perspective shifted. I saw huge snake heads, blunt-nosed, with eyes as large as melons. I came closer and closer, although I did not wish to, and finally I could see the faint gleam of a net that held all those creatures, as fish are caught in a gill net. The lines of the net were nearly transparent, and somehow I knew that they had all rushed into the net at the same moment, to be trapped and drowned there. This dream had the certainty of a thing that had happened, and not just once. It would happen again and again. I could not stop it, for it was already done. Yet I also knew it would happen again. B. Farseer's Dream Journal. Early the next morning there was a knock on our chamber door. I rolled from the bed and then stood. The fool did not even twitch. Barefoot, I padded to the door. I paused to push my hair back from my face and then opened it. Outside, King Rain had flung back the hood of his cloak, and it dripped water on the floor around him. Rain gleamed on his brow and was caught in droplets in his sparse beard. He grinned at me, white teeth incongruous in his finely scaled face.
FitzChivalry! Good tidings, and I wanted to share them right away. A bird just came in from across the river. Tarman has arrived there.
Across the river? A brandy headache had begun a sudden clangour in my head.
At the village! It's far easier for the barge to nose in there than it is to dock here. And it's much better for Captain Letfrin to offload cargo there than having us ferry it across the river a bit at a time. Tarman had a full load. Workers for the farm, 12 goats, sacks of grain, 3 dozen chickens. We hope the goats will fare better than the sheep did. The sheep were a disaster. I think only 3 survived the winter. This time we will keep the chickens penned.
He cocked his head and apologised.
Sorry for awakening you so early, but I thought you'd want to know. The ship will need cleaning before it's fit for passengers. A day, perhaps 2, 3 at worst. But soon you'll be able to depart.
Welcome news indeed, I told him. I reached past my headache to dredge up courtesy. Although your hospitality has been wonderful, we look forward to continuing our journey. He nodded, scattering droplets.
There are others that I must notify. Forgive me that I must go in haste.
And off he went, dripping down the corridor. I tried to imagine dutiful delivering such a message to a guest. I watched him go and felt a twinge of envy for how spontaneously the dragon traders seemed to interact. Perhaps I had had it backwards all along. Perhaps being a bastard had given me far more freedom than living within the rules that bound a prince. I shut the door as the fool crawled to the edge of the bed. "What was that?" he asked unhappily. "King Rain with news. The tar man is docked across the river. We will depart in a day or 2. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, sat up and then leaned forward, his head in his hands. "You got me drunk," he complained. I was so tired of lying. There are things I have to know. One way or another, fool, you need to talk to me. He moved slowly, lifting his head from his hands cautiously. "I'm very angry with you," he said quietly, "but I should have expected this from you." He lowered his face back into his hands. His next words were muffled. "Thank you." He clambered from the bed, moving as if his brains might spill out of his skull, and spoke in Amber's voice. "Thymara has requested my time for a visit. I think she is exceedingly curious about the silver on my hands and how it affects me. I think today I will call on her. Would you summon Spark to help me dress?" Of course. I noticed she did not ask me to accompany her. I supposed I deserved that. That afternoon, when the rain eased, I ventured out with Lant. I wished to see the map tower. I had first seen it many years ago when I had accidentally stumbled through a skillstone and into Kelsingra. The fine maps that Chade and Ketrican had given me had not survived the bear attack. I hoped to refresh what I recalled with a look at that elderling map. But we had not walked far when I heard the wild trumpeting of dragons and then the shouts of excited people. "What is it?" Lant asked me, and in the next breath, "We should return to the others." No, those are welcoming shouts. A dragon returns, one that has been long absent. A trick of the wind had brought a name to my ears. "Tintaglia returns," I told him, "and I would see her again." "Tintaglia," he said in hushed awe. His eyes were wide. Riddle spoke of her. The queen dragon who came to help free Icefire and then rose as his mate. She who forced Icefire to lay his head upon the hearthstones in Queen Eliana's mother house to fulfill the challenge that Eliana had set for Dutiful. You know all that? Fitz! It's known to every child in the 6 duchies. Hap Gladheart sings that song about the dragons, the one that has the line, "Bluer than sapphires gleaming like gold." I have to see her for myself.
I think we shall!
I shouted at him, for a wild chorus of dragons trumpeting now drowned our voices. They had risen from the city in greeting or challenge. It was an astonishing sight, beauty and terror mingling equally. They cavorted like swallows before a storm, but these were creatures larger than houses. They gleamed and glittered against the cloudy sky, in colours more like jewels than creatures of flesh. Then, flying over the tops of the trees in the distance, I saw Tintaglia. For a moment, I could not resolve how close she was to us. Then, as she flew nearer, I realised my error. She truly was that large. She dwarfed any of the dragons we had seen in Kelsingra, far larger than the last time I had seen her. This queen dragon was aware of the stir she was causing in the city. She swept far wide of us in a great circle. As she spiralled round and round, I could scarcely take my eyes off her. My heart lifted in admiration, and I found that a grin commanded my face. I managed to glance at Lant, and saw that he had clasped both his hands on his breast and was smiling up at her.
"Dragon glamour!"
I croaked out, but I still could not stop smiling.
"Careful, Lant, or you will burst into song."
Oh, brighter than sapphires and gleaming like gold. And there was music in his voice and longing. No minstrel's song could do justice to her. Gold and then silver she glitters, bluer by far than jewels. Oh, Fitz, would that I never had to look away from her. I said nothing. Tales of dragon glamour were well known throughout the 6 duchies. Some never fell prey to it, but others were ensorcelled by the mere glimpse of a dragon in the distance. Lant would hear no warning from me now, but I suspected the spell would be broken as soon as she was no longer in sight. Had I not already had my skill walls raised against the clamour of Kelsingra, it was likely I would have felt as giddy as he did. It quickly became apparent that she would land in the plaza before the greeting hall. Lant hurried, and I kept pace with him. Even so, she was on the ground before we arrived, and elderlings and lesser dragons had begun to gather. Lant tried to surge forward, but I caught his arm and held him back. Queen Malta and King Rain, I cautioned him, and their son. They will be the first to greet her. And they were. Even the dragons of Kelsingra kept a respectful distance, something I had not expected. Tintaglia folded her wings leisurely, shaking them out twice as if to be sure that every scale was in place, before gradually closing them to a chorus of admiring sighs from those who had gathered. When Rain and Malta appeared with Fron on their heels, it was obvious to me that Malta had performed a hasty grooming and Rain had donned a clean tunic and smoothed his hair. Fron was grinning in awestruck wonder, but Malta's expression was more reserved, almost stony, as she descended the steps to stand small before Tintaglia. Queen to queen, I found myself thinking, despite the size difference. Rain walked at her side, but half a step behind, as the queens advanced to greet one another. Tintaglia surveyed Malta, her neck arched and her eyes slowly whirling as if she inspected her. Malta's expression did not change as she said coolly, "So you have returned to Kelsingra, Tintaglia. Your absence has been long this time."
"Has it? To you, perhaps?"
The dragon's trumpeting was musical, and her thoughts rode on the sound.
"You must recall, the dragons do not reckon time in the tiny droplets of days that seem so significant to humans. But yes, I have returned. I come to drink and to be well groomed."
As if to snub Malta for her rebuke, the dragon ignored Rain and swung her head to look down at Fron, who gazed up at her adoringly. The dragon's eyes spun fondly. She leaned down and breathed on him, and I saw his garments ripple in her hot breath. Abruptly, she flung her head up and then glared all about in indignation. "This one is mine! Who has interfered with him? What foolish dragon has dared to alter what is mine?" "Who has dared to save his life, do you mean? Who has dared to set his body right, so that he need not choose between breathing and eating? Is that what you ask?" Malta demanded. Tintaglia's gaze jerked back to Malta. Colours rippled in her throat and cheeks, and the scales of her neck abruptly hackled into a series of crests. I thought Queen Malta would at least step back. Instead, she stepped forward, and this time Rain moved with her and beside her. I was astonished to see a similar flush of colouring in the crest of flesh above her brow. Malta stood, hands on her hips, and her head tilted back. The patterns in the scales on her face echoed Tintaglia's in miniature. The dragon's great eyes narrowed. "Who?" she demanded again. Ice crept up my spine and I held my breath. No one spoke. Wind wandered amongst us, adding to the chill, ruffling hair and reddening noses. "I thought you might be pleased to see I was still alive. For without the changes wrought in me, I doubt I would be." Fron stepped forward to stand between his parents and the dragon. Malta's hand reached out to snatch him back to safety, but Rain put his hand on top of her wrist. Slowly, he pushed her arm down and then caught her hand in his. He said something, and I saw a flicker of agony cross Malta's face. Then she stood silent as her son faced down the dragon that had shaped all of them. Tintaglia was silent. Would she admit that she cared if he lived or died? But she was a dragon. "Who?" she demanded, and the colours of her throat flared brighter. No one replied, and she set the end of her muzzle against Fron's chest and pushed him. He staggered back, but did not fall. It was enough. "Stand well clear of me," I told Lant. I took 3 steps into the open space that surrounded the dragon. My walls were up tight. I lifted my voice into a shout. "Tintaglia! Here I stand!" Faster than a serpent strikes, her head whipped around and her gaze fixed on me. I could almost feel the pressure of that scrutiny as she said, "And who are you? Who dares use my name?" "You know me!" I controlled my voice, but pitched it to carry. Fron had glanced at his parents, but he had not retreated to shelter behind them. Tintaglia snorted. She shifted so she faced me. The wind of her breath was meaty and rich. "Few are the humans I know, little gnat. I do not know you." "But you do. It was years ago. You wished to know where the black dragon was. You hunted me through my dreams. You wanted Icefire freed from his prison. I am the one who did what you could not. I broke the glacier and released him from both ice and the Pale Woman's torment. So you know me, dragon, as you know my daughter, Nettle. And as you know me, so also you owe me." There was a collective gasp at my words. From the corner of my eye, I saw Lady Amber emerge onto the steps with Spark and Purr flanking her. I prayed she would not interfere, that she would keep the youngsters safely out of the dragon's knowing. Tintaglia stared at me, her eyes whirling gold and silver, and I felt the pressure of her mind against mine. For one instant, I yielded my walls to her. I showed her nettle in her dreamed gown of butterfly wings. Then I slammed the gates of my mind, shutting her out and desperately hoping my walls could hold. Tintaglia made the simple word a curse. Not a gnat, that one. A gadfly, a biting, buzzing, blood-sucking... I'd never seen such a large creature strangling on words. I felt a sudden rush of pride in Nettle. She had used her skill and her dream manipulation to strike back at the dragon, turning the creature's own weapons against her. With no formal training in the Farseer magic, Nettle had not only bent Tintaglia to her purpose, but persuaded that strong-willed queen to make Icefire honour Prince Dutiful's promise to lay the black dragon's head on the bricks of Eliania's hearth-fire. Icefire's entry into the Narcheska's mother's house had caused some damage to the door lintel, but the promise had been fulfilled, and Dutiful had won his bride. And a dragon remembered my daughter. For one exhilarating moment, my heart teetered on exultation, as close to immortality as any human could come. Tintaglia advanced on me. Colours swept over her like flames consuming wood. You interfered with my elderlings. That offends me, and I owe you nothing. Dragons have no debts. I said the words before I considered them. Dragons have debts. They simply don't pay them. Tintaglia settled back on her hind haunches and lifted her head high and tucked in her chin. Her eyes spun fast, the colours flickering, and I more felt than saw how both humans and dragons retreated from her. Fitz! Lant whispered harshly, a plea. Get back! Stay back! I whispered. I was going to die. Die or live horribly maimed. I had seen what the acid spew of a dragon did to men and to stone. I steeled myself. If I ran, if I took shelter behind the others, they would die with me. A gust of wind struck me, and then, as lightly as a crow hopping to a halt, a much smaller scarlet dragon alighted between me and death. An instant later, I felt a sudden weight on my shoulder, and... Fitz! Motley greeted me. Hello, stupid, she added. The scarlet dragon folded her wings as if it were an important task that must be done in a very particular way. I thought Tintaglia would spray the creature with acid in vengeance for her interrupted fury. Instead, it appeared that she regarded the red dragon in perplexity. Hebe, the crow said to me. Hebe, Hebe. Motley turned and suddenly gave my ear a vicious peck. Hebe, the bird insisted. Hebe, I repeated to calm her. General Rapskull's dragon. My acknowledgement placated her. Hebe, good hunter. Lots of meat! The crow chuckled happily. Lant seized my arm. Come away, you fool! He hissed at me. While she is distracted by the red dragon, get out of her sight. She means to kill you. But I moved only to shrug off his grip. The much smaller scarlet dragon was facing off with the immense blue one. Hebe's head wove on her serpentine neck. Every imaginable shade of red flushed over her. There was no mistaking the challenge in her stance. I felt the tension of the communication between them, though I could not mine any sense of human words from the low rumbling of the red. It was like a pressure in the air, a flow of thoughts I could feel but not share. Tintaglia's crest and the row of erect scaling on her neck eased down rather like a dog's hackles, smoothing themselves as its aggression subsides. The arch of her neck softened, and then she lifted her eyes, and I felt her piercing gaze. Tintaglia spoke, and her words were clear to all, her question an accusation. "What do you know of the Pale Folk and their servants?" I drew breath and spoke clearly, willing that all the dragons and gathered folk would hear. "I know the servants stole my child. I know that they destroyed her. I know that I will seek them out and kill as many of them as I can before they destroy me." My heart had begun to race. I clenched my teeth and then added, "What more need I know?" Both Hebe and Tintaglia became very still. Again, I sensed a flow of communication between them. I wondered if the other dragons or any of the elderlings were privy to what they said. General Rapscal pushed his way through the crowd. He was dressed very simply, in leggings and a leather shirt, and his hands were dirty, as if he'd abruptly broken away from some task.
"Hebe!"
he cried at sight of her, and then stood still. He looked around at the gathered elderlings and dragons, saw me, and hastened to my side. As he came, he drew his sheath knife. I reached for my own, and was startled when Lance shoved me aside and back and stepped between Rapscal and me. Unmindful of Lance bristling, Rapscal called to me,
"Hebe summoned me to protect you. I come to your aid."
Lant gaped at him. I knew a moment of shock and then anger as Per inserted himself into the situation.
"Behind me!"
I snapped at the boy, and he replied, "Your back, sir. Yes, I will guard your back." It wasn't what I had meant, but it moved him away from Rapscal's blade.
"I don't understand,"
I growled at Rapscal, and he shook his head in shared bewilderment.
"Nor do I. I was mining for memories when Hebe summoned me urgently to protect you here, and then she vanished from my awareness as if she were slain. It terrified me. But here I am, to do her will. I will protect you or die."
"Enough of your chittering."
Tintaglia did not roar at us, but the force of the thought attached to her words near stunned me. Hebe kept her watchful stance between the immense blue dragon and me, but it was little shelter. Tintaglia towered over her, and she could easily have spat acid at me if she had chosen to. Instead, she cocked her head and focused her gaze on me. I felt the full impact of her presence as her huge, spinning eyes fixed on me. My walls could not deflect completely the wash of dragon glamour that surged over me.
"I choose to allow the changes you have made. I will not kill you."
As I basked in that bit of good news, and my guardians hastily sheathed their blades, she tilted her great head, leaned close, and breathed deep of me.
"I do not know the dragon who has marked you. Later, perhaps, he will answer to me for your willfulness. For now, you need not fear me."
I was dizzied with gratitude and awe at her magnificence. It took every scrap of will I could muster to lift my voice. I strove only to help those who needed my help, those neglected by their dragons, or changed but not guided in their changes. She opened her jaws wide, and for a heart-stopping moment I saw teeth longer than swords and the gleaming yellow and red of the poison sacs in her throat. She spoke to me again.
"Do not press me, little man.
Be content that I have not killed you. Hebe lifted then, her front paws leaving the ground so that she was slightly taller than she had been before. Again, I felt the force of an unheard communication. Tintaglia sneered at her, a lifting of lips that bared her teeth, but she said to me, "You and those like you may interfere with the ones claimed by no dragons. This I grant to you, for they are nothing to me. Change them all you like, but leave to me what is mine. This is a boon I grant you, because you and yours were of service to me in the past, but do not presume to think I pay a debt to you." I had almost forgotten Motley on my shoulder. I do not think a crow can whisper, but in a low, hoarse voice I heard, "Be wise." "Of course not," I hastily agreed. Time to move away from my ill-considered remark. I took a breath, realised that I was about to say a worse thing, and said it anyway. "I would ask a second boon of you." Again, she made a display of teeth and poison sacs. "Not dying today," Motley said and lifted from my shoulder. My protectors cowered against me but did not flee. I counted that as courage. "Is not your life enough of a boon? Flee!" the dragon demanded. "What more could you possibly ask of me?" "I ask for knowledge." The servants of the Whites sought to end not just Icefire, but all dragons forever when they sought his death. I wish to know if they have acted against dragons before, and if they did, I wish to know why. More than anything else, I wish to know anything that dragons know that can help me bring an end to the servants. Tintaglia drew back her immense head on her long neck. Stillness held. Then Hebe said in a child's timorous voice, "She doesn't remember. None of us remember except me, sometimes." "Oh, Hebe, you spoke," Rapscow whispered proudly. Then Tintaglia gave forth a wordless roar, and it horrified me to see Hebe crouch and cower. Rapscow drew his sheath knife again and stepped in front of his dragon, waving the blade at Tintaglia. I had never seen a stupider or more courageous act.
"Rapscow, no!"
an elderling cried, but he did not halt. Yet, if Tintaglia noticed this act of insane defiance, she gave it no heed. She put her attention back on me. Her trumpeting was a low rumble that shook my lungs. Her anger and frustration rode with her words. "This is a knowledge I should have, but I do not. I go to seek it. Not as a boon to you, human, but to wring from Icefire what he should have shared with us long ago, rather than mocking us for a history we cannot know. For no dragon can recall what happened when one is in the egg or swimming as a serpent." She turned away from us, not caring that humans and elderlings alike had to scatter to avoid the long slash of her tail as she did so. "I go to drink. I need silver. When I have drunk, I shall be groomed. All should be in readiness for that." "It shall be!" Fron called after her as she stalked majestically away. He turned back to his parents, and his elderling cheeks were as pink as their scaling would permit. "She's magnificent!" he shouted aloud, and a roar of both laughter and agreement echoed his sentiment. I did not share the crowd's exultation. I felt as if my guts were trembling now that I had leisure to consider how close I had come to dying. And for what? I knew no more of the servants than I had before. I could hope I'd won Tintaglia's acceptance for any skill healers that Nettle and Dutiful might eventually send. I could hope that Dutiful might win an alliance with folk who occasionally could modify a dragon's behaviour. But I knew Icefire lived. My small hope was that Tintaglia would share whatever she discovered with me. I suspected a long vendetta between dragons and the servants. Could elderlings have been unaware of such enmity? I doubted it. And yet, we had not discovered any evidence of it. Or did we? I thought back to the pale woman's occupation of Aslev Jarl. Illistor, the fool had named her. The ice-encased elderling city had proved a formidable fortress for her, an excellent site from which to oversee the Out-Islander war against the 6 duchies. And where she would torment the ice-trapped dragon and attempt to destroy him and his kind. She had done all she could to degrade the city. Art had been defaced or destroyed. Libraries of skill blocks tumbled into hopeless disorder. Did not that speak of a deep-rooted hatred? Had she sought to destroy all traces of a people and culture? I did not expect the support of the dragons against the servants. Icefire had had years to retaliate against the servants if the dragon had harboured any desire to do so. I suspected he had vented all his fury when he had collapsed the icy hall of Aslev Jarl and put an end to the forces of the pale woman. He had left it up to me to make sure of her death, and that of the stone dragons she and Keeble Rawbread had forged. Perhaps the black drake was not as fierce a creature as Tintaglia seemed to be. It's not uncommon for the female creatures to be far more savage than the males. Truly? Pear asked, and I realised I'd said the words aloud. Truly, Lant replied for me, and I wondered if he were recalling his stepmother's attempt on his life. In the open square before us, Rapscal was fussing over Hebe as if she were a beloved lapdog, while Malta, Rain and Fron were caught in a lively discussion that almost looked like a quarrel. I was ambushed by a wave of vertigo. I'd like to go back to our chambers, I said quietly, and found no strength to resist Lant taking my arm. The weakness I'd felt after the skill healings I'd done assailed me again for no reason I could deduce. Amber and Spark joined us as I manoeuvred my way up the stairs. Amber stopped the rest of them at the door. I will talk to you later, she announced, and ushered them out. Lant dumped me in a chair at the table. I heard him close the door gently behind himself. I had already lowered my head onto my crossed arms when the fool spoke to me. Are you ill? I shook my head without lifting it. Weak, as if exhausted by skilling. I don't know why. I gave an unwilling laugh. Perhaps last night's brandy hasn't worn off. He set his hands gently to my shoulders and kneaded the muscles there. Tintaglia gave off a powerful aura of glamour. I was transfixed by it and terrified at the fury she generated towards you. So strange to feel, but be unable to see. I knew she was going to kill you, and I was helpless. Yet I heard you. You stood firm before it. I had my walls up. I thought I was going to die. We gained a small bit of knowledge, though. Icefire is alive. His hands on my shoulders felt good, but reminded me too sharply of Molly. I shrugged free of his touch, and he wordlessly moved to take a chair at the table beside me. You could have died today, he explained. He shook his head. I don't know what I'd do. You all but dared her to kill you. Do you want to die? Yes. I admitted it. But not yet, I added. Not until I've put a lot of other people in the ground. I need weapons, fool. An assassin's best weapons are information and more information. I sighed. I don't know if Icefire knows anything useful, nor do I know if he would share it with Tintaglia or how we would receive the information if he did. Fool, I have never felt so unprepared for a task. The same for me, but I have never felt so determined to see it through. I sat up a bit straighter and leaned one elbow on the table. I touched his gloved hand. Are you still angry at me? No. Then, yes. You made me think about things I don't want to remember. I need you to remember those things for me. He turned his face away from me, but did not pull his hand back. I waited. Ask me, he commanded me harshly. So, time to torture my friend. What did I most need to know? Is there anyone within Clarice who might help us? Anyone who would conspire with us? Is there a way to send them a message that we are coming? Silence. Was he going to balk now? I knew the brandy ploy would not work again. No, he grated out at last. There is no way to send a message. Prilkop might still be alive. They separated us when they began their torture. I assume he endured much the same treatment I did. If he lives, he is most likely a prisoner still. I think they found him too valuable to kill, but I could be wrong. I know you doubt the ones who helped you escape. But you and Prilkop sent out messengers. Were they loyal to you? Do any of those folks remain in Clarice? He shook his head. His face was still turned away from me. We were able to do that in the first few years we were at Clarice. After we had become uneasy with the Four, but before they realised we didn't trust them. We sent them first to warn you that the Four might seek to do you harm. While we were doing that, the Four kept trying to win us to their way of thinking. Perhaps they truly thought that their collators and manipulars would make us believe we had erred. He smiled wryly. Instead, it went the other way. I think they found our tales exciting, for they knew little of life outside the walls. As we told them more of life outside their sequestered world, some began to question what the servants had taught them. I do not think that at first the Four realised how much influence we had begun to wield. Collators? Manipulars? He snorted in disgust. Fancy titles. Collators classify the dreams and find connections and threads. Manipulars try to find people or upcoming events that are most vulnerable to making the future change in ways that benefit the Four and their servants. They were the ones who worked so hard to convince Prilkop and me that we were wrong. About everything. But especially in claiming that one of my catalysts had fulfilled the dream prophecies of the unexpected son. They were the ones who told us of the dreams of a new white prophet born in the wild, as they said. The dreams of that child correlated with the dreams of the unexpected son in ways that could not be denied even by me. They spoke of a dream of a child who bore the heart of a wolf. You asked, if you are not the unexpected son, then how can I be sure that all we did, all we changed, was the right course for the world? That was the very question they battered me with. And I saw it crack Prilkop's confidence.
In the days that followed, we discussed it privately. I always insisted that you were the one. But then he would ask, and rightfully, but what of these new dreams? And I had no answer to that. He swallowed. No answer at all. And one night, in wine and fellowship, our little friends whispered to us that the wild-born child must be found and controlled before he could cause any harm to the course of the world. They knew that the four were intent on finding this child. Not all the four believed the new prophet was the unexpected son, but one did. Symph. Whenever we dined with the four, she would challenge me, and her challenges were so strong they shook even my belief. Day after day, the four commanded that the Library of Dreams be combed so that the child could be found and controlled. I began to fear that they would find the same clues I had found and followed all those years ago to find you. So I sent the other messengers, the ones that asked you to find the unexpected son. For they had convinced me that there was a wild-born white prophet, and there they were correct. They knew B existed long before I did, and Dwalia convinced them that the child they sensed was the unexpected son. His words chilled me. They had sensed that B existed. I pulled his words to pieces in my mind, needed to understand fully everything he was telling me. What did they mean by wild-born? His shoulders heaved. I waited. The Clarice that Prilkop remembered. He began and then choked to a stop. Do you want a cup of tea? I offered. No. He gripped my hand suddenly, tightly. Then he asked, Is any brandy left? I'll see. I found the corked bottle half under a pillow. There was some left, not much, but some. I found his teacup, filled it, and set it down on the table. His bared hand crept toward it. He lifted it and drank. When I resumed my seat, I noticed that his gloved hand was where I had left it. I took it in mine. Prilkop's Clarice? It was a library. All the history of the whites, all the dreams that had ever been recorded, carefully organised and analysed in the writings of others. It was a place for historians and linguists. All white prophets were wild-born in his time. People would recognise that their child was peculiar, and they would take the child to Clarice, or the child would grow and know that he or she must make that journey. There, the white prophet for that time would have access to all the older dreams and histories of other white prophets. They were educated and sheltered, fed and clothed and prepared. And when the white prophet felt he was ready to begin his work in the world, he was given supplies, money, a mount, travel, clothes, weapons, pens and papers, and sent on his way, as Prilkop was. And the servants who stayed on at Clarice would record all they knew of the prophet, and they and their descendants would patiently await the next one. He drank again. There was no four, only servants, people waiting to serve. A long silence. I ventured, But Clarice was not like that for you. He shook his head, slowly at first, and then wildly. No, not at all like that. After my parents had left me there, I was astonished to find that I was not unique to that place at all. They took me in kindly and gently at first to a row of little cottages in a pretty garden with a grape arbour and a fountain. And in the little cottage they brought me to, I met 3 other children, all nearly as pale as I was.
But they were all half-brothers, and they had been born there in Clarice, bred and born there. For the servants were no longer serving the white prophet, but themselves. They had collected children, for they could trace the lineage of each white prophet. A cousin, a great-nephew, a grandchild rumoured to be descended from a white prophet. Gather them up, house them together, and breed them like rabbits. Breed them back again to each other. Sooner or later, the rare trait surfaces. You've seen Burrich do it. What works with horses and dogs works with people as well. Instead of waiting for a wild-born white to appear, they made their own, and harvested their dreams. And the servants who once believed that white prophets were born to set the world on a better path forgot that duty and began to care only for enriching themselves and their own comfort. Their true path is a conspiracy to enable whatever brings to them the most wealth and power. Their homebred whites did as they were told, in small ways. Put a different man on the throne of a neighbouring kingdom. Wear house wool and never warn anyone of the coming plague that will kill all of their sheep. Until finally, perhaps, they decided to rid the world of dragons and elderlings. He drank the rest of the brandy in his cup and set it down with a clack on the table. He turned his face to me at last. Tears had eroded Amber's careful powder and paint. The black that lined her eyes had become dark trails down his cheeks. "Enough, Fitz," he said with finality. "Fool, I need to know enough for today." His groping hand found the brandy bottle. For a blind man, he did a passable job of emptying the dregs of the bottle into his cup. "I know I must speak to you of these things," he said hoarsely, "and I will. At my pace." He shook his head. "Such a mess I made of it. The white prophet. And here I am, blind and broken, dragging you into it again. Our last effort to change the world." I whispered the words to myself. I don't do this for the world. I do it for myself. Quietly I rose and left him the table and the brandy. In the 2 days before the tar man left the village and crossed the river to us, I saw no more of Tintaglia. Lant had heard the blue dragon had drunk deeply of silver, made a kill and ate it, slept, and had been groomed by her elderlings in the steaming dragon baths. Then she had drunk silver again and left. Whether she had gone to hunt or departed to find ice fire, no one knew. I surrendered my hope that I would learn anything from her. The fool lived up to his word. On the table in my room he built a map of the island and the town and castle of Clarice. I hoarded plates and cutlery and napkins from our meals, and the fool's groping fingers moved walls of spoons and arranged plate towers. From this peculiar representation, I sketched Clarice. The outer fortifications were presided over by 4 stout towers, each topped with an immense skull-shaped dome. Lamps burned in the skull eyes at night. Skilled archers walked the crenellated walls of the outer keep always. Within the high white walls of the keep, a secondary wall surrounded gracious gardens, the cottages that housed the whites, and a strong house of white stone and bone. The strong house had 4 towers, each taller and narrower than the watchtowers of the outer walls. We dragged a bedside table into the main room, and on this we created a map of the main floor of the servants' stronghold. The strong house has 4 levels above the ground and 2 below, the fool informed me, as he formed up the walls from scarves and arranged towers of teacups. That is not counting the majestic towers where the 4 abide. These towers are taller than the watchtowers on the outer walls. The roof of the strong house is flat. On it are the old harem quarters from the days when Clarice was a palace as well as a castle. Those quarters are used to confine the more important prisoners. The towers offer an excellent view of the castle island and the harbour and the hills beyond the town. It is a very old structure, Fitz. I do not think anyone knows how the towers were built so narrow and yet expand at the top into such grand rooms. Shaped like mushrooms? I asked as I tried to visualize. Like exquisitely graceful mushrooms, perhaps? And he almost smiled. How narrow are the stems of those mushrooms? I asked him. He considered. At the base, as wide as the Great Hall at Buckkeep Castle, but as one ascends, they narrow to half that size. I nodded to myself, well pleased at that image. And that is where each of the 4 sleeps at night, in a tower room. For the most part. Fellow D, it is well known, has appetites for flesh that he satisfies in several locations. Capra almost always in her tower room, Symph and Coltree most nights, I imagine. Fitz, it has been many years since I was privy to their lives and habits. Castle Clarice stood on an island of white rock alone. From the castle's outer walls to the steep edges of the island, there was only flat stony earth that any invader must cross to reach the walls. A watch was kept over the water and the narrow causeway. The causeway opened twice a day at the low tides to permit servants to come and go, and to admit the pilgrims who came to discover their futures. Once pilgrims cross the causeway and enter the walls, they see the strong house with the vine of time in bas-relief on its front. All the grandest rooms are on the ground floor. The audience chambers, the ballroom, the feasting room, all panelled in white wood. A few of the teaching rooms are there, but most of them are on the second floor. The young wights are taught and their dreams harvested. On that floor are extravagant chambers where wealthy patrons may take their ease and sip wine and listen as collators read selected scrolls to them and lingstras interpret them, for a fat fee. And the lingstras and collators are all whites? Most have a trace of white heritage. Born on Clarice, they are raised to be servants of the 4. They also serve the whites who can dream in much the same way a tick drops on a dog. They suck off dreams and ideas and express them as possible futures to the rich fools who come to consult with them. So, they are charlatans? No, he said in a low voice. That is the worst part, Fitz. The rich buy knowledge of the future to make themselves even richer. The linksters gather dreams of a drought to come and counsel a man to hoard grain to sell to his starving neighbours. Pestilence and plague can make a family wealthy if they expect it. The 4 no longer think of putting the world on a better course, but only of profiting from disasters and windfalls. He drew a deep breath. On the 3rd floor is the treasured hoard of the servants. There are 6 chambers of scroll collections. Some of the scrolls are old beyond reckoning, and new dreams are penned and added daily. Only the wealthiest can afford to stroll there. Sometimes a wealthy priest of Sar may be admitted to study independently, but only if there is wealth and influence to be gained. Finally, on the 4th floor are the living quarters for the servants, who are high in the 4's favour.
Some guards live there, the most trusted ones, who protect entry to each of the four's private towers, and the most prolific white dreamers are housed on that level, where the four may easily descend from their grand towers to have congress with them. Not always congress of a lofty intellectual sort, where fellowdy is concerned. He stopped speaking. I did not ask if he had ever been victim of that sort of attention. He stood up abruptly and walked across the room, speaking over his shoulder. Up one more set of stairs, and you emerge onto the roof and the old harem quarters that are now the cells where recalcitrant whites are held. He drifted away from our work. Perhaps Prilkop is held there now, or whatever is left of him. He drew a sudden deep breath. Then Amber spoke. It's stuffy in here. Please summon Spark for me. I wish to go out and take the air. I did as she asked. My sessions with the fool were brief and intermittent. I listened far more than I spoke, and if he silently rose and became amber and left the room, I let him go. In his absence, I sketched and noted down key bits of information. I valued what he had shared, but I needed more. He had no recent information on their vices or foibles, no names of lovers or enemies, no idea of daily routines. That I would learn by spying when I reached Clarice. There was no rush. Haste would not bring B back. This would be a cold and carefully calculated vengeance. When I struck, I would do so with thoroughness. It would be sweet, I thought, if they died knowing for what crime they suffered, but if they did not, they would still be just as dead. Perforce, my plans were simplistic, my strategy sparse. I arranged my supplies and pondered possibilities. 5 of Chade's exploding pots had survived the bear's attack. 1 was cracked and leaking a coarse black powder. I softened candle wax and repaired it. I had knives and my old sling, an axe too large to carry in a peaceful city. I doubted those weapons would be useful. I had powdered poisons for mixing with food and some for dusting a surface, oils that could go on a doorknob or the lip of a mug, tasteless liquids and pellets, every form of poison I knew. The bear attack had robbed me of the ones I had carried in quantity. I had no hope of poisoning the castle's water supply or dosing a large kettle of food. I had enough poison to deploy if I could get the 4 to sit down and play dice with me. I doubted such an opportunity would exist, but if I could gain access to their personal lodgings, I could make an end of them. On the bedside table, in the little cups that represented the towers, I arranged 4 black stones. I was holding the 5th in my hand, pondering, when Pear and Spark came in with Lady Amber and Lant. "Is it a game?" Pear asked, staring in consternation at the cluttered tables and my murder kit arrayed neatly on the floor. "If assassination is a game," Spark said quietly. She came to stand at my elbow. "What do the black stones represent?" "Chade's pots." "What do they do?" Pear asked. "They blast things, like trapped sap popping in a firewood log." I gestured at the 5 little pots. "Only more powerful," the fool said. "Much more," Spark said quietly. "I tested some with Chade when he was healthy. We blew a great hole in a stone cliff near the beach. Rock chips flew everywhere." She touched her cheek as if remembering a stinging splinter. "Good," the fool said. He took a seat at the table. Amber was long gone as his fingers danced over the carefully arranged items.
A fire pot for each tower? It might work. The placement of the pots and the strength of the tower walls are key. The pots must be high enough in the tower to make the tower collapse while the four are abed. The pots have to explode simultaneously, so I need fuses of different lengths, so I can place and light a pot and then go on to the next until all four are burning. And still give you time to escape, Lance suggested. That would be very nice, yes. I didn't consider it likely that the pots would explode simultaneously. I need something to make fuses from. Spark frowned. Are not the fuses still in the top of the pots? I stared at her. What? Give me one, please. With reluctance, I lifted the repaired pot and handed it to her. She scowled at that. I'm not sure you should even try to use this one. She tugged the cap off the pot, and I saw that it had been held on with a thick resin. Inside were two coiled strings. One was blue and the other white. She teased them out. The blue was twice the length of the white. The blue is longer and burns more slowly. The white burns fast. How fast? She shrugged. The white one. Set fire to it and run. It is good if you are being chased. The blue one you can conceal, and then finish your wine and bid your host farewell and be safely out the door. Lant leaned over my shoulder. I heard the smile in his voice. Far easier to use those with two of us. One man can never set all four and still be away before they explode. 3 of us, Spark insisted. I stared at her. Her expression became indignant. I've more experience with them than anyone here. 4, Per said. I wondered if he understood we were talking about murder. It was my fault they included themselves at all. A younger and more energetic Fitz would have kept his plans concealed. I was older and weary, and they already knew too much, dangerously too much for them and for me. I wondered if I'd have any secrets left when I died. When the time comes, we will see, I told them, knowing they would argue if I simply said no. I won't see, the fool interjected into the silence. For a moment, there was discomfort, and then Per laughed awkwardly. We joined in, more bitter than merry, but still alive, and still moving toward our murderous goal. Chapter 9. The Tarman. Even before King Shrewd rather unwisely chose to strictly limit skill instruction to the members of the royal family only, the magic was falling into disuse. When I was in my 22nd year, a blood cough swept through all the coastal duchies. The young and the old were carried off in droves. Many aged skill users died in that plague, and with them died their knowledge of the magic. When Prince Regal found that scrolls about skill magic commanded a high price from foreign traders, he began secretly to deplete the libraries of Buckkeep. Did he know that those precious scrolls would ultimately fall into the hands of the Pale Woman and the Red Ship Raiders? That is a matter that has long been debated among Buck nobility, and as Regal has been dead and gone for many years, it is likely we shall never know the truth about that. On the decline of knowledge of skill during the reign of King Shrewd. Chade Falstar. We trooped down together to the dock to watch the tarman arrive in Kelsingra. I had grown up in Buckkeep town, where the docks were of heavy black timbers redolent of tar. Those docks seemed to have stood since El brought the sea to our shores. This dock was recently built, of pale planks with some pilings of stone and some of raw timber. New construction had been fastened to the ancient remains of an elderling dock. I pondered that, for I did not judge this the best location for a dock. The half-devoured buildings at the river's edge told me that the river often shifted in its bed. The new elderlings of Kelsingra needed to lift their eyes from what had been and consider the river and the city as it was now. Above the broken cliffs that backed the city, on the highest hills, the snow had slumped into thin, random fingers. In the distance, I could see the birches blushing pink and the willows gone red at the tips of their branches. The wind off the river was wet and cold, but the knife's edge of winter was gone from it. The year was turning, and with it the direction of my life. A sprinkling rain fell as the tarman approached. Motley clung to Perseverance's shoulder, her head tucked tight against the rain. Lant stood behind him. Spark stood next to Amber. We clustered near enough to watch and far enough back that we were not in the way. Amber's gloved hand rested on the back of my wrist. I spoke to her in a low voice. The river runs swift and deep and doubtless cold. It is pale grey with silt and smells sour. Once there was more shore here. Over decades the river has eaten its way into Kelsingra. There are 2 other ships docked here. They both appear idle. The tarman is a river barge, sweeps oars long and low to the water. One powerful woman is on the steering oar. The ship has travelled upriver on the far side of the river, and now it's crossed the current, turned back, and is moving with the current. No figurehead. I was disappointed. I had heard that the figureheads on live ships could move and speak. It has eyes painted on his hull, and it's coming fast with the current, and 2 deckhands have joined the steerswoman on the rudder. The crew is battling the current to bring the ship in here. As the tarman neared the docks, and its lines were tossed to folk on the dock, where they were caught and snubbed off around the cleats, the barge reared like a willful horse, and water piled up against its stern. There was something odd about the way the barge fought the current, but I could not place it. Water churned all around it. Lines and dock timbers creaked as they took its weight. Some lines were tightened and others loosened, until the captain was satisfied that his craft was well snug to the dock. The longshoremen were waiting with their barrows, and one tall elderling on the dock was grinning in the way that only a man hoping to see his sweetheart grins. Alan, that was his name. I watched the deck and soon spotted her. She was in constant motion, relaying commands and helping to make the tarman fast to the dock, but twice I caught her eyes roving over the welcoming crowd. When she saw her elderling sweetheart, her face lit, and she seemed to move even more efficiently, as if to flaunt her prowess. A gangplank was thrown down, and about a dozen passengers disembarked, their possessions in bags or packs. The immigrants came ashore uncertainly, staring up in wonder or perhaps dismay at the half-ruined city. I wondered what they had imagined, and if they would stay. On a separate gangplank, the longshoremen began to come and go like a line of ants as the ship disgorged cargo. "That's the boat we'll travel on?" Spark asked doubtfully. "That's the one." "I've never been on a boat." "I've been out in little boats before, rowing boats on the Withy. Nothing like that." Perseverance's eyes roved over the tarman. His mouth was slightly ajar. I could not tell if he were anxious or eager. "You'll be fine," Lant assured them. "Look how stable that ship is. And we're only going to be on a river, not the sea." I noted to myself that Lant was speaking to the youngsters more as if they were his younger siblings than his servants. "Do you see the captain?" I responded to Amber's question. I see a man past his middle years approaching reign. He has been larger in his life, I think, but looks gaunt now. They greet one another fondly. I suspect that is Leftrin, and the woman with him would be Elise. She has a great deal of very curly reddish hair. Amber had shared with me the scandalous tale of how Elise had forsaken her legal but unfaithful Bingtown husband to take up with the captain of a live ship. They are both exclaiming over Fron. They look delighted. Her hand tightened slightly on my arm as she fastened a smile onto her face. Here they come, I added quietly. Lant stepped up beside me. Behind me, Pear and Spark fell silent. We waited. A smiling Rain introduced us.
And here are our 6 duchies visitors. Captain Leftrin and Elise of the live ship Tarman. May I present Prince FitzChivalry Farseer, Lady Amber, and Lord Lant of the 6 duchies.
Lant and I bowed, and Amber fell and rose in a graceful curtsy. Leftrin sketched a startled bow, and Elise deployed a respectable curtsy before rising to stare at me in consternation. A smile passed over her face before she seemed to recall her manners. We are pleased to offer you passage on Tarman to Trehorg. Malta and Rain have told us that Ephron's renewed health is due to your magic. Thank you. We have no children of our own, and Ephron has been as dear to us as he is to his parents. Captain Leftrin nodded gravely.
As the lady says,
he added gruffly.
Give us a day or so to get our cargo on the beach. Give our crew a bit of shore time, and we'll be ready to carry you downriver. Quarters on Tarman are not spacious. We'll do our best to make you comfortable, but I'm sure it won't be the sort of travel a prince is used to, nor a lord and a lady.
I'm sure we will be most content with whatever you offer us. Our goal is not comfort, but transport, I replied.
And that Tarman can provide, swifter and better than any on this river.
He spoke with the pride of a captain who owns his ship.
We'd be pleased to welcome you aboard now and show you the quarters we have readied for you.
We would be delighted, Amber replied warmly.
This way, please.
We followed them onto the dock and up the gangplank. The way was narrow, and I worried that Amber might make a misstep, but as I stepped onto the barge's deck, that worry was replaced with a new one. The live ship resonated against both my wit and skill. A live ship, indeed. As alive as any moving and breathing creature I'd ever known. I was certain that Tarman was as aware of me as I was of him. Lant was looking around with a wide grin on his face, as pleased as a boy on an adventure, and Pear echoed him. Motley had lifted herself from the boy's shoulder and circled the barge suspiciously, flapping hard to keep her place against the river wind. Spark was more reserved than Lant and Pear, almost wary. Amber put her hand back on my arm as soon as she could and gripped it tightly. Elise stepped onto the ship, followed by Leftrin. Both halted as abruptly as if encountering a wall. "Oh my," Elise said softly.
"A little more than that,"
Leftrin said tightly. He froze, and the communication between him and his ship was like a plucked string thrumming. He fixed me with a stare.
"My ship is... I must ask, are you claimed by a dragon?"
We both stiffened. Had the ship sensed the dragon blood she had consumed? She let go of my arm and stood alone, ready to let any blame fall on herself. "I think what your ship senses about me is actually...
Beg pardon, madam. It's not you unsettling my ship. It's him.
Me? Even to myself, I sounded foolishly startled.
You.
Leftring confirmed. His mouth was pinched. He glanced at Elise.
My dear, perhaps you could show the ladies their quarters while I settle this.
Elise's eyes were very large. Of course I could. And I knew that she was helping him separate me from my companions, though I could not guess why. I turned to my tiny retinue. Spark, if you would, guide your mistress while I have a word with the captain. Lantern Pair, you will excuse us? Spark registered the unspoken warning and swiftly claimed Amber's arm. Lantern Perseverance had already moved down the deck, examining the ship as they went. Tell me all about the ship, Spark, Amber requested in an unconcerned voice. They moved off slowly, following Elise, and I heard the girl adding descriptions to everything Elise said to them. I turned back to Leftring. Your ship dislikes me? I asked. I was not reading that from my sense of the tarman, but I had never been aboard a live ship before.
No. My ship wants to speak with you.
Leftring crossed his arms on his barrel chest, then seemed to realise how unfriendly that appeared. He loosened his arms and wiped his hands down his trouser legs.
Come on up to the bow rail. He talks best there.
He walked ponderously, and I followed slowly. He spoke over his shoulder to me.
Tarman talks to me, he said, sometimes to Elise, maybe to Hennessy, sometimes to the others in dreams and such. I don't ask, and he doesn't tell me. He's not like other live ships. He's more his own than... Well, you wouldn't understand. You aren't trader stock. Let me just say this. Tarman has never asked to speak to a stranger. I don't know what he's about, but understand that what he says goes. The keeper's made a deal with you, but if he says he doesn't want you on his deck, that's it.
He drew a breath.
Sorry,
he added. I understand, I said, but I didn't. As I moved toward the bow, my sense of the tarman became more acute and uncomfortable. It was like being sniffed over by a dog, a large and unpredictable dog with bared teeth. I repressed my impulse to show my own teeth or display aggression in any way. His presence pressed more strongly against my walls. I allow this, I pointed out to him as he pushed his senses into my mind.
As if you have the right to refuse. You tread my deck, and I will know you. What dragon has touched you?
Under the circumstances, lying would have been foolish. A dragon pushed into my dreams. I think it was a dragon named Sintara, who claims the elderling Thymara. I have been close to the dragons Tintaglia and Hebe. Perhaps that is what you sense.
No. You smell of a dragon I have never sensed. Come closer. Put your hands on the railing.
I looked at the railing. Captain Leftrim was staring stonily across the river. I could not tell if he was aware of what his ship said to me or not. He wants me to put my hands on the railing.
Then I suggest you do so,
he responded gruffly. I looked at it. The wood was grey and fine-grained and unfamiliar to me. I drew off my gloves and placed my hands on the railing.
There. I knew I smelt him. You touched him with your hands, didn't you? You groomed him.
I have never groomed a dragon.
You did, and he claims you as his.
Verity. It was not a thought I had intended to share. My walls were slipping before this ship's determination to force his way into my mind. I set my boundaries tighter, trying to work subtly so the ship would not perceive I was blocking him, but wonder had set my blood to racing. Would dragons of flesh and blood truly count Verity as a dragon who could claim me? I dusted the leaves from his back. Was that grooming that this ship had sensed? And if dragons would consider Verity a dragon, then did this barge count himself as a dragon? The ship was silent, considering. Then,
Yes, that dragon. He claims you.
Overhead, Motley cawed loudly. The hardest thing in the world is to think of nothing. I considered the pattern of the wind and the current on the river's face. I longed to reach for Verity with a desire that almost surpassed my need to breathe. To touch that cold stone with my mind and heart, to feel that in some sense he guarded my back. The ship broke into my thoughts.
He claims you. Do you deny it?
I am his. I was startled to find that this was still true. I have been his for a very long time.
As if a human knows what a very long time is. But I accept you as his. As Leftrin and Elise wish it, I will carry you to Trehorg. But it is your will that you do this. I am not interfering with a human claimed by a dragon.
I wondered what it meant that a live ship accepted me, and believed that a stone dragon had claimed me. I wondered how Verity had marked me as his own. Had he known he had done it? A dozen questions sprang to my mind, but Tarman had dismissed me. It was like a door closing on a noisy tavern, leaving me in dark and quiet. I felt both wild relief at how alone I was and a sense of loss for things he could have told me. I reached, but could not sense Tarman at all. Captain Leftrin knew it at the same moment I did. For a moment he stared at me, taking my measure, then he grinned.
He's done with you. Want to see where you'll be bunking for the trip downriver?
Yes, please. The change in his demeanour was as abrupt as the sun emerging from a cloud bank on a blustery day. He led me aft, past the ship's deckhouse to two blocky structures attached to the deck.
These are a lot nicer now than the first time we used them. Never thought Tarman would be ferrying as many people as he carries crates of freight. But times change, and we change with them. Slowly, and sometimes without a lot of grace, but even a Rainwilder can change. This one is for you, Lord Lantern, your boy.
He looked uncomfortable for a moment.
It would be better if you and the lady had private quarters, but where would I put your serving girl? Shoreside girls don't seem happy to share the crew's quarters, even though on my ship there's no danger to them. Just no privacy. We've given the other cabin to the women. I'm sure it's a lot less than what a prince expects, but it's the best we can offer.
Transport is all we desire, and I'd be happy to sleep out on the deck. It wouldn't be the first time in my life.
Ah!
The man visibly relaxed.
Well, Hearing that will ease Elise's worries. She's been so anxious since we got the word we were going to give you passage. A prince from the 6 duchies. What will we feed him? Where will he sleep? On and on. That's my Elise. Always wanting to do things in the best possible way.
He opened the door.
Was a time when these cabins weren't much more than cargo crates built big, but we've had close to a score of years to make them comfortable. The others ain't been here yet, I don't think, so you can claim the bunk you want.
Folk who live aboard ships know how to make the best of a small space. I braced myself for the smell of old laundry, for canvas hammocks and a splintery floor. 2 small windows admitted daylight, and it danced on gleaming yellow woodwork. 4 bunks, stacked 2 high, none spacious, lined 2 of the walls. The room smelt pleasantly of the oil that had been used to wipe down the wood. One wall was all cupboards, drawers, and crannies framed around the little window. A pair of blue curtains had been pushed back from the open window to admit both light and air. A more pleasant little water cottage I could not imagine, I told the captain, and turned to find Elise at his elbow, beaming with pleasure at my words. Lant and Perseverance stood behind her. The lad's cheeks were bright red with the wind, and his eyes shone. His grin widened as he peered into our cabin. "The ladies were pleased with theirs as well," Elise observed happily. "Welcome aboard, then. You can bring your things aboard any time today, and feel free to come and go as you please. The crew will need at least a day of rest here. I know you are eager to be down the river, but a day or even 2 will not disturb our plans," I replied. "Our tasks will wait until we arrive."
But Paragon can't, so a day and a half is all I can give my crew this time,
was Leftrin's observation. He shook his head at Elise.